Good morning, everyone. Top of the morning to you. We're out here bright and early. Got here before sunrise, and it's winter again in Montana. It is winter. It snowed the whole way here. All right, let's get the first line out. We are going to do our hammered brass cowbell lake troll, followed by a fluorocarbon leader and a little UV plug tipped with a piece of white corn. We're gonna get this guy out there first. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome. We are over very shallow water here. Let me get out of the shallow end. What's up, everybody? Appreciate those thumbs up. Today we're at Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir in central Montana. The last time we fished here, the last time we streamed here was Christmas. This was where our Christmas stream was at. So we're out at the same spot we spent Christmas. First thing this morning, we're gonna make a couple of passes down here by the dam, see if there's any kokanee awake. And that's just dragging bottom. Let me pull this guy up. I accidentally went over 5-foot bottom there. What's up, Custard Chips? Welcome to the stream. Early bird catches the worm, or fish in this case. Let's hope so. We're gonna reel this in real quick and make sure that we still got our corn. All right, we are good. What's up, Custard Chips? How you doing today? Welcome, everybody. For those of you joining, we're here central Montana. This is Holter Lake. We just got the boat in. We're just putting our first pole in the water. Today we're going to start out running a few different rigs for some kokanee. Well, one rig for kokanee, one rig kind of for pike, walleye, trout, whatever the hell else wants to bite. A little rod, long time no see. What's up, Cindy Blignut? Welcome, welcome. Hope everybody's having an awesome morning so far. We're just getting our first rig out here. Lead core line, our lake troll, and a small UV plug. On the second line over here, we are going to send out we're going to send out a bandit walleye shad, I think it's called, in size 4. It's a brand new lure to me. The first time we ran this was last trip out. We didn't catch anything off of it, but we only ran it for a very short while. This should be good for walleye, pike, maybe brown trout. Hell, perch might bite on it. You never know. There are so many things out here. We are multi-species fishing here today. We're gonna let this out about 90 feet to start out with. Can you guys hear me all right? See me all right? Custard Chips, hope everything's going well. Oh, I appreciate that, Custard. Yeah, we're doing awesome, man. We're fishing. I've been waiting all week to get back out here and do some fishing. We had a stream last week from, where'd we stream from? We went to Kokanee Lake. We were after some rainbow trout, brown trout, and tiger muskie. All we managed to get was a couple of rainbows, though. Are you loud and clear? Nice. Thank you, Ken. Fishing 748 says weak. What's weak? What do you mean weak? All right, we are marking a few fish. 20 foot is this first one that I see. think we can probably turn off our light there. I think you guys can probably see just fine. Sunrise is officially, I think, in about 10 minutes. All right, we're out about 100 foot with the Bandit. No, if there's a fish on, so we are running trolling rods here. For those of you guys who are not familiar with trolling rods, it has a line counter and an audible clicker you turn on and off on the side. When there's a bite, you'll hear a nice audible zip. What you see, the line kind of bobbing, is the lake troll that we have down there. We're targeting first thing this morning some Kokanee salmon. We're gonna do Kokanee salmon and rainbow. We're gonna run a couple of quick passes over here by the dam, by the big basin and the deeper water. If we don't get anything interesting in probably the first hour here, we are gonna start headed towards the south end of the reservoir, up more towards the river end, and we're gonna see if there's any walleye or pike, maybe some perch down there, brown trout. Appreciate those thumbs up, you guys. Hope everybody's having an awesome Saturday morning. What's up, dog tags and tackle? Welcome, welcome. And welcome, Auntie Mama Bear, JJ. Kendra, no, we don't have the fish on. If you guys hang out, most of the time that I come here, I'm probably gonna jinx myself, but most of the time I come here, the bite is pretty good early on. It kind of dies all off throughout the day, but we'll see if maybe something wants to bite here this morning. We're doing about 1.8 miles per hour. This is about as slow as we get, trolling with our jet boat here. How do you get Wi-Fi? We are running. The only way I'm able to stream here from most of the locations in central Montana, we run Starlink Mini on the boat. So that's our satellite right there. And that is powered by a hot swappable DeWalt battery, 8 amp hour batteries. So we are getting signal because we are running Starlink satellite internet. Do you make a snowman to monitor the situation and bless the water before you launch? I thought about it. Man, I almost just stayed at the boat dock. There were fish jumping all over the damn place. The rainbow trout are spawning right now, and there's a bunch of fat rainbows hanging out over at the boat dock. But I figured I'd drag the boat all the way here. We might as well get out in the water. There ain't no sense fishing the bank. Catch a whale, they're in here. The state record walleye comes out of this water body. Some of the biggest kokanee I've ever seen coming out, Kokanee salmon come out of here as well. But hope everybody's having an awesome morning. I am, I'm fishing. I don't know how much more awesome than that it gets. I guess maybe if we were catching, that'd be more awesome than fishing. There's a mark down at 40 foot, 35 foot. Those look like kokanee. We might have to bust out the clip weights here. But being as I am marking them down, I'm gonna go ahead and let out another 20, probably another 20 feet on this guy. Get us down another few feet. What's up, Monster Fishing? Just shared the live. Appreciate that, dog tags. For those of you guys who are new to the channel, we are fishing here in central Montana. We do boat streams, we do bank streams, we fish ponds, we fish lakes, reservoirs, rivers. If it's got fish and water and I can put my boat in there, we fish it. Sometimes, again, we do bank fishing as well. But we do marathon streams here. Typically we do sun up to sundown and sometimes longer. Unsure if that was a bite. I don't think so. I think that was just drag letting out a little bit more. What's up, Backyard Ponds? Welcome to the stream. Why the tree is green in Antarctica, it'd be white, has no sense. Well, most of what you see, the trees are deciduous trees, evergreens, pine trees. And they stay green all year round, snow or not. But it did snow again last night, so we have a nice dusting of white stuff all over for y'all. And we're headed down towards the dam, the basin right now. And I'm gonna do one pass across. If we get a hit sometime in this little loop here, we may take a loop or three through here. But if there's no loop, I think we're just gonna continue on up the east coast and fish kind of down towards the other end of the reservoir today. Need to eat. All right, John, appreciate you coming through and hanging out. If you didn't already, hit that sub button, come back and hang out with us again. We'll be here all night. Do I do catfishing? Yeah, I love to fish for channel cat. That's our biggest species of catfish here in Montana. We do also have yellow bullheads, black bullheads, and stone cats, but they're all small, less than 10, 12 inches. But I'm looking forward. It should be a fairly nice day. I think it's gonna be chilly. It's not gonna get much over 40 degrees today, but the wind should be fairly low. Wind is gonna pick up as the evening progresses. So probably about the time we put the boat back on the trailers when it's gonna start getting nasty out here. What's up, William? Doing awesome today. We just got the boat and we've been streaming for about 10 minutes now. Did you guys get snow? Yeah, it's been snowing on and off for the last 2-3 days. We haven't got a whole lot, but as you can see in the background there, all of the whole surface, ground, the mountains, trees, everything's got a dusting of snow. Not sure how that's going to affect the bite. There are massive rainbow trout in here. There are browns. Browns tend to be more up on the river end of the reservoir, I believe, which is where we're gonna head after one pass through the basin here. We're gonna head up that way and see if we can find some walleye or brown trout, maybe some northern pike. But we're making one pass through the basin here to see if there's any kokanee awake. But we're over the basin right now. There's about 80 foot bottom right where we're at. We're doing just under 2 miles an hour. We're running a small UV plug behind a lake troll on the pole that you guys can see, and then the pole off screen behind me that you guys cannot see is running a medium diving crankbait. That one's kind of our bullshit pull. We're gonna see if we can pull in a walleye or a pike or a brown. The plug here might bite those same, but this is more geared towards the Kokanee salmon and possibly rainbow trout. Pretty, isn't it pretty? Everything, it snowed, Mia. Once I got to Cascade, it was almost a small blizzard. But the roads weren't too slick, so that's good. Shaw says, had anything today? Shaw, we've been in the water for about 10 minutes. We have not had any bites yet. Making me colds and warmth. Bagman sending you all the warmth, man. It's pretty comfy. It's just below freezing right now. There's barely any wind. It doesn't really feel cold until the wind starts ripping. Once the wind starts hopping through here, then it'll feel cold. We're in central Montana, Maggie Rose. This is Holter Reservoir, just outside of Wolf Creek or Craig, Montana. We're currently running through the deeper part of the basin right here to see if I am seeing any salmon on the down scan. Not seeing a whole lot so far, but we're gonna make one pass through here. If we don't get bit up, we're gonna continue up the east coast here and try for some different species. Temperature in New Hampshire is 40 this morning, no snow. That's not too bad. It was 28 as I was driving here. Do you eat anything but pike? Yeah, William, I like to eat. Pike is probably my favorite. Walleye is probably my second favorite. And third is channel cats. I will eat from time to time Kokanee salmon or rainbow trout. But really my preference is pike, walleye, or channel cats. Use those rods for trout. How big do they get? Oh yeah, the rainbows in here, the biggest I've ever caught was around 5 pounds. They get to be 20 plus pounds in here though. Are you using downrigger, planer board, or just freelining? Right now we have one lead line out. The pole that you guys see is 18-pound Suffix Advanced lead core. On the other line we're just freelining 40-pound braid. I do have some planer boards we probably will bust out a little bit later. I don't use downriggers. I don't have downriggers on the boat, but I do use dipsy divers, jet divers, clip weights, lead core line. There's various different methods to get down. I can't get down much past 100 foot, but most of the water bodies around here, there's no fishing deeper than 100 foot. Right now we're over about 100 foot bottom. I'm marking some fish at about 25 foot right now. Ever been to the Sierra Nevadas? Been through there, Daniel. Never spent much time there, though. It's beautiful out. Wish for you some sun for you soon. Thanks, Samuel. Yeah, we should have some sun here. Sunrise is officially right about now. It's going to be fairly cloud covered until this afternoon, but I think the sun's supposed to poke out somewhere around noon. Fishing Planet Moose Lake. I'm not familiar with Moose Lake, where's that? Yeah, Jonathan, they get big. If I wanted to start boat fishing, is Walmart or Bass Pro better for kayaks? I don't know a whole lot about kayaks. Somebody in chat here will probably be better answering that for you. Something cheap? I would imagine probably Walmart is going to have a better deal, but Walmart or Amazon. Liked and sub. Appreciate that, Maggie Rose. Thanks for supporting the channel. Glad you're enjoying the stream so far. Good morning, Josie. Rod, good morning. Good luck. I appreciate that. How's your morning going, Josie? We just got in the water here. We're going to see if we can pull some stuff out here today. I'm just taking a quick peek at the deeper basin here to see if any kokanee look like they're going to come out and play before we head towards the southern end of the reservoir and do a little bit more shallow fishing, see if we can find some walleye today. Trout fishing is amazing in Sierra Nevada. It's all trout country. Okay, yeah, trout fishing is really big around here, Daniel. We're in fact just downstream from here is some of the best trout fishing in the world. Craig, Montana, on the Missouri River. People come from all over the world but mainly to fly fish for rainbow and brown. Gray Reef near Casper, Wyoming. I have not, Greg. Most of the fishing that I've done has been in Montana or Florida. I have a crush on Maggie. She's absolutely adorable. Is she? I don't know Maggie. I just woke up. You don't know yet. Still trying to decide how the day is. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm fishing. I'm stoked. You know me. Anytime I'm out here on the water, I'm having an awesome day. Come on, fish. You know what we need? We need a fish whistle. We have not yet blowing the fish whistle, I think it's time to call in some fishies. What's the best thing for fish you're going for? So the rainbow trout and the kokanee tend to like smaller presentations. Normally what I'll use are what I'm using right now, like a lake troll, which is a series of 4 Colorado blades. They spin in the water and they thump, they create a flash. That's an attractant. And then downline from there, typically I will use either a small crankbait, worm harness rig, which is like 2 hooks, some beads, and oftentimes like a little spinner, so like an inline spinner. Yeah, worm harness rigs, small crankbaits. Sometimes instead of the lake troll, I will use a dodger or a flasher, which are like a metal blade that wobbles in the water or spins in the water. But then the other species that we're targeting, walleye and pike, crankbaits tend to work better for them. Worm harnesses they will bite off of, but definitely crankbaits are more preferred. A lot of people this time of the year will stop and anchor or spot lock and jig for them though. Just, you know, a little lead jig head with a chartreuse and white, little paddle tail, or honestly, a lot of these fish will bite on almost anything if you can find them and get the lure in front of their face. What's up, Kenora? Welcome. You're right, people fly fish your state, but for bull trout, amazing fish, one of the best fly fishing states. Okay. Yeah, we have bull trout here in a handful of western Montana water bodies. They're restricted fishing. You have to have a special permit to fish for them. Do you ever just sit and fish with bait? Oh yeah, William. Yeah, sometimes we'll anchor up and jig, or you know, when I'm bank fishing, when I sit and wait. But oftentimes when I'm in the boat, I prefer trolling. You're able to cover more water, get your bait in front of more fish. Rather than sitting around and waiting for the fish to come to you, you go find the fish. Has a bass ever hit that? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, not in this water body. The one water body up from here has smallmouth bass in it, and the Missouri River below here has smallmouth bass in it. But I don't think there's smallmouth bass in this impoundment. Look at that view. Isn't it pretty, K-Hold? All right, we're gonna blow the fish whistle here. Call in our first fish of the day. And she's not cooperating. Showed my excuse me. Fish without a license, eh? If you're a child here in Montana, you can fish without a license. But other than that, it does require a fishing license, a state land use permit, and a conservation license. It costs about $37 a year to fish here. Gotta warm her up, she's clogged. Yeah. Well, she's unclogged now. Man. All right, here in a minute, I think I'm gonna get a second rig set up. I think I'm gonna set up a flasher and either a hoochie or a flasher, or excuse me, a dodger and a small spoon. Called every fish in the lake. I hope so. We had a little bit of luck our last stream at Ackley. We caught 2 fish, but we've had a real slow start to the year here in Montana so far. Out of 5 streams we've done, we've been skunked 3 out of the 5. This is our first time this year fishing Holter. Holter usually treats me all right, but this is the earliest in the year I've ever fished it. So we'll see. I don't know how well the bite's gonna be today. Yeah, I'm dying over here, Josie. What age limit? I think it's either 8 years old or 10 years old. I should probably check because the kiddo is 9 this year. I think it's 8 and below. They've been pulling monster 5-pound smallies out of Lake Michigan and Chicago. Oh, nice. Yeah, on, I don't know if you guys use Fishbrain or not. If you do, you can find me on there at Vox, V-O-X. In my area on the Missouri River, probably about 45 minutes north from where I live. There's where the Marias River runs into the Missouri River. They've been pulling out some really nice smallmouth bass around that area. Northeast, a while we fish Lake Ontario tributaries for migratory bounce, steelhead in the winter. It's a lot warmer visiting my daughter in Miami where we catch peacock and snook. I bet. Yeah, you're going from like polar extremes there, cold to warm. You need to come fish Canada, specifically northern Ontario. You'd shit yourself. So many people come in here from Ontario. Y'all are some hardcore fishermen over there in Ontario. I love it. One of these days, I would absolutely love to do some Canada fishing. Even just north of here, like Alberta area has some really good fishing. One of my favorite species to target is northern pike, and Canada is world renowned for some of the pike they produce. Dave, James, hey Casey, where are we? This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. Same place we did our Christmas stream from, Dave. Good morning, by the way. What's up, Outdoors with Skeeter? How you doing? Good morning, Skeeter. Added you on Fishbrain. All right, dog tags. All right, I see a pile of birds that are fishing over here, and this is kind of where I've hooked up quite a few times on Kokanee, right where this pile of birds is. Speaking of which, let's get a Dodger set up here. Let's see. We're gonna be fairly overcast, so let's do something bright. Maybe even UV. Should be using bright stuff and noisy stuff. You know what? I think I'm gonna go for I think we'll just go with a spade, Dodger, moon jelly, and silver. Ever catch sturgeon? Holy shit, they make pike seem like goldfish. We do have pallid sturgeon, shovel-nosed sturgeon, and there are still technically white sturgeon here in Montana, though they're almost extinct. Pallid sturgeon are also endangered. You're not allowed to purposefully fish for those, but oftentimes you do catch them as a bycatch when you're fishing for the shovel-nosed sturgeon. And I do, if you guys like sturgeon fishing, keep an eye out on the channel. Hit that sub button, come back in July-ish. That's usually when I head down to Loma, Fort Benton area, kind of again where the Marias runs into the Missouri, when the sturgeon are spawning. They're running up the river. And we catch some pretty good sized ones. They're not as big as the lake sturgeon and a lot of the sturgeon you'll get in other states. Uh-oh, yeah, it's, somebody typed .w. It's somewhere right around freezing, just under freezing. Tight Line's my new friend. I'm gonna start following you. I'm going out to drown some worms now at the local out and take stream where the state stock browns, rainbows, and golden on Thursday. Heck yeah, Greg, I appreciate the support. Go catch some fatties. That's what we're gonna try and do here today. I would love to catch a fat brown out of here. We might. We're headed down towards that end of the lake where they are known to be produced, so. .9 feels like 27. Rain 0 inches, wind 2.2 miles an hour, gusts to 6.7, pressure 1016. Hey Rod, are you on Duck Lake? James, welcome. No, we're on Holter Lake today. Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. We're in kind of the basin area right by the dam, and we're headed towards the river end of the impoundment right now. What's up, Emmanuel Wright? Welcome to the stream. Andy Mahabir. Hey, bud, watching from South Africa. Right on. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I bet your weather is a little bit warmer in South Africa. That says Wolf Creek. Yeah, Wolf Creek is right south of here. Southeast of here. Tiger trout. Not in this water body, but there are a handful, I want to say 2 or 3 water bodies. They just started a tiger trout program here in Montana year before last, I want to say it is. And I think there's 3 water bodies so far. It's a small program at the moment, but I think there's 3 water bodies that they've started stocking them, and they're probably all within 100 miles of here, if I recall correctly, or at least 2 of them are. I've never fished those water bodies though. They're smaller, more remote. A lot of the like golden, the lightning trout, and you know the more exotic things that they stock here in Montana. Some of them they stock in some pretty backcountry locations. All right, so we've picked our Dodger. Now I need to pick. Oh, I see. We'll probably run a hoochie behind it. Gotcha. How far is that from Glacier? We are about maybe 2 hours, 2.5 hours from Glacier National Park. Probably about 2 hours. Pretty close. Last year we fished, what is it? Flathead Lake, which is right on the edge of Glacier. How many deer? Oh, man, Josie, there were deer all over the damn place. There were deer in my yard when I went outside. There were deer right as I got onto the highway. There was kind of a big stretch where I didn't see many of them, but right as I took the last turn to come in here to Holter, this whole last like 3 miles, there were deer all over the damn place. Yeah, Flathead is one of the largest water bodies in Montana. In fact, it's one of the largest freshwater bodies in the continental U.S., I think. Yeah, we fished there for like a day and a half in the boat. I did one tiny little section. I'm in a little 16-foot flat bottom aluminum John, and that is very big water, and this is not a very big water boat. We did manage to catch, I caught my first 2 lake trout and my first pike minnow. And then the second day we about ended up at the bottom of the lake. The wind picked up, not very much, but just the wrong direction. and it was creating these huge, scary wells, or swells in the water. I wasn't digging it. Much warmer here, around 28 Celsius today. Yesterday was 31. That's hot, Andy. What's up, Prairie PD? Welcome, welcome. All right, let's pick our second lure here. Whoa. Not paying attention here, and my boat started turning. You're in Louisiana, it's very warm here. Oh, lucky. Yeah, it's supposed to start warming up, I think, here in the next week or two. I think it's supposed to start getting up into the 70s again. We did have 2 days. There was a 79 and like an 80, and now it's back to freezing again. Winter's not done with us yet. Used to take my 19-foot center console offshore down in Texas. You had to make damn sure the weather before you left. Oh yeah, that's incredibly dangerous. I'm scared of the ocean. I mean, even in the big lakes, you know, I always figure as long as I stay within a reasonable distance to the launch or to the shore, you know, if it gets too sketchy, I can always, you know, bump on over and tie up for, you know, an hour, 2 hours, whatever. But out there fishing in open ocean, you're out in the abyss. It sketches me out. What's up, John? Welcome, welcome. But I watch the weather. Any of these water bodies. This really, I mean, it's not really a lake boat. I fish the crap out of lakes with it, don't get me wrong. I fish this little boat everywhere, but not really a lake boat. It's more of a river boat than a lake boat. One of these days I'd like to pick up a bigger John, or excuse me, not a bigger John, either a Mod V or probably a deep V, so I could do some more lake fishing. Kiefer Kent, 2.4 miles an hour, green, orange, and silver. Well, what I was just gonna put on was Moon Jelly Dodger with a little worm harness rig that I tied up, a gold bead, chartreuse, a little hoochie, probably tipped with pink. 2.4, huh? Green, orange, and silver. I will find something. We'll run something like that. Green, silver, and orange. Do a lot of deep sea fishing out here. Gotta be spot on with the weather reports. Oh, I bet, Andy. I find it so hard. The weather reports, they change so often. And you look at 3 different sites and you have like 3 different ranges of, you know, forecasts that they're giving you. It drives me nuts. I'll look somewhere and, you know, one place is showing chances of like 25-mile-an-hour gusts. It's like, all right, well, I can't do that. And then I look at 2 other sites and they're both, you know, the consensus between those 2 is that it's going to be, you know, 10 or 12-mile-an-hour gusts peak. I was like, well, that's completely fishable. So that's what I have a hard time with, is finding, you know, a reliable data source. Fire Tiger? I do still have the Fire Tiger Berkeley Dredger on the line. Man, where did all these birds come from? Y'all see this shit? I don't know how well that shows up on the camera. Like hundreds of them all swooping along the surface of the water. Killing the king salmon on Lake Ontario using that speed and lure color. Okay, Kiefer Kent. Yeah, so the kings are a little bit bigger. They swim a little bit faster. The kokanee that we have here would be like if you have sockeye salmon. They will bite in warmer months, add a little bit faster, but normally I try to stick closer to 2 for the kokanee. Good Lord, these birds are everywhere. Keith, we're after kokanee salmon, rainbow trout, and walleye, though there are also brown trout, northern pike, yellow perch, mountain whitefish, lake whitefish, and a handful of other species that are in here as well. What's up, Les Nicholson? Welcome, welcome. We're at Holter Lake in central Montana. Pray for your enemies. Sorry I missed your comment before. Man, my finger's a little chilly. Move out your parents' house, get a real job. Larry. 30 years ago, my friend. You should probably thinking about doing the same there, Larry. What's up, Kenna Marie? Welcome, welcome. Good morning to you. Come on, fish. There were so many fish at the dock this morning. I almost didn't drive the boat out. We almost started the stream fishing from the dock. There were so many damn fish surfacing everywhere. Oh, Montana went on vacation in Ennis last year. Caught a monster cutthroat. Oh, heck yeah. Ennis that's kind of middle of nowhere, but heck yeah, cutthroat they're fun. I haven't caught a whole lot of cutthroat in my life. A lot of fly fishermen catch them, and a lot of the water bodies that I fish in just don't have them. I have caught a few of them though. Are fly fishermen touching shoulders? Yep, below. Angela, this morning it's a ghost town. It's pretty chilly, but I would imagine, yeah, they're they're everywhere. Apparently the upper arm of Holter here too, towards Gates, has been producing a lot of rainbows and browns. So we're kind of headed up that way. We're just leaving the basin area. We launched at the campground here, and we're headed down towards Log Gulch area, Split Rock. There's a couple of patches down here that I haven't mapped yet. And we're gonna go see if I can mark on some walleye. Fish have been pretty sparse so far this morning out here in the basin. I'm headed over more towards the eastern shoreline right now. We're gonna hit maybe, I don't know, we'll probably start in the 12 to 15 foot range. See if there's anything there. If not, we'll bump out to, 20, 25 foot. Good luck, brother. Enjoy the fishing. Oh, thanks, Kiefer Kent. Thanks for stopping by. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. Come back and fish with us. And hope you make it back out to Montana. It's an absolutely gorgeous place to visit and a wonderful place to fish most days. 25 degrees here in central North Dakota when F is spring and Abbott Prairie. Yeah, we went from 80 degrees a couple of days ago to the last few days it snowed again. It's, 28 degrees again. So Montana's trying. We're trying to end winter, but it's not done with us yet. What happened to the reef runners? We still have them. We may run reef runners today. I've not run them that many times for walleye. I'm sure walleye, if I can get it in front of them, will bite at it. But they're pretty deep divers. They're 27 foot-ish on just the line without any additional weight. All I have is the 800 series. I don't have any smaller ones. So if we're marking fish in those ranges, it'll definitely come out. But this morning we're running a, what do we have? Our lake troll and, what the hell did I put on the end of there? We're running, I don't remember what we're it'll come to me. On the other pole we're running a bandit shad. Walleye shad is what they're called. It's new to me. I just bought it the other day. I fished a bandit, 100, 200, 300, the walleye deeps. But this is a shad deep. I've never, a walleye shad in, like birthday cake or something like that. I forget what the hell it's called. Still going strong, I see. What's up? Be more business. Good stuff. I was out last night fly fishing, caught a few nice rainbows and a brown. Oh, heck yeah, be more. Congratulations. I've not caught a brown yet this year. We might today. We're headed up towards Log Gulch into the Split Rock, into the river channel area. I'm just gonna slowly troll up that way. And we'll see, maybe maybe there's some browns out. 11 rainbow, nice, Ben. How were you fishing for them? Just from the shore? Love walleyes, we call them freshwater cod, okay. Well, we have actual freshwater cod here. They're Burbot, ling, and they're actually in this water body, though I've never caught one trolling. Most of the time, people catch them during the colder months jigging for them, especially through the ice. I know a lot of them are caught below Hauser Dam, and I think some below Holter Dam as well, from bank fishermen. Salmon eggs, peach is the best. I don't have any eggs. All of my damn eggs rode around in my tackle box too long over the last couple of years and spent way too many hot days in the back of my truck. At the beginning of the season, I took them out and haven't replaced them yet. They're just mush. There's no way to keep them on a hook or in a bait bag. Burbot, also known as poor man's lobster. Yep. Fish whistle time, Prairie. We had a clogged fish whistle this morning, and I ended up blowing her real hard to try and get it unclogged. So we're good on the fish whistle for a little while. We need a fish. Fishing 748. There's again saying weak. Is that like the only word in your vocabulary? Weak? Catch any women? J-Man bro, so nope, no women today. We're just after the fish. Ben, we use power bait. Okay, so you're bank fishing. Nice. Particular color that was working or just any of them? Josie with the kaleidoscope glasses. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Josie. I appreciate your support. Toot toot time. Oh man, it's chilly out here. I gotta keep my hands in my pockets. I might have to bust out some of my hot hands here. What's up, meme? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. What do y'all think? What do you think is the first fish we're gonna catch today? Are we gonna get skunked, or do you think we'll catch rainbow, kokanee, walleye, perch, pike? What do you think's first on the menu here? Bust out a rail, that'll warm me up. We don't need to be that warm. Walleye day for sure. Yeah, this overcast. The last few times we've been out, it's just been sunny. Way too sunny. Today is our first overcast day, but that just means it's gonna be chilly. In fact, it's colder right now than it was when I got here this morning. And I just felt a snowflake in my eyeball, so it is also snowing. So that's happening. That's cool. Walleye's the only answer? All right, well, that was kind of the game plan today. I wanted to take one little pass through the basin area, see if kokanee or rainbow were spotting down there. We did mark some stuff down there, but nothing too impressive. So we're headed down, if you guys look at a map of Holter, we're headed from the dam area down the eastern edge right now. There's kind of some rocky piles over here. Plus it's a section that I have not yet mapped. In fact, speaking of which, start our recording. All right, there's some fish down at 80 foot, sitting just suspended off about a 90-foot bottom. Interesting. Too windy here in Nodak. Yeah, it's supposed to be a fairly moderate for wind today, according to the forecast, but we'll see. The forecasts have been so wrong the last few times we've been out. You ever run nightcrawler harnesses? Yeah, PA Sportsman. In fact, I was just going to throw on a hoochie rig. This is more kokanee centric. But yeah, I have a bunch of worm harnesses tied up. There's some of them. They're a little bit dirty. These are like a variation of a pill popper. That's kind of a walleye rig. This is my double wedding ring rig. We have another wedding ring rig. There's another chartreuse popper. Another wedding ring rig. Another wedding ring rig. Just different blades on these guys. But these are all worm harness, worm spinners. A couple more hoochies down here. We have a fly. And I've got 2 or 3 other... Oh man, that's chilly. My fingers are turning to ice cubes instantly. Put them behind a bottom bouncer. Yeah, so I have not been successful much in the lakes with bottom bouncers. My problem is my low speed in neutral. I need to mess with my jet reverse gate. My low speed is usually about 2 miles an hour. Sometimes I get to be about 1.8. And unless I'm throwing on, 3-4 ounce, like some pretty heavy bottom bouncers, I don't ever touch bottom. I'm trolling too fast. Most bottom bouncers, usually when I use them and they're effective, is in the rivers, like when I'm going upstream. I can often keep them on bottom. But I struggle oftentimes. I need to get a electric trolling motor. You ever rig those with spinning glows? Yeah, I have a couple of spinning glows rigged up, on one of my other tackle buddies. Pond Fisher said hi. What's up, Pond Fisher? Welcome back. Get some cool people in here also. Appreciate that, Scott. Yeah, we do have usually a pretty good group of people in here. Lots of other fishing channels come and hang out. Lots of people that just enjoy fishing, you know, camping outdoors. But there's usually a pretty good group in here. What are we at? 51 thumbs up. Let's go. That's not too shabby. We've been streaming 55 minutes, so we got 51 thumbs up in 55 minutes. That's not bad. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. For those joining, we're at Holter Lake here in central Montana. We're fishing for Kokanee salmon, rainbow trout, walleye. There's a chance for northern pike, yellow perch, brown trout. Looks cold there, good luck. It is chilly, stay fishy Redmond. Scoby fishing, 53 now. Thanks, Scobo. Yeah, this is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. There's a series of dams on the Missouri River after Three Forks where it starts. You got Canyon Ferry, Hauser, and then Holter. Well, Upper Holter and then Lower Holter. And we're in Lower Holter right now. I always give you a thumbs up when I come in. If I figure I can always take it back later if it sucks. That is true. That is true. I'm gonna bust out, I gotta dig them out of my bag here. I have those hot hands things, the little hand warmers. I'm gonna grab one and throw it in my pocket so I can keep my fingers from turning into ice cubes today. Hot hands super warmer. Up to 18 hours of heat. Ready to use, air activated. Alrighty. Bust this guy open. Give her a little shaky shake. Tequila helps. Probably. Nice scenery out there, man. Thanks, Scott. It is real pretty out here. As much as I would prefer that it wasn't snowing right now, it's actually kind of nice. Snow was not in the forecast today, by the way. But it is currently snowing. What's up, Isaac? Welcome. Silla Slockman, welcome to the stream. There's some unk going crazy on the stream next to this. Oh yeah, Scobo. YouTube Live is full of that. There's some strange people on YouTube. I'll give a like to anyone out there in the cold for my entertainment. Well, I appreciate that, K-Hold. We're trying to catch some fish. I don't know, I don't often fish in the snow, so I don't know how that impacts the bite. I guess we'll see. You ever been to Colorado before? It's beautiful up there. I've been through Colorado a few times. I've never really spent much time in Colorado though. But yeah, very beautiful. A lot of the scenery is quite similar to Montana in places. Need one of those long fireplace lighters for cold finger days. For sure, Anon. That would actually work pretty good. Which one is next to this? So this is Holter, and then one up is Hauser, and then one up is, or are you talking about the crazy Unk stream? Larry, this is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir in central Montana. It's just outside of a small town called Wolf Creek or Craig, Montana. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River. Scott, yeah, there's scobo fishing. You're right, it's a very bad habit. It's supposed to be 80 degrees here today. Larry, you're lucky. I think forecast is like low to mid 40s here. 39.2, light freezing rain. Max wind 8.9. Oh, now it calls for 0.2 inches of precipitation. Yeah, we are legit snowing here. I don't know how well that shows up on the stream there, but we're in a bit of a flurry right now. I remember it snowing as late as May 11th when I was a young kid. Yeah, we get that sometimes in Montana here. Usually give every stream I'm gonna go a thumbs down if it's a girl just talking or someone just sitting talking. Oh, or like a camera pointed at the ceiling fan as somebody talks in the background. Those are my favorite. If there's fishing, I give a thumbs up. In the cold fishing. Gotta get back to work. Good luck out there today. Like, comment, sub, notifications on. I'll catch you on the next one. Heck yeah, Scott. We marathon stream, so we'll be here probably for the next 12 to 15 hours if we don't get blown off or snowed off here. I don't know. The forecast didn't call for a blizzard, but it's Montana, so you never know. But otherwise, we'll catch you on the next one, Scott. ELC Outdoors. Good luck. Thanks, ELC. Any pike in that reservoir? Theo, there aren't a lot of them. Last year, I think we had two on the line, 2 or 3 at this water body. Normally, when I pike fish, I fish north of here, a reservoir called Pishkin Reservoir. They're in here, they're in Hauser, they're in Canyon Ferry. There are some big ones. There's just not a lot of them. Pishkin is just loaded with them. See you later, good luck. Thanks, Kobo Fishing. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Rapture ready. Where you at? Central Montana, Holter Lake. Gladly swap out with you. Fishing for lake trout. Larry, unfortunately, there aren't lake trout in here. We do have rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, northern pike. The state record walleye comes out of this water body. There's a few other things. Yellow perch, whitefish, a couple of different kinds of suckers. See how low the visibility is in the background? Yeah, it just like a cloud formed right on top of us. Should move up shallow at some point so we can check out the scenery and you can catch spawning walleyes. Ah, damn it, I just got another snowflake in the eye. What? How big do my glasses need to be to protect me from snowflakes? Yeah, Prairie, we'll head up a little shallower. I'm just, again, there were a couple of patches here that I have not mapped yet, and I wanted to try and bump through those. We're past them now, though. Snowing in Montana, yeah. It was 80 degrees here 3 days ago. That's Montana. There's a saying around here, if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. And I ain't lying, there will be days where you will literally have all 4 seasons in one day. Close to 90 here today. Good money to feel that cold and snow. Now I even want a cigarette and don't smoke. MSV. Yeah, I do, but when you're cold, you can always do things to warm up. When you're hot, there ain't a whole lot of things you can do to cool down. So when it gets extremely hot, it's pretty uncomfortable. I agree. Brady, I appreciate the sub there. Thanks for supporting the channel. Good luck. Have a good day. Thanks, ELC. Sorry if I'm missing any chats here. I'm trying to catch them all. American Spirit Mellow Menthol, the lime green Rapture. What's going on with the snow? Crazy time of the year. Yeah, Johnny. It was not in the forecast today. It was supposed to start warming up at like 10 or 11 and get up to like 40. Now it's snowing, so I don't know. Parliament lights? No, they're the American Spirits. Lake Gary Lee, what's up, buddy? Good luck. Thank you. Good morning. You ever catch the infamous trouser trout? Oh, maybe once or twice. We've been live just over an hour, 66 minutes, Lake Erie Lee. No bites yet. It just started snowing about 15 minutes ago. It is legit winter wonderland over here right now. Not what I had planned for the stream here today. The land's disappearing in the background. We're basically in a cloud right now. We're up here in the Rocky Mountains. We're right near the Continental Divide, so it's fairly high elevation here. This thing is nice. I think I might bust open 2 of these. Here in Florida, you need protection from an entirely different kind of snowflake. Yeah, I don't know what works for those kind of snowflakes. 60 and sunny is always the best. Hello from Cleveland. What's up, Hill? You're lucky. Winter decided to come back today. This is not what I had planned for today's stream. Larry Triplet with the 100. Thank you, Larry. I appreciate your support. What's the barometric pressure have to do with it? The barometric, oh yeah, so the barometric pressure can throw off the fish's feeding cycle. High pressure often will bring them up in the water. Low pressure forces them down. It fucks with their equilibrium. Sometimes, you know, if there's extreme changes, it can really affect the bite. I know that when there's an extreme upward change, I think it is, like when a storm system is moving in, you know, the day before, the hours before a storm, your pressure rises, and it oftentimes will trigger a really good bite. But we're kind of in we've had a storm system coming that's been running through here the past like 3 days or so. It's snowed on and off in central Montana. So probably not the greatest bite today. You never know though. They definitely aren't digging what we're throwing down right now. We haven't been marking a lot of fish. We really haven't found the fish yet. I'm hoping they're hiding up here in the river section, kind of in the more shallow water. Central Montana, this is Holter Lake. Down here in Texas, it's 90 already. Lucky, Julian. Ojibwa, welcome, welcome. Alex Rail said hello. Welcome, Alex. How you doing today? I just read that an 18-pound walleye was caught there in 2024. Yeah, the state record walleye comes out of here, and it was caught kind of towards the area that we're going. We're still a couple of miles out, though. It'll take us an hour or so to get all the way up there. Yeah, if you type dot record walleye, I think it was 37 and a half inches. No, not 37, 32 and a half inches, 33 and a half inches. But yeah, something like 17 or 18 pounds. Just under 18, I think. Well, I couldn't imagine seeing one that big. Oh, heck yeah. Now, I've caught some long ones. Last year or year before, I caught, it was just shy, I think, 30 inches in the Missouri River, kind of down towards Great Falls I was trolling. but haven't really caught much big the last couple of years. We've caught quite a few walleye. Nothing too chunky in this area. Oh, just over 18 pounds. There you go. 18.02 pounds, 32.25 inches. 2021. Yeah, my PB's just under 30 inches, but it was long and fairly skinny. It was not a fat fish. It was like 6 pounds, 6 something. Good sized walleye, don't get me wrong, but not a true monster. I want an 18 pounder. I'll take an 18 pound anything. That's a fun fish. All right, so this is ridiculous. I'm legit, I've just scraped up enough snow off of my seat to make a snowball. What the hell? It was not supposed to snow today. Welcome y'all, get some snacks, drinks, hang out a while, rods, fishing, Montana, Holter Lake. Thanks, Josie. So have you decided yet how your day is, Josie? Or are you still pondering? Oh, this is ridiculous. Snowing. Hopefully this clears up. Otherwise, today could be an interesting day. Good after seeing your snow. It's not near that cold. Well, I'm glad I've improved your day, and even if it's just a tiny bit. All right, so we're a little bit shallower now. We're over about 25-foot bottom. Still not marking many fish. As I pan around here, you should be able to see some of these houses. We're pretty close up to the bank. And there's just houses dotting all along here. Uh-oh. Somebody got put in the corner. Thank you, Josie. All right. Oh, the plug, that's what's on here, the neon plug. Okay, so they're not digging the plug. Let's swap out the plug. After I warm my hands here, good God. Well, I'm gonna open a second one of these hot hands here. Give me a second. I need one for each pocket. Cold feels so much colder when there's wet. When the wind picks up, or again, if it starts getting moist out, the cold feels so much colder. Cold for you, amigo. Thanks, Born. Braxton, a little seasonal today. Yeah, this was not in the forecast for today. Ronald, it's just under it's like 24, 26 degrees, something like that. All right, let's swap this plug out, I think. All right. These lake trolls have quite a bit of drag on them. All right. Good Lord, that's long. All right, so what I'm gonna swap on there instead is a worm harness rig, chartreuse, green, a little max blade on the top, and we're gonna throw probably half a night crawler on there. If my fingers will work here, they're a little bit frozen. Oh. Man, it's chilly out here. We'll see. I don't know how good my crawlers are. We've had these kicking around for a few weeks now. Oh wow, we're really shallow. They're not bad. Blizzard bit with the 100. Appreciate the support there, Blizzard. How you doing? Looks like the snow will hang around till at least 2 p.m. Oh, dang, really? Full night crawler? All right, Lee. And I am also going to, being as it is so gloomy out, we're going to bust out one of the scents. And I'm going to get the Lake Troll little squirt. Whoa, really shallow. Sorry if I'm missing chat here, you guys. I'm trying to get our line back out. So what I'm throwing out there is our worm harness rig. Got our crawler dangling from the end. See if that'll get something coming here. All right, I just opened up the bail on there, turned on the clicker, so it will pull out a bit here and there. Let out a little bit more line and it should start feeding itself. Oh. What's up, Batty? Snow, what the heck? That's what I'm saying, Blaster. It wasn't supposed to snow today. Apparently now it is. That small blade troll rig looks good for Kokanee. Just got to find them. Yeah, they're in here, Anon. I was actually looking. I suspect I've never really fished up past Split Rock here in the river mouth very much. But I suspect that there's some deeper parts out in there, 50, 70 foot. I think that they're probably hanging up that way. Is there really a place called Montana? Radio Nut? Yeah, it's one of the largest states in the United States. Okay, I checked 2 different weather apps. It says snow until 9 a.m. The other one says snow until 2. That's what I'm saying. None of that. Everyone you look at is going to tell you something completely different. It's like I'm pretty sure whoever does the Montana weather is throwing a fucking dart at a dartboard. Where are you at? Central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. Ooh. Freezing fingers. Better catch something. That's what I'm saying, cool. Do you like cheese and tomato, salt, pepper on toast? Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, Matthew. Yeah, I mean, it's snowed a decent amount so far. That's just on the boat in the last half hour. Must be fishing for great northern pike or maybe muskie. They called muskie the fish of the 1,000 casts. There's no muskie in here. There are northern pike, walleye, kokanee salmon, rainbow trout, brown trout, yellow perch. There's a bunch of different stuff in here. we're headed up towards an area called Log Gulch, and then past Log Gulch is Split Rock, and then once you get past Split Rock, you're basically back in the Missouri River. So we're gonna go up towards the river end of the reservoir. Snow in April, yes, Ben, it is. It was 80 degrees like 3 or 4 days ago. Now we're back to 22 degrees or 24. You can make a snow cone if you get hungry, probably, Erie. You know, this, I could actually. This Atlas Mike's Lunker oil, the Kokanee scent. I don't know if any of y'all have ever had this and smelled this. I opened it up the first time I went to use it, and my mouth started just watering. It's like the most delicious vanilla smell. And I thought about tasting it because it just smells so good, but it does say not to eat it on the bottle, so I decided against it. It might kill me, but I could probably make a pretty sweet snow cone here with my vanilla flavoring. Gay Rider, yeah, or Gary, yes, we're walleye, kokanee, and trout fishing. We're headed up the eastern shoreline here. We're at about, kind of ranging between 20 and 25 foot depth. Not marking a whole lot of fish yet. I suspect that they're gonna be at the river's mouth end. If it wasn't so cold, I'd pull the poles in and just buzz down there, but I'm already freezing. I don't need to add 20-mile-an-hour wind on top of it. Good morning, have a great day. Good luck fishing today. What are you out using for bait? So we just put out a crawler harness, chartreuse. And it's got a full crawler on there. And on the other line, we're actually running a crankbait, a bandit walleye shad, or shad walleye shad. And we are doing 2.1 miles an hour. We got a little bit of a wind at our back, so we're going a little bit fast. Oh, chilly. When you're trolling for trout, do you just randomly troll or look for different structures, underwater things? Richard, oftentimes when you're on a new water body, you're just kind of meandering around looking for where the fish are schooling. You will, after time, notice that there are going to be areas that hold more fish, and then oftentimes once I find the fish, if you follow that same contour or find similar terrain, you'll find more fish. So there is some randomness to it, but typically once you get to know a water body better, you'll find a few key points that just hold fish. And that's kind of what we're looking for right now. Most of the time that I fish this water body, I fish down the basin area, down by the dam. We're doing something a little bit different today. Because the deeper waters just have not been producing many fish for me in our last few outings. We're headed more up towards the river and the shallow end of the reservoir, which has some more rocky bottom, you know, steeper drop-offs, cliffs, more stuff that I think typically will hold walleye and pike. It's also going to be warmer this time of the year. The surface temperature here is actually 48 degrees. It's a little bit warmer than it typically would be this time of the year. We had a fairly mild winter here. But for trout, sorry, to answer your question, rainbow trout oftentimes are going to be found in the top, 1 to 10 foot of the water column. They just kind of hang there. This time of the year, they're actually spawning, so they'll be up in even shallower water, more towards the banks. Brown trout can kind of be all over the place. they tend to be more like in a reservoir like this, the river end rather than the deeper basin. And they're a fish that you, in my experience, you know, trolling, I've pulled them out deeper than I would a rainbow. I usually will troll faster for them. Brown trout's a more aggressive version of a trout. They'll go after bigger baits. They'll chase things, you know, that are running faster. Pulled 36 walleye in 2 days fishing Michigan. Heck yeah, Gary, that's some good fishing. I've had a couple of days out there like that walleye fishing at Hauser, the next reservoir up from here. Bank fishing though, I've never had a good day like that on the boat. Where in the world are you that's snowing? North Pole? Central Montana, PWT. Appreciate the sub there, Official Codeine. Thanks for supporting the channel. Glad you're enjoying the stream. I'd love to have one of them houses in the background. Can't imagine the view they must have. Ah, yeah, these poor bastards. Look at this one. There's a new one that this hasn't been sided yet. The whole goddamn side of the house is windows. The only thing that sucks about most of these is like they're all on like these steep ass inclines. But there are worse fates one could suffer. Here, let me pan around. This house over here is real nice. Off that Timberland Ridge behind and left where it comes into the lake looks good. Hey, no, I'm not sure where you're talking about. Timber, please quit helping me autocorrect. Andella Padella, the brown trout in that water are mutants, man. I think I've only ever caught one brown out of Holter. And I was bank fishing, not boat fishing. Most of what I catch out of here is rainbow trout and Kokanee salmon. From time to time, I'll pull walleye in. What the hell was that? Felt weird. Oh, wait. Yeah, there's the house. That's what I was trying to show. This guy, this brown guy right there. It's all, they haven't put siding on there yet. I don't know, there's some pretty nice houses in here. Pike in UK go up nearly 50 pounds. How big they get there? 37 pounds, I think, is the 37 and some change is the state record here in Montana for pike. Walleye opens May 1st here, definitely shallow this time of year. As it warms up, they'll move out deeper and deeper. Okay, Lee. We're using 1 ounce jig with 4-inch body bait, tipped with minnow, jigging. Gary, all the places that I've been that people have been pulling in walleye so far this year, everybody was either fishing from the shore and jigging, or they're in a boat and they're basically anchored, you know, spot locked up 10 feet from the shore, casting at the shore. Again, jigging. So everybody's catching them shallow. I can't troll in super shallow water like that. We're running just my jet boat here. I get snagged up and lose too much shit trying to super shallow troll. But we are gonna try today. Once we get down here to where I suspect most of the walleye are gonna be, I'm gonna try probably around the 12 to 15 foot area. We'll have to throw some shallower stuff on here. It's kind of a rocky shoreline with, you know, fairly steep drop off. But it drops off and then there's kind of a shelf at about 15 foot. Spring walleye night bite is fire. Horace, none so far. Smallmouth bass on fire right now. Shiners, circle hook with a drop shot. Okay. River bank fish near Hauser Dam for the rest area a mile or two down from there. Andella, I've only fished under Hauser once. Me and my son went down there and fished for a few hours. It seems like every time I decide to come out and try and bank fish in this area, the wind just goes stupid on me. And that particular day, the gusts started going 20, 25 miles an hour. It was just miserable. Stabilizing the slope on your lot probably costs as much as building the house on some of those lots. Oh, 100% ain't on, and in a lot of cases, potentially more. John Mason, Indianapolis. I bet your nuts are shrunk up so cold. Not so much. It's just my fingertips. That's what gets cold. Waxed them last weekend. Right on. We're fishing Detroit River. These are Lake Erie resident fish. I see so much of the walleye content on YouTube is Lake Erie, you know, and the Great Lakes over there. Y'all have some excellent walleye fishing. We do too here in Montana. I've never been all that successful from a boat walleye fishing. I've always had much better luck shore fishing for walleye. But we're trying. Check your rod. Yeah, we're running a lake troll there. The drag is fairly light on it. If there was a fish on there, you'd hear it. Waxed them last weekend. Heck yeah. Beautiful country. Up here, these lakes up in the mountains here in central Montana and western Montana are just absolutely breathtaking. And it's interesting to see snow this time of the year, especially a fresh coat of it. I'm not too bad. It was like hardcore. We had like a little mini blizzard. A cloud settled on us, and I got like, I don't know, a half an inch of snow on the boat in 45 minutes. The snow has pretty much stopped. The temperature feels like it's immediately came up probably 5 degrees. I do still see a sporadic snowflake here and there, but it looks like the snow has mostly stopped. No, if there was something on this rod, you'd hear it. You'll hear it zip, it'll pull. Drag is set at probably like 3 pounds. We're running on here a lake troll, which is 4 hammered brass blades that spin and they kind of create a thump and a flash in the water. And then behind that, we're running a fluorocarbon leader and a worm harness rig in chartreuse with a full night crawler on the end of it. Yeah, I'll have to pan around you guys, show you this one. This cabin is basically built on stilts. It's butted right up next to the water. How's it going? Looking a little chilly? We're doing good. We haven't caught any fish yet. But yeah, it decided to snow on us. Oh, but anyways, the lake troll, that thumping, it creates quite a bit of drag in the water, and it also creates a very odd, you don't have a steady like bounce on the rod like you would if you were running a crankbait. All the blades spin at different times, so it creates kind of an erratic bounce, which is also, it imparts that action into your lure, so it causes your lure to, you know, kind of hop around in the water. So it looks like you have a bite, but you don't. You'll know it, you'll hear it. You'll see me leap when we get a bite. Hard to please guy. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir in central Montana. Just outside of a town called Wolf Creek, Montana, or Craig, Montana. All right, I need to bust open a dew. We need to find some damn fish. I haven't been marking fish for like a mile. We were marking more fish out in the deeper water, which is crazy. They should be up shallow. What's the rod behind you with the bobber for? Perch? Yeah, I brought that one for perch, or if I want to throw on a jig and drift and try and hit some walleye. It's just a clip bobber. Yeah, if we can't catch nothing else, it'll be perch time towards this afternoon. Nothing else is biting. I do know where there's almost always a pile of perch hanging out. They're not my favorite thing to fish for. And it depends on how windy it is as to how successful we'll be. Yeah, so this house we're passing right here, I'll pan around. You guys can see it set like literally right in the bottom, right on the lake. Like literally you step out your door and you're in the lake. Crazy. No bass in this water. Hard to mark them if they ain't real shallow. If they're real shallow. That's true, Andella. Your cone is very small in the shallow water. It doesn't get a chance to expand. I don't see shit on my side scan either, though, which usually you can see a little bit better in the shallows. See the rod go in the water? That does happen sometimes. We've lost one rod on stream. Our very last trip of last year. After like 20 minutes after I made the comment that, man, we really haven't lost much gear this year. And then 20 minutes later, we dump a $250 rig in the water. Big whitetail there. Oh yeah, there's huge whiteys here, Gary. Gotta go feed the animals. They get bitchy when breakfast is late. Don't care if you're trying to watch fishing. You must have cats, Anon. Mine threatened to kill me. I'm pretty sure if it would only take a few hours of irritating some of them and they might just try to eat me. They wouldn't even wait for me to die. Glenn, yeah, it just dumped like half an inch on us. It stopped. Oh, I mean, it's kind of, there's a few stray snowflakes falling, but it mostly stopped. Hey, KOH, welcome to the stream. I caught a rod last trip, not yours though, it was in Snake River. No, this was, yeah, this was in the basin. That rod's 100 foot down in the bottom. Scuba diver might pull it out someday. I've caught a rod river fishing a couple of times. I don't know if I've ever pulled one up on a troll though. I pulled up all sorts of shit, weird shit on trolls, but never a fishing pole. We're getting closer. We're almost down. We probably have, I don't know, maybe half a mile till we get to Log Gulch. And once we get to the Log Gulch area, we're pretty much in the walleye territory. So probably about another, I don't know, 20 minutes till we get down that far. They should be all along this wall though. We're honestly in pretty decent looking water right now. Welcome back, Yasin. Welcome to the stream, Andre. No, not so far, Andre. We've been live for an hour and a half. About 90 minutes, no fish so far. We did just switch one rig over to a worm harness rig in chartreuse. Larry, it's Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. And if you look it up, Holter Lake is actually 3 separate water bodies. You have, well, 3 separate sections. Holter Lake, Lower Holter Lake is where we launched the boat. That's where the dam is, the big basin. We're headed towards Upper Holter Lake, and then there's a river section that kind of separates the two. So we're headed towards the south end of the main lake. Noble Varghese, welcome to the stream. How you doing, Noble? No problem, Larry. Yeah, this is typically, again, this is where the state record walleye comes out of, and it's one of the better kokanee fishing spots in central Montana. Some of the biggest kokanee I've ever seen have come out of here. And I have it on good sources that there have been multiple bigger than the state record kokanee that have been pulled out of here in the last few years. But that they just never made it to the official scale because the dude who's been catching them doesn't want to kill them. He wants them to go back in and breed. Get bigger. 32, almost 32 and a half inches and just over 18 pounds. It was caught, I think, 5 years ago here. JT, you look cold as hell. We're a little chilly. I have these hot hands in my pockets here, so my fingers aren't ice cubes anymore. Good morning, let's go. What's up, Danucci? Welcome, welcome. To be honest, you said big whitetail and really got my attention. Oh, Larry, we have some world-class whiteys here in Montana. Big muleys, too, but whiteys, I've always preferred the whitetail horns. I haven't hunted in years, but man, I've seen some gnarly whiteys come out of here in Montana. Oh, there's some trout feeding on the surface. That was just a little guy. A few years ago, I saw this super atypical whitey, just a monstrous rack, still in velvet, and all these like knobs, just these like weird growths. Absolutely bizarre looking, but just thick and big. One of the wildest looking whiteys I've ever seen in my life. In fact, I've got a whole herd of whiteys that just about this time of the year they start coming back. And they graze in my backyard on a nightly basis. Got a handful of decent sized bucks, but no monsters in that herd. Not yet, at least. Record walleye was caught May 10th, trying to figure out where on the lake it was. It's all hills in the background, no houses. All hills in the background, no houses. Almost certainly up in the river stretch where we're headed. We'll be there. We'll be at Log Gulch in probably about 20 minutes, and then we'll be at Split Rock in probably another 20 minutes. And then from Split Rock on is basically the Missouri River system again. It's still deeper water, but it's, you know, the twisty, windy through the canyon rather than the big open basins here. And that's where most of the bigger trout come out of that walleye come out of that I'm aware of. Where's the fish? We're still looking, Dave. I haven't marked much of anything. I want to try running up a little more shallow again. I have been seeing some rainbows poking their heads up, so we do have some rainbow activity at the surface. Is that mono or fluorocarbon? I actually, so this line is running lead core. We're running 18-pound Suffolk Advanced lead core. We have about 2 colors out right now. And I use a fluorocarbon leader on pretty much everything I run. On the other line, I run, or other rod, I'm running 40-pound Suffolk Advanced braid. They're super line. I don't run mono for anything anymore, and anything that I'm running fluoro is usually a leader anywhere from 6 inches to 36 inches in some cases. I know a lot of people troll with mono. I don't. Everything's braid. Dave James, you tell me. I'm following the ducks right now. They're over here fishing. If they're finding bait fish, there might be some bigger stuff in there. Oh, look at that, 108 thumbs up. Y'all are awesome. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. Been a little slow so far this morning. We did get snowed on for a bit. We're still kind of, you can see how low the visibility is right now. We're still kind of basically just, we had a cloud come and set down on us. Dumped like half an inch of snow on us. Weather is supposed to warm up a little bit from what I understand this afternoon. But we'll have to see. The forecast wasn't that accurate because it said nothing about snow, so I don't know how wrong it's going to be about everything else. Can't stand braid anymore. It cuts through itself on my bait caster reels and it becomes a masculine with bird's nest. Huh, yeah, I use braid on everything. I don't use bait casters other than, again, these are technically the same style as a bait caster. I only use these for trolling, and I don't ever cast them out. I thumb it, I open the bail, and we, drop it down either with a clip weight or the tension of, the drag on whatever lure I'm pulling. Only fluorocarbon. Okay. Yeah, I've got 4 lead rods that I use for trolling and 4 braid rods that I use for trolling. Today we just have 2 of the leads and 2 of the braids, and then one of my spinning reels, just in case we want to try and do some perch or jigging at some point today. For the time being, we're just trolling over towards the area that I think is going to be holding some more fish. Victor, welcome to the stream. E-bike, appreciate the sub there. Thanks for supporting the channel, my friend. For those of you guys who are new to the channel, we marathon stream here. So we put the boat in and stream started at just as the sun was cracking over the horizon. And if weather permits, we will probably be loading the boat back on the trailer sometime around dusk or after. So we typically stream 12, sometimes 15 plus hours. There's a few fish. 20, 25 foot. They're not really deep enough for any of them. I'm gonna let out a little bit more here. We'll just open the bail and let some out. My girlfriend and I found the big ones yesterday, all 14 or 15 inch on medium-sized wedding rings. Black and yellow panther martin. Okay. Any particular color on the wedding rings? We just threw down basically a Walleye popper worm harness rig. We might throw on a wedding ring here at some point. We're running a crankbait on the other side and a worm harness on this side. Lord, yeah, I just let it smoke. It's American Spirit Elemental. You guys don't use dipsy divers out there? Not a lot of people here do. I do run from time to time. Usually I use them when I'm trying to get deeper. Today we're running a little shallow. We're only over 22-foot bottom right now. But yeah, I have 2 or 3 of each of the sizes. Here in a little bit, I'm probably going to put the lead pull away and pull out some planer boards. Try and get away from the boat. With as shallow as we're running, I'm trolling right now with a jet outboard, a 75 horsepower old 2-stroke. And the mic cuts out a lot of the rumblies from the motor, but it's a fairly loud motor. It's not calm. So I suspect when we're running shallow like this, especially this time of the year, we're probably spooking so many fish. So we'll probably swap over to some planer boards here in a little bit and see if maybe that's the ticket. But yeah, I do. I have a bunch of dipsy divers. If I were trying to get, down 40, 60 foot, I'd be running some dipsy divers. Anything shallower than that, I typically will use snap weights. Pink and orange tipped with night crawler. Okay, Coast Sider, I appreciate the tip. That's kind of in fact, that's what I'm running. We already basically have what you're talking about rigged up right here. Pink and orange wedding ring, pink blade. I have this one rigged up as a spinner. But yeah, just a little chunk of a crawler. So instead of 2 hooks, this one's just a single hook on a swivel so it can spin. And then I'm running that behind just a old school pink Max flashlight. Central Montana, Lord. Yeah, maybe we should throw this down instead of the crankbait while we run towards the walleye area here. They're using sonar or something. Yeah, I'm running a Lowrance Elite FS9. It has down scan, side scan. Not marking a whole lot of fish. But again, we're normally when you see me streaming, it's not often I zip from spot to spot. I troll. We're not in a hurry to get anywhere. I'm usually mapping because some of these water bodies don't have maps already. So I'm just out here meandering along. We'll get to where we're going eventually. All right, we're gonna reel this crank in and throw that wedding ring harness out. Perch power bait, it's a secret bait. I might have a jar of power bait here. I normally don't troll with power bait. It doesn't stay on the hook real well with trolling. Normally a power bait is, you gotta put it on either every cast or you're, bottom fishing with it. All right, so we're taking off our, we're taking out of the water our bandit walleye shad. And we're gonna throw a neck crawler. Oh, we have crawlers out already. On this worm harness rig here. Oh, here comes the snow again. That's awesome. All right. Oh, good Lord. Welcome back, Mia. Wonder Bread, there you go, Wonder Bread. I kept trying to call it freaking birthday cake. Grumpy Bass, what's up? Good morning. How you doing? Hey, Alexandra, welcome, welcome. Today's live stream brought to you from Antarctica, right? All right, I'm just letting some drag out on that one. Hope we don't get to where we're going today. Mama said I'm probably going to hell. Well, you'll find out when you get there, Anon. Where are you? Fish on? No, no fish. I'm just letting out some drag on the second pole. We're gonna let that one out to around 100 foot, so a little over 3 colors. No, I oftentimes when I'm trolling, instead of holding my thumb on the bail the whole time, I will open the bail up and just turn the clicker on, and the drag of the lure, or the weight, or in this case the leaded line, slowly spools out. So you'll hear zzz, just kind of a steady click as it's running out. Does the motor always smoke that much? A lot of that is steam, because it's below freezing right now. But yeah, it does always smoke quite a bit. It's old 2-stroke, so you mix your oil with the gas. And she runs a little bit rich. OD Green, no, we haven't caught anything yet today. We just swapped out the crankbait that we were running for a worm harness rig. Now here's a couple people fishing from the shore over here. We are officially to the Log Gulch boat ramp, I believe. Forgot it was 2-stroke. I just never noticed it before. Yeah, I get a lot of it looks way more dramatic than it actually is, because a lot of that is just heat. car exhaust always, or you know, motor exhaust always looks more dramatic when it's cold outside. But it does smoke a bit. I mean, it's an old 2-stroke. You don't use the Wonder Bread pattern here much. Blue, silver, red stripe seems to work better. We call him Captain America. Okay, Adon. Captain America. Blue, silver, red. Oh, I don't know if I have blue, silver, red. I'll have to remember that, Adon. Should probably quit smoking, bad for your health. Hope you get something soon. Are you looking for walleye or anything will do? Yeah, right now we anything would do right now. I'm not picky. But yeah, we're headed to walleye grounds right now. We're there's rainbow trout, there's kokanee, brown trout, walleye, yellow perch, northern pike. There's all sorts of stuff in here. Chief, yeah, we're running a lake troll. And we're running a little bit fast. We have wind at our back right now. We're doing about 2.2 miles an hour. The wind is pushing us. And that lake troll creates a ton of drag. And the irregular spinning of each of the Colorado blades makes it often look like there's a bite. When there's a bite, you'll notice it. It's not just gonna be a little tap, tap, tap. The rod, these are fairly light rods. They will, they'll zip, they'll bend. Blue top, back, middle silver, lower red. Okay. Blue top, back, middle silver, lower red. Lake Erie Lee with the sunshine, we do need some of that. Caseland, no, there's no fish. Bears, there's bears all over up here, little vamp. We have grizzlies, brown, black, a whole assortment of them. Might be a slower presentation with cold weather. Yeah, we're I don't have an electric trolling motor, and my outboard that we troll with is 1984 2-stroke, a 75 horsepower, and she runs a little rough. The neutral is what we're in on the boat right now, and I don't go much slower than 2 miles an hour in neutral. I need to order a rebuild kit for the jet foot for the reverse gate. All the I think it's missing a washer or two somewhere. It's got little grommets and little spacers, and they're all fairly worn. So I need to order a kit, and then it should hopefully, I should be able to tune it a little better to go, you know, closer to like 1.2 to 1.5 for neutral. But right now this is what we got. I think it clicks when he's got a fish on. Yep, you'll hear this noise. It'll be a dramatic zip. It's the trolling rods, a lot of them have line counters, and then a feature on there called a clicker. It's a button that you turn on or off. Kind of like when you're a kid, you know, you take a baseball card or, you know, a playing card and close pin it onto the back tire of your bike, and when you run over it, it sounds like a motorcycle. The clicker rods are kind of like that. You turn the clicker on and it puts a little tab in, so when you're reeling, when the drag's going out, it makes an audible click. It's very distinct. When there's a bite, you'll hear it. John, yeah, everybody keeps telling me drift socks. I need to look into it. I've watched a couple of videos. I've never seen anyone around here run them. I've never been on a boat. I've only watched a couple of videos. They look interesting, and they look like they would probably help with my boat. I need to pick some up and play with them. Or build some. I've seen people, you know, just drill some holes in a 5-gallon bucket and use it. So we'll have to try that one of these days. Robert, nope, no fish yet. We've been we just crossed 2 hours, so we have 2 hours. It's been a very cold, overcast. It just quit snowing. I do see some of the sun finally starting to poke out from the clouds here above me. We've had kind of a storm system come through the past few days, so I don't know if we're gonna get a bite today. We'll see. But we're out here till sundown, so we got a good, 12 plus hours ahead of us. At some point today, I'm sure we'll find some fish. Yeah, there are bank fishermen all over down here. Got two over there, one that just walked past them. Over at the docks here, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. There's one frozen boat on the dock. Looks like somebody left it there last night. So it got snowed on, and bears are rolling in their holes trying to decide if they're hungry enough to get up and eat this time of year. Oh yeah, they're right around now is when they start rolling out of hibernation and hungry and pissed off. All right, so yeah, as we pan around here, you'll see we're just passing the Log Gulch boat ramp, and then we're taking a turn to the east, no, to the west. And we're headed towards what's called Split Rock, which is it's a unique geographic feature. There's a big rock that's split off from the edge of the mountain, and it's just kind of a sheer drop off around it. Oftentimes you'll see, kids over there climbing on it, and they jump off of it. But Split Rock is kind of the demarcation between the basin of the lake and the winding river that leads to Upper Holter Lake. And I suspect that this river stretch is where it's going to be holding some fish at least. I could be wrong, but I think that they're probably tucked back up in here. Lake Erie Lead, do they charge fee to launch your boat? No boat launch fee here, but there is a $5 parking fee. It is a state park. It's a campground basically, and yeah, there's a $5 parking fee that I had to pay here today. I think this launch has a $5 fee as well. King Papa, we're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake. What's up, Joel Vetters? How you doing, buddy? How do you pay it online? So they have a little kiosk for the camping to where you can, go up and it integrates with, an app on your phone, or you can pay, with ATM or debit at the little kiosk. But for the parking, you can write a check or you can put cash in an envelope and there's a drop box. I don't know why the hell they don't have the parking fee integrated with the kiosk. Seems kind of weird to me. Still cold up there. I thought y'all was getting warm. King Papa, it was like 80 degrees 3 days ago, and it's snowing again today. That's just Montana. Bongdari, or from Cambodia. Okay. Well, welcome from Cambodia. We're here up in the United States. This is central Montana, kind of up near the Canadian border. Lived in Butte for a while. Okay. We're not too far from Butte. What is it? 3 hour? Maybe a 3 hour drive to Butte? Omaha, Nebraska, back here. Waiting to see you pull a nice one out. Well, hang in there, y'all. We're just getting into the section where I expect that we should be marking some fish. Though oddly so far, it's been pretty sporadic. I'm gonna cut in a little bit closer to the shore here. I might bag on you today for trolling. I'm pissed. Why are you pissed, Joel? What's wrong with trolling? I love trolling. What are you fishing for? We're fishing for rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, walleye, There's northern pike in here, there's whitefish, there's perch. Pretty much everything except for bass. Bass or catfish. But right now the two lures that we have out are, one's more geared towards walleye and the other one is more towards trout. Lake looks more like what I expected Montana to look like than the one you were at last week. Oh, the lake we were at last week is basically a puddle in the middle of a wheat field, kind of on the edge of the mountains. This is an actual mountain lake here in Montana. Slayer, I mean, you're fishing. Isn't that, you throw out and anything that'll bite is what you're fishing for at the end of the day. This area looks awesome. Oh, it's pretty up in here. This whole section from Craig up to Helena, it's all in National Forest, Helena National Forest. It is a little chilly. What kind of bait fish is there? There are, oh, what is in here? Lake chub, what the hell are those little ones called? Gold. There's shad in here. There's 3 or 4 little feeder fish in here. Perch, yellow perch. White sucker, long-nosed sucker. There's all sorts of stuff in here. Is that snow in the background? Oh yeah, King Flames. It's still kind of snowing. You missed it. A cloud came out of nowhere and settled on us, and we went through a mini blizzard. It snowed like ½ an inch on my boat in the half hour it took us to get through the cloud. Here we go on a fishing show. You should actually catch a fish. I mean, that is kind of the point of it, Joel. We do try to catch fish. We don't always catch fish. But we're out here just dinking around. We're not in a tournament. I'm not getting paid. So we don't take things too seriously around here, Joel. Of course, we are going to try to catch some fish, but that doesn't always happen. I like fishing, but not that much. Oh, Robert, I love to fish. It's so relaxing. ½ an inch, ½ an hour is wild. Looks like more on the ground behind you, though. Yeah, it's been on and off snowing here for the past like 2-3 days. Well, they call it fishing, not catching. That's right. Now I feel guilty. 90 degrees here in South Florida. Oh, soon enough here, Ron, it'll be miserably hot like the rest of y'all. We normally, our real hot month here in Montana, it's usually like, August. Like July, August is when it starts getting kind of real miserable. We get a few weeks where it gets up 90s, low 100s. Steve Martin, you should probably go tell your mom. All right, where are all the damn fish? How much fucking shallower do I need to go here? JV Joe, yeah, there's state record kokanee is one water body up from here. There are quite large kokanee that come out of here as well. Kokanee salmon, which is a landlocked version of a sockeye salmon. We're also fishing for rainbow trout, brown trout. We're headed towards more walleye country right now. But it's a fairly small water body, and there's all sorts of different species in here. Anytime you're fishing in a water body like this where there's so many different species that exist, I mean, at the end of the day, you're multi-species fishing. You can put your line out in the water and close your eyes and wish for, you know, whatever species you want, but you might get anything on the end of your line. Don't turn it around on that was blocked 2 years ago. Do the high temperatures get some trout topwater action? Fun mix, yeah, actually, after we passed out of the blizzard cloud, there was quite a few trout feeding on the surface. We didn't get any bites as we went through them, but typically here in this water body, in the top 5, 1 to 10 feet is almost always a good bet for rainbow trout here. This time of the year, the kokanee oftentimes are quite shallow as well, mixed in with the rainbows, so you don't usually have to fish super deep for them. The walleye, on the other hand, tend to be more locked on the bottom, so we need to find some shallower bottom and run our lures kind of right over them. Stopping the boat from time to time, that will drop the bait, sometimes trigger bite. Oh, absolutely, Jeff. Slowing down, speeding up, you know, changing direction so one bait rises up and the other one goes down. And you will see me do that. If I see something interesting and we just haven't been getting bit, you'll see me sometimes just cut the motor and we give it, you know, a 10 count, a 15 count, just letting things slowly settle. And then kick her back on and it, you know, drags them back up. I want to see you catch a big brown trout. Slayer, I would absolutely love to. And where we're headed right now is where I would expect, where if brown are to be caught here this time of the year, are probably going to be up in this river section. And that is right where we're headed at the moment. Hey brother, where do you live at that? It's still that cold out there in the United States. Opposition fishing. We're in central Montana. Ooh, what is that? Oh shit, that was a fish. That was a walleye sitting right on top. What was he doing? I thought it was a dead fish. He was eyeballing me. As soon as I got up and took a step towards him, he flashed and went back under. Sneaky little shit. I'd like to see a fish. I should have turned the camera around there. You guys would have just saw the fish spying on us. How big of a boat is this? Airplane, it's just a little 16-foot flat-bottom John. How big do the rainbows get in that lake? Bill, most of them that you catch are 2 to 3 pound range. I have caught, or seen caught, I haven't caught, well over 10 pounds in here. State record in Montana is like over 30 pounds. They get big here. Over 30 pounds. Right now our depth is 28 feet and we're headed towards, I'm trying to get into like the 15-foot range here. No tiger trout in here. There are tiger trout stocked in a couple of water bodies here in Montana, not this one. Do I see an ugly stick? Yes, you do. That's my ugly stick carbon. That's my favorite spinning rod. They're just a cheapo rod, but I love them. .310 Manruth. No, we haven't had any bites yet. We've been live just over 2 hours now. Nice boat. Oh, thanks, 310. Yeah, it's just a little aluminum welded John boat. Nothing too fancy. I've been trying to get it rigged out. We got some solar panels, put some starboard on the seats and the floor. We finally got our, ACR battery set up. I got my Starlink and camera pole rigged up. It's a 1648 or a 1652. 16 foot long, 52 inches wide. Flat bottom aluminum John. Hey Steven, welcome to the stream. User KG, welcome. Kalakahara, I've always had one. They're great fishing rods. Oh, I love them. Again, they're just, you know, it's like a $50 or a $60 rod. But I beat the absolute piss out of them, and they just take it. Nothing so far, user. We just kind of got to the area where we're going to be spending a good amount of time today. We just got kind of to the edge of the river channel. So we're leaving the lake basin area, kind of headed back up into the river portion, where I think more fish are going to be holding with as cold as the water is right now. Looking like it's going to turn into a beautiful day. It should be really, really nice. It's supposed to get a little windy this evening, and it's not supposed to get super warm today, but the wind, it should be nice. It should definitely be fishable. We just got to find some fish that'll bite. What motor do you troll with? I don't have an electric trolling motor on here yet. That is one thing I am hopefully going to get squared away this year. So we troll just with the outboard. It's an old 1984 Johnson Evinrude 75 horsepower two-stroke with a jet foot conversion on it. So it's an old two-stroke jet. Not really the ideal trolling setup. But it is what it is. It's what I have, and that's what we fish with. We make it work. Good morning. How deep are you fishing? We are headed towards about, right now we're over about 24-foot bottom, and we're headed towards about 15-foot bottom. We're gonna troll along the rocky shoreline over here as we move up into the river channel. Do not ever replace that motor that was built to run forever. Oh, this thing's a tank. It doesn't make a great trolling. I mean, it's not a bad trolling motor. I troll off one tank of gas. We'll troll for 15 hours straight, and this thing just takes it. It's a champ. It's a little rough to start in the mornings, especially when it's cold, but once it starts, you know, and it's warmed up, I mean, you just barely tick the key and she starts right back up. It definitely could use a tune. The carbs could use a cleaning. The filter could use a replacement. I need to replace the thermostat in it. It needs a little bit of work. But she's been solid. The only problem I've had with it in the 3 years I've been running this boat, I had to replace the fuel pump because the diaphragm was shit, falling apart on the old one. And I had a fuse blow, one of the main fuse blow, because there was a short in the power wire. There was a nick in the power wire that was grounding out to the damn frame. But other than that, it's been solid. She just runs a little rough. JG Jove, yeah, we run a Lowrance Elite FS9 fish finder with the triple shot transducer, so I get the down scan and side scan. If you ever make it out to North Dakota, I've got 80-pound Minn Kota Terrova you can have. Oh, I appreciate that, Prairie. That would be a perfect size for the boat. The one that I've been looking at getting is the stupid expensive one. Lowrance, it's not the Ghost, it's the Recon, Lowrance Recon. It's the new one that they just came out with last year. It's it'll run either 24 volt or 24 volt at I think like 100 pounds and 36 volt at like 110 or 115, something like that. It's way oversized for my boat, but I want to get one that when I get my Deep V, that I will be adequately sized for that one, so I can just swap them back and forth between the two boats. Follow the birds. Yep, we're right on top of the birds right now. They're all fishing right around us. And I am seeing some smaller stuff, some bait fish starting to show up. So we're moving into fish. And again, you'll see with all these birds here, they're fishing too, all these seagulls. But I am seeing some trout surfacing here and there. And I'm pretty sure that was a walleye that I just spooked back there. I thought it was something floating belly up in the water, and it was just lurking at the surface watching us. What's up, Gage? Welcome, welcome. How you doing, Mike? How far back are the lures? The one in front here is 85 foot, just under 90 foot on this guy. That's lead core line, 17 pound. And then we're running, I guess we're running lead core on the other side as well. That one's back 100 foot. We're over 22 foot bottom here. And I am starting to mark a few things. This southeastern shore here, I think, might be the ticket. We'll have to see. Again, you'll notice I'm kind of just meandering back and forth. I don't like to go straight most of the time, especially until we figure out what speed they're wanting, what depth they're wanting. When you do the S turns, it brings your inside rod slows down and typically will drop down in the water column. Your outside rod speeds up and will come up in the water column. So until you figure out what they're biting at, how fast they want, sticking to, a zigzag or a wide S will oftentimes trigger bites more so than just a straight, flat troll. Eduardo, no, we're in central Montana. All right, that's 15 foot. We just came up on top of a ledge. Hopefully we don't snag anything. Day fishing better than a day at work? Oh, hell yeah, John. I've been waiting all week to get out here. We have one small break in the weather. It's supposed to be nasty for the next few days again, I think. Here in the next couple of weeks, it looks like it's starting to warm up, though. What I'm really dying to get out and do is some pike fishing at Pishkin. I'm waiting for him to put some water in the damn thing. Very interesting. I haven't done that type of fishing ever. Oh, JV Joe, trolling, it's fun. Some people don't care for it. A lot of people would prefer to fish from the bank or, have spot lock and jig all day. But we're looking for the fish. I have no idea where they're at, what they're biting on. So trolling, you get to cover a lot more ground. You can put a lot more presentations out there. So we'll meander around till we find a good pile of fish, and then we'll run some patterns on them. That last comment was awesome. Oh, thanks, Kaki. Miss trolling for walleye with my papa, uncles, and trolling forever. It's a very relaxing way to fish. Get to just come hang out on the boat, do a little bit of exploring. It's always fun to see what the bottom looks like in different places. You're a coastside ocean rock fisherman. I'm wondering why you troll so deep. It depends on where the fish are at. So there's going to be, depending on what we're fishing for, the walleye typically are going to be, they're a bottom fish. Sometimes you'll find them suspended, but oftentimes, especially this time of the year when the water's so cold, they're up more shallow, but they sit at the bottom. So you want to troll right off of the bottom. The rainbow, on the other hand, often are much higher in the water column. So we'll troll, flatline out, braid, or only run a couple of colors of lead out. So we're fishing, in the top 10 foot of the water column. The pike can be kind of anywhere. The kokanee spread out. Normally they follow temperature, but this time of the year, everywhere in the water body is too cold for them. So sometimes they'll be deep, sometimes they'll be shallow. I don't think we've had much stratification yet in this water body. clear enough that you can see. No, this is not super clear water. There is some staining because we're kind of in the forest. There's lots of trees and deadfall that comes in here. And there's also typically a lot of algae that lives in these waters. So the water, it always has, you know, kind of a green tinge to it. Visibility is moderate at best. It's not super bad, but no, it's not what I would describe as clear. Aaron, no that's here, but in this same river system, this is basically the Missouri River. An impoundment, they dam up the top, they dam up the bottom, it creates a lake or a reservoir. You have to go down below this dam, and then there's, around Great Falls area, Great Falls, Montana, there's Cochrane Dam, Rainbow Dam, Black Eagle Dam, Ryan Dam, and then Maroney Dam. Once you get down past Maroney Dam, which is like Fort Benton, Loma area on the Missouri River, that's where the channel cats start. And they get fat, you know, 10, 15 pounders, not uncommon there, and they get well above 25, 30 pounds. Fish on! Oh. Was a fish on. Unless he's just swimming along with us. Shit! Felt like a rainbow. Let me mark that. Yeah, but if you guys heard that, that's what a bite sounds like. You'll hear the zipping, and even the little ones. Sometimes you'll get a tiny walleye, and they just don't bite. But with as loose as I set the drag on these things, typically, yeah, we definitely lost it. I'm just pulling it in to check. We might need to rebait. Well, stole most of our worm. We still got a chunk on there. We'll throw it back out. Trout's been rushing the boat here. Do you have muskellunge? We don't have true muskie here. We have the sterile crossbreed that they do with the northern pike and the muskellunge, which is the tiger muskies. Our last stream that we did last week, we were after tiger muskies. Ever troll soft body paddle tails? I have from time to time, JV Joe. I've never had great luck with them. Yo, what's up, bro? What are you fishing for? Rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike. There's a myriad of things in here. I'm just trying to get this line back out here. We just had our first bite of the day, but we unfortunately lost it. Why would you have a worm on while trolling? Joel, so I know you said you're grumpy today. If you really want me to, I can time you out for a little bit if you want to go sit in a corner and cry, whatever it is. I don't know what's going on with you, buddy, but don't be a prick today. Great view. Oh yeah, it's so gorgeous in here. We're coming into a really pretty canyon area too. Hopefully the Starlink, if the Starlink signal, if it starts getting wonky, let me know. We are next to some fairly steep cliffs, canyon edges. PSRW, good morning. PA Sportsman, everybody knows everything. Of course, PA, it's a live chat. We have armchair experts galore. What's up, Theo Goober? All right, come on, feed. Come on, I don't want to spool you out. Let's go. Caught a lot of fish trolling and worming. Oh yeah, a worm harness rig is one of the most common things that's trolled. Joel's just being grumpy. He doesn't like trolling. He's having a bad day. Interesting, easy chain, flasher, and lure on the main line. Yeah, so that we run various different things. So like on this line right here, we're running, it's a classic, they call it a pop troll or a lake troll. It's actually a Lure Jensen, I think it's Lure Jensen, cowbell. It's 4 bronze Colorado blades, hammered bronze that spin in the water. It acts as an attractant, just like a dodger or a flasher. I mean, that's like a spade moon jelly dodger. And then behind that, we're running a worm harness rig. Similar to this, again, it's a popper rig that's out there. Chartreuse. It's got a little max blade on there. A couple of hooks to drape your worm on. The lake gets down to be about 120, 125 foot bottom. Right now, the bottom looks like the side of this cliff here. I mean, it's a fairly steep drop off. So we go from 15 foot to 50 foot, you know, in an S. Out trolling and fishing. Perhaps the word troll brings in the trolls. They think it's about them. Give them troll power. Pretty much peace. Some people just aren't fans of trolling. That's all right. Some people aren't fans of life in general. Sleepy time. We're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake. If you guys are familiar with the channel, this is the same spot we did our Christmas stream from last year. And yes, we were out here fishing on Christmas Day. This is our first trip back here this year. It's been a little bit slow start to the morning. We did just have our first bite probably, I don't know, 10 minutes ago. We're just getting into the Split Rock area right now, which is basically, it's once you pass Split Rock, you're into basically the river channel portion of lower Holter Lake. And this is where I suspect there's going to be more fish holding. Nope, we won't know till we get there. We're after trout, kokanee salmon, walleye. Our main target as we're heading up in here is where I suspect that the walleye and the brown trout are going to be. There still almost certainly will be some rainbow and some kokanee. I expect there's probably going to be a higher occurrence of northern pike up in here as well. So there's a whole variety of different things we may be pulling out of here once we get up a little further. I just now saw the channel name. I love it. Thanks, Theo Goober. Some people love it, some people hate it. Susquehanna River in central New York, great fishing. Oh, Beaver, just ignore him. He's all right. If he gets too bad, we'll give him a timeout. Wyoming in the house. Any lake trout in that body? Unfortunately not, Russ. I have to go, the closest water body to here that has lake trout is Holter Reservoir, which is about two hours or so north of here. What's up, bro? Appreciate the support there, Sleepy. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Do I see snow? Yeah, it snowed on us this morning, Peace. It was 80 degrees like 3 days ago. Now it's snowing again. Have a good day fishing. Good luck, man. Thanks, Timothy. Appreciate you stopping by and checking out the stream. Hope you have a wonderful day as well. Come back, hang out. We'll be here for the next probably 12 hours or so. Most of the time cast and retrieve bait fish. I'm not a fan of trolling just because I feel it's not as engaging, but I'm not against it at all. Well, one thing you got to keep in mind here is I am streaming. I'm also driving the boat. I mean, there's a lot of things going on. I could be back here casting and doing lots of other stuff, but that takes, it's hard enough for me to keep up with chat and engage with you guys when I'm up here. It's 1,000 times harder when I'm, doing a method other than trolling. So it's also a fishing method that helps me be able to engage and hang out with you guys more than staring at the water and trying not to tangle shit. And catch and cook today. We might, if we get a decent walleye out of here, we might keep it. Seen any mountain lions here? I've never seen one out in the wild. They're all over here. I've seen scat, I've seen sign from them, but it's not something you run into very often. JV Joe, most of the time on this channel is catch and release. My fish supply is running rather slow though. So we might, if we catch a nice kokanee, I might bag it. If we catch a decent sized eater walleye, we might take it home. But pretty much everything else is going to be throwback. Deleted user, what's the target fish? Trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike. Kind of find it interesting. I'd say a very relaxing way to fish. And honestly, this time of the year, it's not the most productive. It's more productive, definitely, summertime and later in the fall. But you're able to just cover so much more water. Beaver State Fishing with the $4.99 super chat. Man, I'm so far behind on chat here. Don't mind the haters, fish hard brother. I appreciate your support, State Beaver. You know me, I don't let them get to me. We're here fishing, we're having fun. Ever see Bigfoot? No, Timothy, I've never run into Bigfoot. Deleted user says, nice. Wow, those edges are steep. Yeah, it's just sheer drop off basically that we're fishing against. This is the old river channel, the Missouri River. When they created the dam down below, it just fills up. So all the, valleys that have been cut from the river over millions of years, as soon as you dam it, you go from a skinny river channel to a wide reservoir. Check your rod. We just checked, it's fine. Saw the giant laker in Connecticut the other day. I haven't seen it yet, Coast. I'll have to look it up. You ever fish Lake Kokanee in northwest Montana? No, Kokanee. Is that up in northwest Montana? Is that Glacier or even further west of Glacier? What's in there, Montana Slayer? Good luck, brother, later. Thanks, Russ Hiller. Appreciate you coming and hanging out. Catch you on the next one. Of course, honestly, I find it more interesting because not as many people do it. Yeah, it depends on the region and the fish. Some water bodies you'll see a lot of people trolling. Other water bodies you don't see a lot of people trolling. It's not as common out here on in the Pacific Northwest, I don't think. It's just everybody's got their preference. I mean, some people fly fish, some people bank fish, some people fish for nothing but bass. I like to do a little bit of everything, and trolling is often can be a fairly effective method for multi-species fishing. Question: anything trolled on top? So right now, neither of these rigs that we have out right now are going very deep. We're trolling within the top 10 to 15 foot of the water column right now. But yeah, so typically if you want to troll, surface, you'll run on, instead of the leaded line, I would run just straight braid, or some people will troll with mono or fluoro. But nothing weighted. What we have right now is basically braided line, but it's got a core of lead in it. So for every 30 feet of line you let out, it drops you down about 5 to 7 foot. So at 60 colors, you're at roughly, 10 foot, depending on how fast you're going. We're about 2 miles an hour right now, so we're probably closer to 4 or 5 foot per color. So with 3 colors out, that gets us down to roughly 12 foot. If I wanted to only do 8 foot, I would only let out 2 colors, which is like 60 foot. If I wanted to fish, the top 1 to 5 foot, typically I won't use leaded line, I'll use just straight braid, and we'll run it out, 100, 125 foot. And it's, you long line it, it goes way back out there and it stays just in the top part of the water column. But we are seeing fish. Oftentimes rainbow trout are always gonna hang out in the top 10 foot of the water column. That's typically where I will catch them when trolling. But we don't troll on the top itself. I've trolling, whopper ploppers and stuff like that. You'll get a strike at them every once in a while, but normally you want to be subsurface, a foot or so. Top 1 to 5 foot of the water column is more effective than sitting right on top of the water. Sun's coming out here in Helena, getting ready to gearing up for fish day on the river. Heck yeah, okay, popcorn. Are you gonna go below Hauser Dam, or are you going somewhere else? It snowed on us here like an hour ago. We ran through like a snow cloud just settled on top of us. It's like half a freaking inch of snow in half hour, 45 minutes till we passed through the rain cloud. Some of my best days fishing this time of the year are trolling my kayak or trout. Oh, heck yeah. Now, this time of the year, trolling can be effective. You typically have to slow way down for some species. The water's so cold, the fish are still really sluggish. And that's one of the reasons that it's not as effective for me trolling this time of the year, where you're not in a kayak going, a mile an hour. I don't have an electric trolling motor that we can troll at 0.8, 0.7 miles an hour. We're trolling at 2 miles an hour. I mean, that's just the bottom for us. So again, that's where oftentimes me doing, more dramatic turns will, one of those baits, the inside bait is gonna slow way down. So we can still trigger them slow bites. It's just a little trickier than if you were actually going 0.8. William, we had one bite, we did not land it, it got off. Mia with the orange something. I don't know what that is, Mia. I saw a mountain lion whose head was as big as a basketball. Oh, they get pretty big, Coast Cider. Let me catch up on chat here. They have Bigfoot in Montana? Maybe. Jay Sharp, what's up? Welcome to the stream. What are you catching? Mendoza, we haven't caught anything yet. We did just get our first bite about 20, maybe a little over 20 minutes ago. Felt like a small rainbow trout. We're just passing Split Rock over here. I'll have to show it to you guys on the way out. We're headed up now into the river channel. It's the river channel of the Missouri that basically separates lower Holter and upper Holter. With the water as, ooh, there's some more fish right there. Those look nice. With the surface temperature, we're at still like 48 degrees. Water's still fairly cold here. I think as we move up the river channel here and the water gets a little bit shallower, I think we will probably potentially break 50 degrees at some point. And I think if we can find water that's just a couple of degrees warmer, we'll find pockets of fish hanging out. We are seeing fish sporadically here and there, definitely more so since we entered the river channel here than when we were in the basin. So already I'm starting to see what I was expecting to see. More fish are holding in these shallow, skinnier waters here of the river channel rather than out in the basin. So we will, the first thing, first problem we have to solve is finding the fish. It doesn't matter what you're running, how fast you're running it. If you ain't putting it in front of fish, you ain't catching nothing. So we found some fish. Now we just need to figure out what they want. It's by Libby, Montana. Okay. God, I'm way behind the chat. Hold on. I try to troll on every channel. That's the way to do it, JN. I'm beaten eggs, bacon, and toast with butter. Breakfast sounds tasty. Big bull trout, rainbows, and a ton of kokanee. Okay, okay. Libby, Kokanee. Mountain Slayer, that sounds like a good target. That's probably a 4-ish plus hour drive for me. But bull trout and a ton of kokanee sounds like an awesome fishing trip. I'll have to check it out. I'm pretty sure that the few places that you're allowed to fish for bull trout, you have to go get the stupid bull trout stamp or bull trout permit or whatever from Fish, Wildlife, and Park. You can't get it online. It's free, but you got to go into Fish, Wildlife, and Park to get it. I was cooking it, looked like the wind. I looked out the window and saw this big rabbit hopping outside and stopped. Oh, what kind of rabbits do you have there? Been a sub for quite a while, brother. Oh yeah, Jay Sharp. I remember your name. I've seen you around. I think you smelled the bacon. Oh my God, I'm so far behind you, chat. We ain't catching none. We just lost our first one. Does Montana allow live bait? Central Montana, there's only like 2 or 3 water bodies that allow live bait. Eastern Montana is way more permissive. Western Montana, I don't think they allow it at all. Sit back down, lock in. You got a bite? No, there was no bite. That was a stick, not a trout. Start casting. There's a very steep bank, probably easing halfway between where you are and the shore. Yeah, Anon, I'm trying to. We're at like. In fact, I'm way too shallow right now. It just went from. I just snagged. Hold on. As I was just saying, we're snagging up. Hold on. Made a boo-boo. We went from steep drop-off cliff to 8-foot shallow, so we just snagged up. Bringing in the unsnagged line first, and then we will see if we can get our snagged line back. We're only on 18-pound lead core here, so we might snap off. We'll see. That's what I get for trying to catch up on chat. Alright, I gotta turn back around. Give me a sec here, guys. Trying to get right over the top of it so I can snap it up and down and see if we can unsnag it. So I just had to skip ahead. If I missed your chat and it was important, feel free to retype it. I am now reading live chat. And yeah, we're basically headed into the river column or river channel to try and find spawning fish looking for the warmer water. But we were just running out a little bit too far. I didn't realize it was getting so steep so quickly there. We got about 50 foot of line still out. We're over, it's like an 8-foot hump. I think if I can get on the other side of this, we might be able to dislodge it. Snags are always fun. What's up, Adventure Weights? Cigarette holding on for dear life. Oh, we're fine. See, now I bought, this is 18-pound lead core line. It's a little light. For this very reason, I've just been getting heavier and heavier line. I've just bought some, what is it? 30-pound. All right, hopefully that just busted our leader. Well, it feels like we might have the whole thing back. Nice. We just lost our worm. Let me check for breaks or nicks in my leader here. She feels good. Success, boys. We got her back. All right, so we will get this re-rigged up and we'll head back out on our way. Weather is so nice right now. Yeah, John, that's why I'm gonna be putting on, I think it's 37 pound test. So it's almost 10 pounds heavier than what I have on here for the lead core. Normally then I'll tie a lighter leader on, so usually you don't want to lose your, your lake trolls, your dipsies, your all the expensive stuff. It's all right. This is like, $1 worth of components, maybe $2 worth of components. Everything from there on up is, $20 a pop, so you don't want to lose that shit. And I'm gonna switch sides on these. We're just gonna let that drag some line out. I need to get shallower water here, or deeper water. Hey Chris, man, we're fishing for rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike. We're on a multi-species stream here today. What we just put down is a worm harness rig in chartreuse. That's more walleye centric. On the other line over here, we are running a Pink Max flashlight with a wedding ring in pink and orange. Speaking of expensive, I remember when the most expensive crankbait was $5. Fuck, man, you might be able to find a crankbait for $5 these days. The Bandit 100s are around $6. Most cranks are like $20 these days, $10 to $20. Joe Smoke, welcome. You all have a great day, peace. Hey Jay Sharp, thanks for stopping through. I hope you have a good day as well. We're out here fishing. We're having a blast. Definitely seeing more stuff surfacing. We might need to get rid of one of these lead core lines and switch just to braid line to get closer to the surface. North 40 price? I buy some stuff from North 40. Honestly, most of the stuff I buy these days is online. A lot of it eBay and Amazon for lures. Sometimes Sportsman's Warehouse, sometimes North 40, sometimes Shields, but most of it's from Amazon or eBay. Love it. Have you ever caught a burbot? Grizz, they are on my bucket list. They're in almost every water body around me. I've never caught one. I've sat next to people that have caught them, half a dozen or more times, but I've never managed to catch one. Bandit shallow. Are they up to $10 now? God damn, Josh. How cold is it there? Big Peanut, if you type .w, Rodbot will tell you what the weather is. Picture quality is excellent today. Oh, thank you for letting me know, Dave James. Yeah, let me know if it does degrade. We are going up. As you see me panning around, we have fairly close canyon walls here. So let me know if I get too close and it starts getting grainy. There we go. Temperature is 30 degrees, feels like 28.3. Humidity 75%, rain 0, wind 2.2, gust 6.7, pressure 1016, so it's rising a little bit. It's a little chilly, it's not bad. As long as the wind doesn't pick up, like this is tolerable. It got real chilly this morning when the goddamn snow cloud settled on us and we were in a little mini blizzard. But after we passed through the blizzard, it's not bad again. I just ordered a bunch of bandits off Amazon earlier this week for $1 or $2 cheaper than the stores around here. Yeah, oftentimes you can get stuff $1 or $2 cheaper off of Amazon, and usually the shipping is way faster. Not always though. Holters mostly trout and perch, bass are below the dams, Great Falls, Perch, Fort Benton. Yeah, you don't really get many bass until you get below most of the dams past Great Falls. Once you get past Loma is where all the good shit is. The channel cats, the sturgeon, there's a ton of walleye, sauger, saugeye. But yeah, the record walleyes caught out of here, and from what I understand, bigger kokanee than what the current state record come out of here. Not frequently, but multiple have been pulled out over the last couple of years. They just haven't been put in the record book. I like getting older baits from yard sales and but I'm often too lazy to get up that early. All the fishing stuff goes fast. Oh, I bet. Yeah, I don't really do garage sales and stuff like that much anymore. But that would be a great source for it. Honestly, if a guy really wanted to get some mass amounts of free baits, learn how to frickin' scuba dive. A lake like this, you could pull in, pull out thousands of dollars worth of lures and dodgers and flashers and shit off of like one snag. You just find one good snag and there'll just be, mounds of shit on it. It's a pretty popular fishing lake. And I know I've lost my fair share shit here. I'm sure other people have as well. It'd be good if you could fix lures too. Oh yeah. Most of them don't take much work. Got a silly big walleye out of Wadsworth Pond last year. Wadsworth has some fat walleye. I don't catch them very often from shore. Most of the time you see people catching walleye there, or they're either ice fishing or they're out there, in a kayak or a canoe towards the deeper end of the lake. But yeah, I was there last year when they were just finishing up with the gillnet survey, and they killed so many big walleye. They were just handing them out to people because they, weren't going to survive after being in the gill net for 48 hours or however long they had them. Here comes the sun. Yeah, we got a little bit poking out. But here, let me sit down and scope out this map. We ain't catching nothing. I need to find a good spot here. I think we're just gonna keep piping up this way. I suspect we could probably catch some fish if we just were doing patterns along that short stretch that we just passed. Get up in here a couple of turns though. So there's so many snags in that lake with little to no trees. What do you mean little to no trees, Joel? It's a flooded valley. Everything you see on the shoreline here is on the bottom as well. I mean, they do break and degrade over time, but there's all sorts of shit under here. Rock piles, stumps, old trees, sunken debris. Do you have a GPS? No, just the GPS on the fish finder. I run a Lowrance Elite FS9. Morning, Rod. What's up, D808? Justin Duke, let your guard down. That's when they bite. All right. Yeah, we had a bite, I don't know, it's been 45 minutes or so now. Most of the morning we spent trolling across the basin to get here. Here is where I'm expecting to start seeing some more fish. We're coming up just on our first kind of turn up the river section of the water body. Aloha, chat. Austin Powers TV, what's up, Austin? Fix up a sandwich, always gets a bite. Yeah, I feasted last night. I was craving a steak. I ordered frickin' DoorDash from a local restaurant here called Ribbon Chop House, and their steaks are kind of hit and miss. But I was craving a restaurant ribeye. So I forked out a small fortune and ordered a baked potato and a ribeye and a salad. And I am still processing somewhere around 16 to 18 ounces of ribeye. My belly's feeling quite content at the moment. It is about time for a fish whistle, though. I think you're right there, Beaver State. Corey Carson, appreciate the sub there. Thanks for supporting the channel. Hope you're enjoying the stream. It's been a while. How's it going? FOE, doing awesome. How are you? We're out here. This is our first trip out to Holter Lake this year. The last time we fished here was Christmas of last year. We had a Christmas marathon from here, caught a few fish. It's been slow this morning. We've only had one bite so far. We are moving into the section of the water body where I'm hoping we will see some better stuff. I'm definitely marking more fish already in this area. We're right on these cliff sides, and most of them are drop off, so it'll go from 0 to 50 foot. But there are some very shallow humps in between, and we just got caught up on one of them. They're about 100 yards back or so, and we had to swing back around and unsnag the line. We're back moving again, though. Looking for the fish. If I was a fish, I'd eat that. 30 degrees, yeah, it's chilly here. I love fishing in the cold, catch a lot of pike. There are pike in here. I would expect there's probably more pike in this river section that we're headed into than out in the basin. There was a fish that just jumped back there. I don't know if you guys can see the... Well, that shouldn't be bottom. What was that? What was that? Oh shit, we still got the drag open there. Hold on, Lord. I still had the bail open trying to let the damn line out. We're only out 40, we were only out 45 foot. I need to get this closer to like 75 or 90 foot. We'll get this back out, and then I'm gonna rig up, I think, something on one of our other braided lines that it'd be more appropriate to run our planer board on. Let's try getting our rigging away from our noisy ass boat and see if maybe we're just spooking some fish today. Pishkin's your best leg. Oh, by far the most productive around here is Pishkin. For spilling to the bottom of the boat when the fish think you're distracted. Right. Government restocked over here and everyone fishing for trout. Most of our water bodies here in Montana, they stock 2 to 3 times a year, some of them more. That's something I'm working on with RodBot. I haven't got it completed yet, but sometime in the near future, I'll be able to have you guys type and you can see, what species were stocked in whatever water body we're fishing, when the last stock was, how many it was, when the next stock will be. But yeah, this water body, they stock rainbow trout, they stock kokanee. I think walleye are also stocked in here. Most, in areas like this where there's heavy fishing, most of them, the natural, reproduction would never keep up with the amount of fishing that's done. So they add fish to them to create opportunity and make sure that we're not overfishing, the native populations. You ever catch a fish dragging the line, or mostly debris? Oh yeah, you catch fish dragging bottom. It's oftentimes how people catfish. Similar to, if I were able to go a little bit slower, dragging bottom bouncers with worm harnesses is a really effective method for catching walleye. Unfortunately, though, we troll, 2.2 miles an hour. That's kind of the bottom speed we have, unless we have wind in our face. And it's hard to get down to bottom going that fast. See a John Joe 7.2 on the kickflip. Live in the bush, aren't there some natural spawns? Oh, there are, yeah. There are natural species in most of these water bodies. But again, the fishing here in Montana is a multi-billion-dollar a year industry, so they stock shit everywhere. They want to make sure there's an abundance of fish or fishing opportunities. Trip, this is central Montana. This is called Holter Lake or Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. Here in Washington, we'll show you where and when all the fish stockings. Yep, most states do anon. Couldn't you just add more weight to tap bottom? You can, but you end up, so at the speed that we're going, I would probably have to drop like a 4-ounce bottom bouncer to get down to a 20-foot bottom when we're trolling at 2.2 miles an hour. And that's just, it's a big bottom bouncer, and dragging that much lead on the bottom, it works. You can do it, it's just not ideal. There we go, here's some piles of bait fish. This is what we're looking for. So we're just passing over a bait ball right now. And this is typically what, when you're fishing, when you're trolling, that's what you're looking for. A stack of bait. That's small fish. You'll see there's some out to the sides of them, but you'll see some down at the bottom. Where you're seeing bait, usually there's gonna be some bigger fish feeding in the area. And that's the first bait ball we've seen all day. So we're moving into some fish. That's a good sign. Darius, we're after rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, walleye, maybe some northern pike. Austin Powers, no, most of the species you catch around here you can keep if you want. Some of them do have slot sizes. Walleye, for example, in a lot of the water bodies, you can only keep above a certain size, below a certain size. Brown trout are one in this water body that is catch and release. You can keep everything else though. Rainbow trout, kokanee, northern pike, walleye, perch. Joel, last week I was trolling at 1.6 miles an hour because I had the wind in my face. Can you eat the fish from there? Darius, yeah, they're edible. Certain species do tend to pick up more heavy metals than others, and oftentimes you can get away from that by harvesting smaller fish, and you just don't want to eat them as often. Hell on them, sir. Yeah, Mitch, I need to put the pack down. I chain smoke often when I'm out here fishing. Justin Duke, some water bodies around here you can. This particular water body, there just aren't, they don't stock them. I think most of the brown that you catch out of here are natural spawn. And they're trying to let the natural spawn bloom. They don't want to overfish them. There are a lot of, brown trout are restricted on a lot of water bodies in Montana, at least in central Montana. The ones that they do allow you to keep them, oftentimes there are still restrictions. It's like, if you're an angler under the age of 14 years old, you can keep one brown that's less than 15 inches, you know, stuff like that. Because it is so confusing and there are so many restrictions on so many water bodies around here, I can't ever keep track of it. So, but anytime I catch a brown, they immediately go back in the water. One of these days I would like to fish for them somewhere I can keep them, because I'd like to try to eat one. I've never eaten one, and I hear they're much better eating than a rainbow trout. Got more than a cigarette now. I'm just as bad with Copenhagen. Hey, Tactical. No, we haven't caught anything yet. We've had one bite so far. Unfortunately, it did get off. We are starting to mark a bunch more fish up in this area though, so I would hope that our bite will pick up here a little bit. You never know though. We're gonna blow the old fish whistle, see if we can convince something to come in and play. Brown are beautiful. Oh yeah, brown are one of the prettiest trout I think that there are. Rainbow can be really pretty looking, browns are way better. Brook trout are even prettier than a brown trout, but I've never caught a brook trout before. Dip 24/7. Yeah, I've tried it in the past. I can't stomach it. I always swallow too much of the spit. I end up with a gut ache. I can't stand that shit. Burns my lip. I'm a weenie. Like if I go to a long concert or something, you know, oftentimes people that I'm with chew, so I'll take a dip or, you know, one of them little Zin packets just to try and cut the nicotine craving. But in general, I can't dip. I can't stand that shit. What's up, Breezy? Welcome, welcome. Holy crap, 174 thumbs up already. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. That's crazy. We've only been live for 3 hours. We have almost 200 likes. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. We're here, this is central Montana. We had a little touch of winter, if you guys can see. There are still, in fact, once we get up a little bit further, I'll pan over. And then this whole mountainside is thick with snow over here. We went through a snow cloud settled on us about 7 o'clock this morning, and it snowed like a half an inch on the boat. We had enough. I was making snowballs off of the snow that was on the seat. All right, we got some top water action going here. I need to get one of these rigging set up on braid rather than the lead core. I'm seeing quite a bit of top water activity. I think if we switch to something, we'll probably pull some of these trout out. Come on, fish whistle. All right, we're gonna take the crankbait off here. Spring in Tennessee. Talking about the weather. Yeah, Travis, the weather's here is crazy. Quit smoking New Year's? Heck yeah, Wise. Congratulations. It was 80 degrees here like 3-4 days ago. I thought we had springtime starting, but now it's snowing again. All right, we've had worms out. We have worms out on a couple of rigs now. Let's tip one with some gulp pink maggots. See if maybe they want a little bit of confetti in their life today. All right, let's get this rig in. Oh. We're gonna pull this one in and throw the Dodger and Hoochie combo out. And I'm gonna throw that one on like a 1 ounce snap weight and a planer board to get it away from the boat a little bit. So it'll be running much shallower and further away from the boat than what we're running right now. Oh shit, this isn't the right one. I want to leave this one out. I meant to pull in the other one. Give me a second here to swap these rigs out, you guys. Yep, you need one running 6 to 10 feet down, I think. Yep, that 1 ounce with the planer board should get us right around there. So with this other line, show you guys real quick what we have set up here. This is called a Dodger. It wobbles back and forth in the water. It flashes. It's got moon jelly color and silver on it. And then behind it we have a little hoochie rig that I tie up. It's just a little squid, a little spinner, and the hook's tipped with pink gulp maggots. And what we're gonna do is let this out about 50 foot, and then what I'm going to do is throw a 1 ounce snap weight on the line, and then we'll let it out probably about another 40 to 50 foot, and from there we will put on a planer board to run it out away from the boat. So it'll be there'll be a few things on the line there. Alright, there's 50 foot. Let me find my snap weight. I like to talk about weather. Uncle John was tornadoes. Ooh, there was a nice fish that just jumped. All right, snap weight. All right, so we're gonna use a snap weight on there. These are called, these are the offshore tackle guppy weights, I think they call them. And I'm just letting some drag out on that one. Blowing the fish whistle for you. Appreciate that, Jack. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with a snap weight and a planer board. Do you need pool cue? All right. All right, so what we're using here is just an offshore planer tackle board. And what these do is they just go out to the side of the boat. They take your rigging away from the boat. All right, and we'll show you guys a little bit later how these are rigged up. For right now, I'm just gonna get it rigged. All right, we're letting that one out. I'll let a little bit more line out here. All right, there we go. Up in those mountains, there may be some quicksand. Be careful. Turn around. What's up, Ellie Kelly? All right. All right, I'm back. Sorry if I missed any of y'all's messages. We are rigged out. We have our planer board and snap weight out on this side. So we're probably running within the top 5 to 7 foot of the water column with the rigging that we just put out. So it's much closer to the top. This one is out 3 colors, so we're probably closer to 12 to 15 foot down with this one. Make me want to drive to Bishop, California and go fishing. Heck yeah, Jack. Go get you some fish. A good temp finally come up enough to get out. Oh, heck yeah, Kelly. Yeah, we're having fish just boiling all around us here. Glenn McIver, good morning. How you doing, Glenn? Basketball Balkans, how are you? I'm doing awesome. We're out here fishing central Montana. The weather is starting to warm up a bit. We're hopefully going to get into some fish here. We've had one bite so far. The bite's been a little slow this morning, but we're now getting in an area that seeing a good amount of fish. So it feels promising. Haven't fished in years. Ah, shit. Well, get out there, Jack. Fishing's fun. It is one of my favorite hobbies. Yeah, there's quite a few small trout. It looks like boiling, eating off the surface. I don't know what the hell bugs, what hatched, but I definitely do see some bugs sitting on the surface. Cloud looks like a delay in the audio. Give me a sec. All right, audio better now? Chris, hey man, any good today? I'm gonna go later. We've had one bite so far. It's been a little slow. We're just headed up we just passed Split Rock area. We're headed up into the river channel portion of Holter, in between Upper Holter and Lower Holter. Marking definitely more fish in this area, so hopefully the bite will pick up. Got a rod back in November, got my license last week, just waiting for nicer weather now. Yeah, spring could be tough. A lot of places, as you see here today, winter ain't quite over yet. Thank you, Bojangles. Thank you for letting me know. Uncle John got hit by another meteor. Travis, come on, man. Stop with that crap. It's annoying. I appreciate, wish you tight lines. Good today. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by and checking out the stream. We are marking a decent amount of fish between 20 and 30 foot. Surprisingly, there's a lot suspended down there. We'll run, what time is it? 9:46. Let's give it another 30 minutes with our riggings that we have out there. If we don't get anything in the next 30 minutes, I might swap one of these to a deeper rig. I kind of want to go back to a small crankbait. Cranks are gonna be walleye, browns, rainbows, as well as potentially pike. Depth is 120 foot at its deepest. We're not in the basin anymore. We're in the river channel portion of the reservoir. As you can see, we're not far off ashore. Most of the banks here are pretty steep, so it goes from like 0 to like 50, 60 foot in 20 foot out. There are some shallower portions here. There are, some humps and bumps that we go over. There is a main river channel that in some spots gets like 60, 70 foot deep here. As we get up further though, it starts getting more shallow. I think there's around this next bend, it starts getting, I think it bottoms out, 20, 30, 40 foot rather than 60, 70. Huge walleye being caught in Bismarck. Oh yeah, David? What are you catching them off of? You tried spraying cooking non-stick cooking oil on your lures? Pam? I want to say I tried that years and years and years ago. I haven't done it at any time in the recent past. I don't remember it making that much of a difference. I do have a bunch of different attractants though. We have, you know, garlics and vanillas and anise and krill, earthworm, crawfish, shrimp. Should I move to Montana from Washington State? I love fishing and camping. I definitely think the fishing and camping is better in Montana than it was in Washington. I went to college in Spokane area. I've spent quite a bit of time in Washington. I lived there when I was little too, like Wenatchee, Washington area. Washington's great, don't get me wrong. I think Montana's better though for outdoor stuff. Mendoza, we haven't caught anything yet. We've had one bite so far. Felt like it was probably a small trout though. So no kokanee yet today. We are fishing for kokanee salmon though. They are in here. Jigging them in the Missouri River, lots of keepers, nice 18. Yeah, jigging them in the shallows. At some point today, if the weather stays nice and we can find a few piles of fish that, you know, trolling over them isn't doing anything, we might try and drift and jig a little bit. I did bring one of my spin. Jordan, yeah, I mean, everywhere's getting more and more expensive every year. I've tried vertical jigging lures. JV Joe, yeah, sometimes. It's tough. I'm in a flat bottom aluminum john boat. If there's any amount of wind, unless I throw anchor, like a physical anchor, 60 plus foot down to the bottom, you drift. And you can drift as long as there's not a lot of wind, but most days there is wind. Right now wouldn't be bad. I haven't found any piles of fish that look like they're worth stopping on. But yeah, jigging this time of year can be incredibly effective. Man, there are so many fish boiling out here. They're kind of out in this deeper channel area though. I'm coming back out into the middle here rather than the edge. Come on, we need our first fish. Hearing some are spawned out already? Huh. Edit says good luck. Thanks, Edits. How's it? How cold you there? It feels like it's above freezing now. It's probably low 30s, maybe like 33, 34. It was 26, 28 earlier. It felt like 24. We had a little bit of a snowstorm this morning. It's definitely cleared up. Sun has come out a little bit. American Spirit Mellomentals. Are there trusted local fishing reports? There is. I did look yesterday. There's one, a report from 3 weeks ago in this area that was saying that they were catching some walleye between 8 and 22 foot jigging. A few rainbow bites down in the basin area. Haven't been many reports of kokanee yet this year. It's just a bad habit. eBay. The trout shop has pretty decent report. That's true. I never stop into the local bait shops here. Dude, a UFO just passed. What's your biggest catch of your life? Michael, the biggest one that I've landed, measured, weighed, taken pictures of was a 22.5 pound, 42-inch northern pike. I've had fish bigger than that. I just didn't manage to get them in the net or, you know, get measurements and pictures of them. We had almost a 50-pound carp a couple of years ago that I just could not get in the net. It wouldn't fit in the net that I had. Only accurate fishing reports around here are the bulletin boards at the sporting goods stores. Oh yeah? Tugboat, what's up? Cooperstown, NY. Cold weather today. Damn, that's nice. Getting a bite? No. Again, if we were getting a bite, you would hear it. So again, all the rolls or rods and reels that we have out are trolling rods. They have a clicker on them. When there's a bite, you'll hear the drag zip. Thank you, Josie. Right now, any fish would be a prize catch, right, JV? We'll get there. Some mornings are a little slow, some streams are a little slow. This whole year has been, the bite hasn't been great so far. We're still so cold and the weather is still so back and forth. I really think it you know, puts the fish in shock. Get these weather systems that come and go and then come and go. And with those, typically pressure changes come and go. So you get the fish all discombobulated. That, and honestly, this time of the year, we'd probably be better off on almost any of these locations where we're going to if we just parked the truck and hopped to the shore and started fishing. I don't enjoy shore fishing as much. Oh, shallow water. 5 foot. All right. Hopefully we don't snag up. That just got real shallow, real quick. Okay, I can actually see bottom here. Interesting. Yeah, we're really shallow. Good God. Packing it in after 2 hours. What's your limit? We don't have a limit, Joel. We leave when we run out of gas or batteries. That's how I fish. I don't get grumpy when I'm out fishing and pack it in because I'm not getting bites. That's no fun. Yeah, shit, I can actually see bottom here. We are way shallower than I expected. I don't see how y'all live in areas that are cold almost all year. We get 6 months out of the year where it's not snowing. Usually. Does the lake have some sort of high-low tide? It's a lake formed by dams on both sides, and normally this particular water body, it's a very controlled flow coming in and controlled flow going out. There's very little variance in height in this particular water body. But again, that's solely because they have a dam that they control the water coming in and a dam that they control the water going out. Take some cold over the overbearing heat in the summer. Oh, for sure, David. The rods move, we're trolling. The rod always moves when you troll. The action of your bait, the action of your attractant. We're not sitting still, the boat's moving at almost 2 miles an hour, so your rod is always gonna have some movement to it. But the drag is set at like 2-3 pounds, so it's fairly light. And then you turn a clicker on that when the drag gets pulled out, you hear it, it's loud. You'll hear, when there's a fish on or a bite, you'll hear this. It's set very low. Are fish more prone to being current? This time of the year, when you're just coming out of winter and into spring, oftentimes fish are seeking the warmest water that they can find. Because almost, like the surface temperature here is 40, mid to high 40s right now. Most fish, their ideal temperatures are, towards the bottom 50, 52, 53 degrees. So oftentimes in a big lake like this, whatever river, source that it's connected to, this time of the year, oftentimes fish will swim up into that river because it's shallower water and it tends to warm up quicker than the big basin of water. So that's what we're doing today, is we launched in the basin and we're headed upstream into the river, into some shallower water where there will likely be, like right now, it's 48.8 degrees at the surface. Where we launched this morning, it was 48. So we're up almost 1 degree warmer water than where we were where we launched. And that's kind of what I'm looking for is, I'm trying to find some pockets here where it's, 49, maybe 50 degrees. And oftentimes just that 1-2 degree temperature difference this time of the year will attract the fish, the bait fish, and then the bigger fish come to eat the bait fish. We definitely were seeing more fish more towards the mouth of the river here. As I'm moving up further, I am still seeing some fish. Not as many as we were seeing back the other way. Tracy Gerard, appreciate the sub there. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Dave King, welcome to the stream. How you doing, Dave? Holy crap, 203 likes. We hit 200. Thank you guys. Does anybody know our Skipjack Cindy and Live Outdoors and Fishy Things and Fishy Fingers Jackson? Are any of them streaming yet today? I don't know what happened to all of our top feeding fish. They were eating for like 20-30 minutes and now they're all gone. Justin Duke says, as soon as walleye opens up in May, we'll be fishing Goodyear and this Kokanee River. kind of high right now because of the rain, snow we had. When's the last time you've been out that way? Oh God, years, man. Probably 15 years. Ever pull a lead bounce on the bottom to create disturbance? Yeah, so bottom bouncers, I have a whole variety of different bottom bouncers. Like I was saying earlier though, my low speed, unless I'm, going into the wind or I'm going upstream in against a river current, my low speed is usually somewhere around 2 miles an hour. And it's just trolling bottom bouncers at 2 miles an hour is too fast in most cases. You typically want to troll them, 1.2 or less. So typically what I'll use instead is clip weights. I do use anywhere from 1 ounce up to, I think I have 6 ounce clip weights. If I need to get deeper than that, I use dipsy divers or, other means. Went fishing yesterday, caught 3 largemouth bass. They're all surprised, didn't even know they were in there. Heck yeah, Sandra, that's always fun. Catching new species or species you didn't expect. That's one of the fun parts about fishing a water body like this, is there's so many different things in here. You never really know what you're gonna get to bite. NJ Fishing Maniac was for a short bit this morning. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't caught one of his streams in a while. Cindy, Travis, and that whole gang were out really late last night on the Chattahoochee. Yeah, I caught them yesterday earlier in the day when they were fishing on Live Outdoors boat that he drug down there. I watched for a while. I was working though, so I didn't get to stay the whole day. Do you know if they ended up catching anything off the boat? I know later when I checked in, somebody had said Fishy Fingers had, or excuse me, Fishy Things had caught the most out of anybody so far in the day. But I wasn't there for any of the catches. Come on, goddammit. Welcome back, Beaver State. We still have just had the one bite. We haven't managed to catch anything. One bite, one snag. We managed to recover our snag, but we lost our bite. There's a bit more surface activity here. I wish I could slow down just a little bit slower. I feel like these trout are wanting something a little bit lighter or a little bit slower. Getting a lot of surface activity here though. I don't think they caught much off the boat. They were doing okay off the bank last night. AJ and what's his face. We're getting some big crappie too. Yeah, I saw quite a few catfish pulled out in yesterday's, well I guess not last night, the night before. There were a fair number of catches in when I was watching. Just nothing when I saw today. That's cool. So many people came out. I don't think that many people would make the trek out here to Montana. Maybe. In and out of gear, slow you down. Yeah. Well, we're trolling with a jet boat. So there is no in and out of gear. There's forward and there's back, and it's controlled by a flap at the back of it. So neutral tries to get that flap in the middle, so as much as blowing out is getting pushed back. But the way mine is 2 miles an hour, unless I got wind blowing in the face or I'm going upstream. I need to order a new kit with bushings and stuff is just all over the top here. Why aren't they biting? All right. There's too much stuff on the surface here. I think we might need to switch out of the lead core here into just braid. I'd come out there and fish. I'd also buy an elk tag. Where's the meat? Yeah, elk would be probably the only thing that'd get me back into hunting. I don't know, maybe one of these years we'll do a meetup here. Something like Flathead Lake or Fort Peck. I don't know, hell, maybe even something like Fort Benton area would be cool. Take y'all to Pishkin, do a pike rampage. That steep slope behind you, no walking that. Where are the unicorns at? We're looking. The state record walleye comes out of here, and from what I understand, the kokanee that have been pulled out of here the last few years would beat the record too. They just weren't submitted. There's some really good sized rainbow and brown in here too. Most of the rainbow you catch are in the 1 to 3 pound range, but they do get quite sizable in here. And again, I think most of the big ones come from these lesser fished river portions rather than the big basin. Sea bass, normally a pack a day, 20 or so. It'd be epic. Oh yeah, it'd be hella fun. That's just a lot of planning. I'd have to figure somewhere to have a meetup that, people who want to do boating stuff can do boating stuff. There's shore fishing opportunities available in the area. It'd be fun. Hey Trisha, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you. Any fish yet? Fishing V9Z, not yet. We've had one bite and one snag. We're fishing a new, I've never fished this far up the river here. I've heard good things though, so we're doing a little bit of exploring here today at this water body. Trying to see if we can get into some interesting fish or terrain. Central Montana is decent for Hungarian partridge, pheasant hunting. Oh yeah, there's pretty much anything you want to hunt in Montana is here in central Montana. There's whitetail, there's mule, there's elk, there's moose, there's caribou, bear, all sorts of birds, pheasants, ducks, geese, a few different kinds of grouse. There's antelope, there's mountain goat, there's 2 or 3 different cat species. There's I mean, Montana is a paradise for fishermen. Still not the Bahamas? No, definitely not the Bahamas. Come on, bite. Jackalope. Yeah, maybe next time, JetBet, when you click on my stream, maybe I'll be in the Bahamas. Probably not, though. I wouldn't get your hopes up. But maybe someday. DW Phillips. Yeah, we're after walleye, rainbow trout, kokanee. There's pike in here. There's a bunch of stuff that might bite. But yeah, coming up this river here, we're mainly looking for some good walleye or maybe even some brown trout. 100 Corb or 1,000 Corbin. No, just we've had one bite. It let go pretty quickly. I got a few cranks on it before it let go. That house is on the lake or spendy. Oh yeah. I haven't looked at pricing around here anytime recently, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised if most of the lots around here are better, $1 million plus. You might be able to find some cheaper, smaller lots that have, a crappy old cabin on them. But most of it around here is probably, high 6 figures plus. We have to troll past the Bahamas to get to that Amazon River fishing we were promised last week anyway. Oh yeah. Looks like a beautiful place. Oh, it's real pretty up here. This is the Helena National Forest. We're just nestled up here in the mountains. Size motor. It's an old 1984 Johnson Evinrude 75 horsepower 2-stroke. With a jet foot conversion on it. Have you ever tried trolling a wedding ring with a worm? Yeah, that's the pole you're looking at right here, Jesse Allen, is a pink max flashlight, attractant, followed by a pink and orange wedding ring with half a night crawler. That's literally what you're looking at right there. It normally does pretty well here. The bite just hasn't been great, which is odd because I'm seeing all sorts of stuff biting at the surface. I might at some point today throw on we should troll with a bucktail or something along those lines. Urcon, welcome. How you doing? Got a 2010 90 horsepower Mercury 4-stroke. Okay. Yeah, a little bit more powerful and way newer than mine. I use the cowbells with a wedding ring. Jesse, yeah, we just took off cowbell and a wedding ring and put Max and a wedding ring on. Walleye, trout, kokanee, yeah. We're multi-species fishing today. Nah, there's nothing on there. When there's something on there, you'll hear it, GC Outdoorsman. 70 to 80. Nah, mine'll do as long as it's not completely, loaded incorrectly. It'll 35. I think I had it up to like 38 one day. It's a 16-foot flat bottom John. It's not built for speed. I'm a bit late. If I was here, I'd be up to beat. Oh, it's all right, Jesse. We'll be here all day. We got on the water here pretty early. I left the house at like 4 a.m. We got up here just before 6 o'clock. had the water in the boat just before the sun crested over the horizon. So we've been here about 4 hours. So it's been a little bit of a slow day. It's all right. We're exploring. We'll be here till sundown, or possibly a little bit later if the weather's not too chilly. Though I think it is supposed to get pretty chilly tonight. Man, I feel like running a pike bait. I honestly feel like throwing on our Berkeley dredger. We caught a damn trout off of it the last time. Nope, no fish yet, Travis. Just one bite. Hope you didn't have the water in the boat. It snowed on us here for about half an hour earlier, half hour, 45 minutes. We had damn near half an inch of snow in the boat. It was just light, fluffy, wet snow, but yeah, clouds settled right down on us about an hour after we put the boat in. Tonawanda, New York, 44, feels like 39, 7.4 winds, gust 10.7. That's not too bad. That is a little chilly, but that's fishable. I mean, that's warmer than we are here today. What's up, fish? Lake Erie wanted to go out and make some casts, but it's been raining all day. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm glad it snowed instead of rained. The fluffy snow is not nearly as bad as getting wet and soggy. Though it was quite heavy snow, so it was a bit moist. Yeah, I don't enjoy fishing in the rain as much. Come on, goddammit. It's time for a fish. I don't get it. They're jumping all over the damn surface here. It's all just itty bitty trout feeding, it looks like. We need to switch to, at some point here, excuse me, a dodger and a spoon, or a lake troll and a spoon, and some kind of crankbait. We'll run what we have out here for a little bit longer. Here, white corn does the trick. Jesse, we tipped, in fact, that's what we put on both of our first rigs that we had out this morning, was tipped with white corn. White corn with a little bit of scent. The only bite we've had so far has been off of night crawlers today. We have one rod out right now that's got night crawlers, one rod out that has pink gulp maggots. What spoon? I picked up, I mean, we could try a bunch of different spoons, but what I was thinking was, they're in here. I was thinking either one of these needlefish, or I did just get in 3 new, untangle. The Thomas Buoyants. was thinking of just trying one of these little guys behind either a lake troll or probably a dodger. One of those or one of the needlefish. One of those is what I was thinking. Red guy looks good. Looks like a warm glass of brandy would be good. Fishing with corn, you're fishing with trash. SoCal put you in timeout, yeah. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking is one of the spoons behind one of my Dodgers. Kind of like the black, white, and red there. Umbrella rig with dynamite. Cigar and some scotch. Yeah, I don't really drink scotch, and the last cigar I smoked was a Black and Mild. I'm not really much of a cigar smoker. Alright, we're gonna go up a little shallower. I've been trying to be out here more in the middle where these fish are surfacing and biting, but they don't want what we're selling. So I'm gonna go back up closer to the shore here in the shallows where we did get a bite. Looks like Pablo Escobar's plane exploded over the hills behind you. Maybe. It's crazy how much snow we got in the last couple of days up here. Absolutely love the smell of Black and Mild, but the taste is atrocious. Oh, they do smell so good. They're right next to the goddamn boat. They're not bad if you don't ever sit down and try and smoke a whole Black and Mild. Like, take a few puffs off of it, put her out. They're pretty good. Got for snakes. I've run into some snakes swimming around out in the lakes. I haven't had a Black and Mild in years. Actually sounds kind of good. Oh yeah, I caught my limit this morning in Michigan. Heck yeah, Nelson, congrats. We've had one bite. We are nowhere near a limit yet. All right, let's prepped. So I'm heading a little closer to the shoreline here. Let me know if the signal gets weird or grainy. We are, as you see me pan over here, or as I've been panning around, they're fairly steep cliff edges. And I still have not, I've only been running with the Starlink Mini here for 6 months or so. So I'm still kind of getting used to what its limitations are with, side terrain. I did get it mounted up higher this year though, so it's sitting up, 2-3 feet above, the surface of the boat, higher than what it was before, which seems to be improving the signal quality. A heated rock to troll around. Beautiful lake and country. Isn't it gorgeous here? Just nestled in the mountains. You guys missed it earlier. It's barely any visibility. We were just driving in a thick cloud. All you could see is, the mountains poking out here and there. Really, really pretty. Your neighbor keeps talking about his trouser trout. I don't think I'd be friends with your neighbor if he kept trying to talk about his trouser trout. All right, let's get rigged up here. Do you use Starlink out there? Yeah, Red Eye, that's the only way that I'm able to stream out here. There's no cell signal for miles around here. Most of the places that I stream from out here in central Montana are quite rural. And if they do have cell signal, it's like, you know, one bar flip-flopping in and out. So yeah, we run Starlink Mini to stream all of our marathon YouTube streams. And what did I do with that leader? It's the one that's sitting in my truck, isn't it? The one I'm thinking of. God damn it. Didn't know it was capable to run streams. Pretty cool. Yeah, the trickiest part about it, other than mounting it somewhere that you get a clear, you know, line of sight, is powering it. They don't consume a ton of power, but enough that most people, like if you were just to hook it to your boat motor, you'd run your boat motor out. I've come up with a rigging that I'm able to run it using DeWalt power stack batteries. I have a bunch of DeWalt tools, so I'm already in the DeWalt ecosystem, but there's the Starlink. It sits on my camera pole. We got our GoPro that records. You guys sit here, that's where the recording is. I have a second phone. That's where I used to stream from, and you see how it jitters like that? It would make you nauseous to watch the stream, but we have the lower ends. But anyways, I power this using DeWalt power stack batteries, 2 8-amp-hour batteries, and I've set it up so this is a DC to DC converter. It just converts the 20 volt into 12 volt, or well, yeah, I think so. Runs her down to this box, and in here we have a couple of waterproof components mounted that measure the batteries, and when the primary battery gets too low, it automatically cuts over. So when this one gets too low, it'll automatically start drawing from that one. And then I can take this one out without cutting the stream off and put a new one in, and it senses a fresh battery, it automatically switches back to the primary. So it allows me to run basically a continuous feed as long as I have batteries. I can swap it in and out without killing the stream. So that's what we're running. Isn't that pretty? There's our planer board out there. But yeah, I just have a pile of them batteries in my bag here. Each battery gets me about 5 to 6 hours of runtime on the Starlink. So 3 batteries is, you know, roughly 15 hours, 4 batteries, 20 hours. Yeah, the hot swappable setup is new. We this year is the first time we run it. We ran all last year. Every 5 hours, the stream would just crap out, and I'd have to swap out the battery, and then it'd take 2 to 3 minutes for the stream to come back up. And basically, everybody would leave every time I had to swap the battery. It was really disruptive, so I figured out a way to make it hot swappable, so I can just continuously feed new batteries. It's a great way to do it if you already have the batteries. It's an expensive way to do it if you don't have the batteries, unless you go with you know, the knockoff. Because these DeWalt batteries, it's like $300 for a pair of them if you're buying them outright. 300 or more. They're like $150 a pop. But you can get the knockoff batteries for like $50 for a pair. You know? All right, we need to do something here. These fish ain't liking what we're throwing down here. Let us, you know, we haven't run my pink wedding ring, my double wedding ring rig either. I honestly should. That's what produced the most for us last year. Oh, hey, how you guys doing? Where'd you come from? I see some fishies. Just kidding. Dynamite, yeah. That can be highly effective, from what I understand. Dredger as well. We haven't run the dredger yet. I kind of want to. Honestly, we should. Where we're running right now, though, I don't have map, so it's not a great idea to run deep diving stuff when you don't have a map for the area. SoCal, I went with the Jackery power bank for mine. I get about 18 hours and I can charge a phone and mics at the same time. Yeah, the Jackery is a really good solution too. I was a little sketched with the Jackery type solutions. Just one of the main reasons is the water. Like, I don't know how well those things hold up if, you know, you get rained on, snowed on, splashed on because you're on the boat. That, and again, it's big, it's bulky, it's heavy. I mean, they're not that bad, but compared to a few DeWalt batteries, it's much easier to stuff 4 DeWalt batteries in your backpack than it is trying to stick the whole Jackery in there. But yeah, no, that's a really good solution too, especially when you can charge all, you know, all your other stuff with it too. How you doing, SoCal? I didn't see you pop in here. Two-stroke? Yeah, it's an old 84 Evinrude 75 horsepower two-stroke. with a jet foot conversion. What's the biggest I've caught in this lake? Honestly, the biggest fish I've ever caught out of here was a kokanee. Probably 5 pounds. A little bit bigger than the biggest trout that I've caught here. There's much bigger fish in here though. I mean, the state record walleye comes out of here that's 18 pounds. State record kokanee is likely swimming around here that's over 7 pounds. The rainbow and browns I've heard of get, 10, 15 plus pound out of here. I've never caught one that big, but they're in here. There's some big fat trout that are around in here. Make a trip up to Canada, we'll do live. Be fun as heck. Avid bass angler, that'd be fun. Where about in Canada are you? Everybody that I meet on here that's from Canada is from Ontario. I'd go up to Ontario and know, like probably a dozen different fishing streaming channels. I'm on, more like by Calgary, Alberta. 15 pounds, keep it under the helm. It's pretty well protected from the elements. Yeah, if you got somewhere to stash it, that's perfect. Heck yeah. And you're using the cigarette adapter lighter, right? Or cigarette lighter adapter. No, Falcon, the fishing's been a bit slow. I was gonna hit the home lake, but the wind is howling. Ah, that sucks, SoCal. We got a nice wind day here so far. It snowed on us earlier, though. I think you missed that part. Like an hour after we put the boat in, a cloud settled on us, and it was like a little mini blizzard following us across the lake. There was enough snow in here that I was like legit making snowballs with the shit that was on the seat next to me. Now you get a dinosaur? Ontario, okay, yep, see? I'm closer to Great Falls area. I live in Vaughan, which is about 15 miles outside of Great Falls. Grew up in the Great Falls area though. I fish a lot around Helena though. Holter, Hauser, I've streamed a couple of times from Canyon Ferry. I would love to fish Canyon Ferry more. It's like a 2-hour plus drive. And a huge lake that I don't know how to fish. Hi all, Rod, where you at? Errol, we're at Holter Lake. It's the same spot we did our Christmas stream from last year. 3 of the SIG adapters for free. Oh shit, yeah. And that's good, having multiple. That's the worst, is having all your shit and then the cable doesn't work. Hold up, is there something on your line? Or are you fish bottom? We're over about 40-foot bottom right now. There's nothing on the line. Hit in front of the Black Beach. I'm out of Great Falls. Black Beach, where is Black Beach? You're looking at it, buddy, in all her glory. That is our Okuma Classic Pro GLT planer board rods. It's a one-piece telescoping rod. They're quite nice. They're one of my favorite trolling rods. It's an 8'6" rod that collapses down to 7'6". It's just one-piece telescoping. Makes it a lot easier to handle, especially in a small John boat like this. And then they're paired with the Okuma Cold Water Pro trolling reels. It's got the line counter, the clicker. These are the 30 or 300 series. 303. The drag in these are pretty good. My newer trolling rods that I just set up are the same basic setup, except for they use the newer. They came out with a Type A. It's still the Okuma Cold Water Pro, but they're Type A. And they have a whole new design drag system, and they are so nice. These are nice ones, but the new ones, I'm thinking about picking up a couple more of them. And we are in completely unmapped water up here. Where am I? Alright. I don't know how far up the river I want to go. I was kind of more wanting to explore this last bend that we just went around. First time viewer? Oh, right on, Greg. I hope you're enjoying the stream. We typically, if you're new to the channel, we do fishing from rivers, lakes, reservoirs, ponds, streams. Sometimes it's the boat, sometimes it's bank fishing. We catch from dinks to some pretty good fish sometimes. Pike is one of our most common fish species. Once the weather improves a little bit and they put some more water in the damn place that I fish for them. But we fish marathon streams here usually, sun up to sundown, sometimes long into the night. Pretty good group of people here. If you like fishing, you like, the great outdoors, we're all out here. It's mostly central Montana. We may do some streams elsewhere in the coming years, but for now it's mostly central, western, maybe a little bit of eastern Montana. It's right by the second dock. The shoreline is black, 30 to 50 feet of water with a Rapala countdown. Tyler, the second dock, you mean the second boat launch? Like Log Gulch? Like, I know a lot of the areas around here, and I've heard of Black Sand Beach. I just, for the life of me, can't remember where the hell it's at. I think I'm way past that. I went up past Split Rock. We launched at the main campground down by the dam. I did one pass around the basin area, and then we slow trolled up past Log Gulch, past Split Creek, and we're now past the first southern bend of the river area and are almost up to the top. I'm turning back around and going back down that first southern bend. Or Black Sand Beach, isn't that Hauser though? We're in Holter. There's no fish on, Ryan. Salute from New Jersey. What's up, Payphone Era? Welcome to the stream. I used to go to Alberta a lot. I have relatives in Calgary and Edmonton nowadays with passports, inspections, blah, blah, blah. Not worth the hassle to go anymore. Yeah, I haven't been across the Canadian border since I was probably like, God, I had to have been less than 10 years old. Or maybe somewhere around 10 years old. But I have a bunch of relatives that live up there as well. It's just the drag of the rig, Ryan. It will click if there's a fish on. Yeah, you'll hear a nice audible zip on the line. Oh, whoa, we got some boat just absolutely screaming down the water here. What do you guys want to bet they don't slow down or make any effort to not just wreck us? Watch this. We're over here slow trolling and they're gonna blast by us at like 50 miles an hour. Is that fishing game? Ooh. No, they just have a weird light on top. That's a nice boat. Ooh. Well, he's making a wide berth. Oh, there he speeds up. I wonder what kind of boat that is. All right, I'll stop with the shaky, shaky cam. All right. You got it right. You got it right next to Log Gulch, southeast side of the shore. So you got, sorry, I'm a little bit behind on chat. So you got Log Gulch, which is, well, let me, it'd be easier if I just showed the map. Southeast of Log Gulch. That's right where we got the bite this morning. So, let me see here. Hold on. Oops. All right. It spun the wrong direction, but this is Log Gulch. The boat ramp's like right down here. We got the first bite like right down here, that southwest corner from Log Gulch. We then came. We're all the way down. We're like right here. So we're down the river. I'm mapping right now. But you're saying go back to like down in here, somewhere in there, I think. Another great spot is in front of Indian Trail Lodge at the corner with all the cabins. Where are they going, or why? It's aluminum jet boat. He's configured for river running than anything. Cowbells with a wedding ring and a crawler works good for rainbows. Yep. Not hating, just trying to make future self thankful. No worries. I hear you. Who are you to tell someone what to do? Stay in your lane. Should try more. All right, y'all. Don't make me come back there. Both of you stop. There you go. Thank you, SoCal. All right. Yeah, so we're headed back towards Log Gulch. Again, I've taken one full turn up the river here. I'm gonna map back down the same way that we came. Just one path, either closer to the shore probably. Did I pop into a brawl? I missed it. Oh, just a little bit of drama. That's all right. In front of Indian Trail Lodge. Ooh, there was a bite. Come on! Well, they smacked it, but did not take it. Pamphlets for y'all. But yeah, so we've been the lake troll. That's what I was just rigging up here. But I'm gonna switch it over. You're saying 50 foot though? Let me read what you said again. Cowbells and a wedding ring with a crawler works good for rainbows. Yeah, that's what we have on right now. Jet boat. For the Indian Trail Lodge at the corner with all the cabins. I think I know where that's at. You got it right side log next to Gulch. Right by the second dock. Shoreline is black, 30 to 50 feet of water with a Rapala count. Okay, with a Rapala. Okay. We will head back over that way. We can try that. Yeah, that's right in the area where we got our first bite today. We just kept going because I wanted to explore. I wanted to explore the river channel here a little bit. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna throw back out there. It's our, it's my double wedding ring rig that I tie, or a variation of it. Little silver hammered, followed by or behind our lake troll. That's one of my most successful rigs here, or at least it was last year. Time to run top close plug troll. We ran a small plug. That's what we ran for first hour this morning. I thought for sure that shit was gonna get bit. Tipped with some white corn. That was my first thing this morning for kokanee. Rod, have you ever tried dropping live minnows off the side of the boat, just drift? Yeah, unfortunately, most of the water bodies here simply don't allow live bait. You can use cut bait for some species, dead bait, but not live bait. They weren't rolling then like they are now, though. That is a good point. We kind of missed it, though. The roll has kind of stopped. The wind has picked up a little bit. Papers with the live bait here, problems with zebra mussels. Yeah, so there are a handful of water bodies in central Montana that do allow live bait, and you have to buy it from a licensed bait shop, you have to have the receipts, like you have to, they're very restrictive about it. Let's get this rig out. A lot of western lakes have mussel and weed washouts. Inspection station too. Yeah, once they start getting invasive weeds or other weeds, or mussels, the snails, it gets tricky to fish in those water bodies. They make you do all kinds of inspections, and you got to do wash downs before and after you leave. It's painful. All right, so we have that one out. We just replaced one type of troll and wedding ring with a different type of troll. So we went from the Max flashlight in pink to the Lake troll in hammered bronze, and then from old school traditional, Max wedding ring type rig to my hand-tied custom double wedding ring rig. So really similar setup to what we were just running, but a little bit different. So we'll see. This is the combo that has worked real well for me towards the tail end of last year. So we'll see if that hits. We should prep. Sounds like we need a crankbait. And actually at that depth, I think we're gonna throw our Berkeley dredger down. Why don't we just do that now? What are we running here? That was just a nibble, I think, where we ran into some weeds. We're over way too much high at bottom for that to not been something. Catch your own shiners. You can do that too. The water bodies that do allow live bait, they do allow, if that bait is caught at the water body, you can use it as live bait. I've never been great with catching bait with my bait traps though. It's harder than it looks. Goodyear Lake has every boat launch all season nowadays. Really? Dang. Ooh, there's a big fish at 50. That's a nice big fish. I wonder what you are. Oh, you're like a fat pike down there or something. Maybe it's for certain bodies of water. New York has different rules everywhere. Yeah, you always want to make sure you check the regulations for your region and the specific water body you're fishing. They all differ. And that is something that I am working on for RodBot. So right now it should work. If you type .regs, it'll spit back a link for the regulations for Montana. If you type .regs space WA for Washington, it'll spit back a link for Washington's regulations. So I do have it working to where it's finding most states' regulations for fresh water, and I'm working on parsing those regulations and basically creating a database of the regs for every state, and being able to get, to be able to look up regs for a specific water body. So instead of just typing .regs, you could type .regs Holter Lake, Montana, space walleye, and it'll tell you what the regs for walleye are in Holter Lake. It doesn't work yet, but that's what I'm working on. and hopefully I'll be able to work it for, you know, maybe not all 50 states at first, but eventually all the states. Same for WATERBODY, like information lookup, stocking information. I already have records. You could look up the state record for any species in any of the 50 states. Oh wow, that's a whole bunch of fish. Wow, holy shit. We just found Mecca over here. What are this? All right, I just found our first real interesting spot of the day. We're gonna keep poking around over here. I think I found our first spot that we're gonna run some patterns. Oh, big fish. All the way from like 20 foot down to 50 foot over 60 foot bottom. They're all over here. Back still nothing, sounds like me fishing. Oh yeah, it's been a little slow today. We had one bite, one snag that we were able to recover from. We just found a whole pile of fish though. Like legit, these fish are all over in here. Emergit with the flower. I appreciate the support. Thank you for the gift. Oh, one of these lines just needs to start tearing. They're deep. I wonder, these have got to be walleye or kokanee. Can we see the radar? Yeah, let me flip back around. Oh. So we're still marking, this is just a few fish, but we need to turn back around and go over those marks that I just left there. There were fish stacked up all over, but we're marking good fish. Oh, there's some more. And these swoops, those are nice big fish. Laying on the bottom there, but those are some smaller things above them. Yeah, we're on some good fish here. Now we need to harass them. Just me letting out some drag. Hold on, I'll check on this. Will somebody give Travis another 30-minute timeout? Please. SoCal, just boot him. Thank you. No, was already booted once today. He's just being a pest. Wasting all our damn RodBot credits. All right, we're headed back to take another pass at all them fat fish we just found. Padre, there's rainbow trout, brown trout, northern pike, walleye, kokanee salmon, yellow perch, mountain whitefish, lake whitefish. There's a bunch of different species in here. There were a lot of them towards the deeper end, so I'm going to let our lines out a little bit further, and the second pass that we take is going to be a little closer to them. So instead of 90 foot, we're going to run it out 125 foot, just a little bit deeper, another 5 to 7 foot down. Bruh, you didn't call me? Who's supposed to call you? I just called Uncle Mike and he says none of those things happened. Sounds about right. And I have the control wedged like just perfectly right now. We are actually doing 0.9 miles an hour. I have almost zero steering control, but we're going super slow. A little bit too slow. I don't have any control. Maybe these fish just want to eat from the other direction, so we will see. I feel good about it though. This is the best pocket of fish we've seen all day, so we just got to figure out what they are. I don't know whether that's kokanee or walleye. I think it's walleye. I honestly should throw out our Berkeley dredger. Oh, thanks, Steve. Isn't it pretty here? This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. We're up in the Helena National Forest. Gonna be by Wolf Creek or Craig, Montana. If you're a fly fisherman, you've probably heard of Craig, Montana along the Missouri River. It's a destination spot for fly fishermen. People come from all over the world to fish, to float, drift from, usually from the bottom of Holter down through the Craig area. So basically below the dam from here, that stretch of river down through through Craig and Cascade. I keep telling myself to look that up. It's the Helena National Forest. I don't know what the name of the mountain range is right around here. I don't think this is still the Little Belts. I forget off the top of my head. Sure is pretty though. But we're pretty close to where I live. This is one of my closest fishing spots to my house. The wind here is just normally terrible. But there's real good fish in here if you can get on them. We're just trying to get on them. What a view, isn't it? We had a snowstorm come through last night, or this morning as well. Right after we put the boat on the water, it started snowing on us. Appreciate the hearts there. Hamzek, welcome. I liked and subbed. Awesome, Peyton. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. We're on another marathon stream here today. We normally fish from sun up till sundown and sometimes a little bit into the night. I don't know if we're going to do a night stream today. It really depends on the weather. It was quite cold this morning, and I anticipate it's probably going to get quite cold once the sun sets. It might not be comfortable enough to continue with a night stream, but we will definitely stream till at least sundown and probably a little bit after. It's been a slow start to the day. We've had one bite so far. We did just pass through the nicest pockets of fish we've seen so far today on the water body. So we flipped a Yui and we're headed back. We're gonna go pester these guys for a little while and see if we can get them to bite on something. Sometimes all it takes is changing the direction, or we may throw a spoon, a crank. We'll run a few options by them to see if they have a preference. Clock. If it looks as nice as it did the first pass through, which it's looking pretty decent so far, we might make a few treks back and forth across here. This is a nice pile of fish, and they're spread out enough. There's some bait in here. They look like they're active, that they're not just suspended and chilling. We might have found some eaten fish. They're all over in here. I mean, that's what we're looking for. You got fish spread out from, you know, 20, 25 foot all the way down, laying on the bottom. Little ones, big ones. Got that fish. That's all one fish, I'm pretty sure. Oops. He's chilling down there. He's just following right under the boat. Here he comes up. That looks like he's coming up. He's coming to check out one of our rigs. Is the drag gonna start screaming? Oh, did he stop? You know what? We can do that too, buddy. We just gave it a little dump there, see if we can get him to follow along. And he's now following again. We got another big, oh, he's coming up, he's coming up. Oh, come on. What is he doing here? Big belt. Okay, so it's not the little belt, this is the big belts. Thank you, SoCal. Love seeing the screen full of arches and rainbows, right? You need to hit that fish whistle. I mean, the fish needs to hit the damn rig. We don't have enough of them here. We got a big ass bald eagle flying over the top here and calling. I feel like the moment I pick up this phone to show you guys the bald eagle, that line's gonna. Where is he? Why can't I see him? There he is. Another eagle. I don't know what the hell that one is. That was a bald eagle. Big old bald eagle, yeah. Oops. What is wrong with this damn... Hold on, I gotta check on this planer board. Something don't feel right. Oh. There's a fish. Fish on, guys. Fish on. Feels like a little one, but it's a fish. Oh, stay out there. Come on. Oh, yeah. There's life over here. We found him. Ooh. Splashing at the top, just a little guy. What do we have? It's probably a rainbow, though it could be a little walleye. off of our double wedding ring and the cowbells. Hang on there, buddy. There we go. Pretty little rainbow. Hooked well, both hooks. One in the upper jaw, one in the lower jaw. There's our first fish of the day, y'all. Again, that was off of our lake troll, the cowbell hammered brass, followed by our hand-tied wedding ring rig. Oop, come on. All right, this one is all right. Very pretty, but we're just gonna let her go. We're not gonna get a measurement on that one. Let's get the poles back in the water and see if we can get a bigger one. And this was tipped with our pink gulp maggot. Bear with me a moment while I rig this back up and get it out. And then I will check your messages. Right. All right, then I'm letting the planer board back out on the other side. Hard work paying off. Congrats on getting rid of the skunk. Oh, thank you, Lee. It takes a little while to find them sometimes, but oh, we've found a pile of fish. I think this might be productive. We're gonna let this guy out a little bit further. Only caught one brown. Yeah, I haven't caught any browns so far this year. We're in central Montana. All right, we're just letting drag out, you guys. That is not a fish. To Whittier? No, we're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake. Give one of those rigs a little rip and let it drop down. Should have stepped out for a minute. What did I miss? You missed the first fish. It was probably about a 14, maybe a 15-inch rainbow trout. Really pretty, but it was just being way too spunky. I didn't want to handle it any more than I had to. So we let it out. We're gonna let this out. What did we have it at? We had it at about 125 foot. We were pretty far out there. So let's just replicate exactly what we did before. All right, so we're about 125 foot back on that guy. We have our second line out here. And I think I might replace this one. I'm just messing with the planer board right now on this guy. We're gonna run straight back over the pile of fish that we just went over and caught one. Look, pretty healthy trout, definitely eating better than the stock trout around here. Oh yeah, most of them that I've caught end of last season and early this season have been really, really good shape here. Very pretty. They're fed well here. I was just, again, moving up into the river column here. I was hoping to get into a little bit better class of fish rather than just catching a bunch of dinks all day. We're trying to find some bigger ones in here. And based upon the marks that we've just been going over, we're on an absolute shit pot of fish over here. Though I don't know what species they are. I mean, it's possible those are all rainbows. If so, some of them are huge. But I suspect that the depth, you know, sitting 60, 70 foot down, those are either kokanee or a bunch of walleye sitting suspended way down there. 256 likes. Yeah, we're having a good stream here today. I hope you guys are enjoying yourself on this fine Saturday afternoon. Sorry y'all missed the snow cloud this morning if you guys are just tuning in. We're, as you can see, we're in the mountains here in central Montana, and we launched the boat. We had it in the water for about an hour, and a cloud just settled right on top of us and started snowing. You couldn't see anything, and it was like a little mini blizzard. We got like half an inch of snow on the boat in less than an hour. I was making snowballs, and then we passed out of the cloud, and it's not winter anymore. I don't know. That's Montana. It just started trying to snow again a little bit ago, but it quit. Now here's another boat coming down. We aren't the only explorers here today. We have one other boat here. Looks like they're trolling. Those aren't lake trolls. Where is he going? Oh, good God, right up onto the water line. Never knew Montana had any lakes. There are some natural lakes in Montana. This is an impoundment on the Missouri River system. The Missouri River has tons of dams, and in between each dam is a reservoir. The water builds up at the front of the dam, and then you have like the river stretch of it that feeds in there. We're basically in the river stretch of what feeds into what is Holter Dam or Holter Reservoir. But then past the dam, it's just the Missouri River again. Oh, John boats are fun. So one boat passed by and it's every mountain range has lakes. It's kind of weird to think. Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine a lot of the, you know, the little nooks and crannies in the valleys, they're gonna collect water. In fact, some of our coolest lakes here in Montana aren't lakes that are accessible by car, or you have to park at a trailhead and hike 10, 20, 30 miles up into, you know, the Bob Marshall Wilderness or the C.M. Russell Game Range, or, you know, up into the boonies to get to where the water bodies are. I like fishing, but I ain't so much about hiking 30 miles into the backcountry. Not really my gig. Looked like it was gonna run around while I'm playing. Right. All right, now we need to find the pile of fish again because we got off of them. We're pretty close to them. I'm headed right back over there. Hope everybody's having an awesome Saturday. I hope we're the only ones that have snow. All right, I think our Dodger with our, what are we running behind the Dodger? What the hell did we put behind the Dodger? Worm harness rig? Should we switch to a spoon or a crankbait? I'm kind of thinking crank. Just like fishing in deer, Piston Waters, they're heading up to Leeway on May 1st, Pike and Walleye. Oh, heck yeah, that sounds fun. I'm too old and fat to hike to a lake. I can't launch the boat or fish right by the truck. I ain't going. I feel I'm right there with you, SoCal. When you reach a point in life and you wake up and you're like, oh God, my fucking hip hurts. Why does my hip hurt? Like that's where I'm at in life these days. You wake up with new aches and groans and pains. Like I don't do 30-mile treks into the wilderness anymore. Bitter Range has lots of lakes, decent trail system along the ridges too. Wasted my youth hiking through mountains all over the West. Oh hell yeah, man. That's one to do it. When you're a young buck and got the energy and everything doesn't fucking hurt already. Cause I just know if it hurts before I start, you know, it's gonna hurt after. And probably a lot more. I'd love to see some of those places though. I mean, I've seen, there have been, you know, a handful of videos people post to the trailheads of the hikes and going up and fishing some of those places. Absolutely gorgeous. I ain't built for that shit no more. Where'd all our damn fish go? Come on now. Is your weather going to be any better over there tomorrow, SoCal? You still got windy? Welcome back, Mia. Yeah, you missed our first rainbow. We just caught it here a little bit ago. We're trolling right back over the same spot where we caught it before. We didn't put it on the bump board, but I would say it was probably somewhere between 14 and 15 inches. Pretty little rainbow, good eater size, you know, towards the smaller end of what I would eat, but we got the skunk off, we caught our first fish, and we found finally a decent pile of fish, or there was the last two passes that we made. I'm trying to find them again. When we caught that last fish, I got a little off course. Yeah, really pretty colors though. The smaller fish like that are just so vibrantly colored. I want to get a big fat fish today though. I'm okay with the little ones. That's nice to get the skunk out, but I want to pull something sizable out. This year, we need to get some tanks. Need to get a fat pike, some fat carp, some nice walleye. I think next to pike fishing at Pishkin, the thing I'm looking forward to most is my next trip out to Flathead. I want to catch a really big lake trout, and I was able to catch 2 my first day there, so. Caught one once this big. Heck yeah. Got wind and some scattered rain today, Monday. Okay. Holter Lake sits at the east end of a huge canyon. So the west winds come up the canyon, just blast the lake. Yeah. You see, this lake, normally this lake blows from the south end to the north. Today's one of those few days that the wind shifted and is blowing more north to south. But I mean, it's not really even blowing at all right now. Alligator gar, that'd be fun. We have short-nosed gar over in eastern Montana. I've never caught one though. Flathead's the bomb for lunkers. Yeah, I had a blast there. It was the first time I'd ever fished it. I drug my little 16-foot flat-bottom John up there. The first day, it was a bit windy. It wasn't pleasant, but it was manageable. The second day, the wind was like nothing. I put the boat in. We had like a couple hours of fishing, and like a 4-mile-an-hour, wind came up from the south. And just out of nowhere, the swells were just these big rollers. And that hit me out of nowhere, and it was like, whoa, all right, we're gonna sink the boat. Had, them lapping at the side of the boat and splashing over. And man, these little flat bottom Johns, all it takes is one rogue wave and you'll sink it. You'll swamp it, and it's done for. Wolf Slayer, I've not fished Canyon Ferry in the past very much. Last year, I think we did 2 or 3 streams from Canyon Ferry. It's a 2.5-hour drive from the Great Falls area, 2.5 hours, depending on what boat launch you launch at Canyon Ferry. I had fun there, but again, it's one of those water bodies that it's so big that when the wind picks up and it's blowing the wrong direction, it just really gets scary fast. And it's a hard one for me to find good days to go there that the wind isn't going to beat me up. I want to learn how to fish Canyon Ferry, though. There are, I believe that the next state record northern pike could potentially come out of there. And also, there's so many different species that are in Canyon Ferry. We caught a handful of walleye, we caught a handful of small trout. We didn't catch anything really interesting. But I'd like to fish it more this year. We fished Hauser twice this year already. We got our butt kicked. I think we caught 2 fish out of 2 trips there. No wind on this narrow lake is best, I think. Yeah, we're in a pretty protected area. We're kind of in the valley of the river channel. So as you'll notice as I pan around, there's pretty steep mountain sides that blocking us here. There's one of those bald eagles flying behind us again. There's so many of them up here. There's another one over here. This one's even bigger. Tomorrow I'm going fishing in the Mediterranean Sea, Badalona, Spain. Oh, heck yeah. What do you catch out there? That's saltwater, isn't it? Yeah. You only get straight bass and mead. I think we have, I don't know if we have striped bass. I think we have rock bass in eastern Montana. Maybe we have stripers. We might. I didn't see the planter board in the back. Oh yeah, good day for fishing. Oh yeah, we have the one side I'm running a planer board, the other side I'm just running lead core. So we're kind of two different presentations. One's way more shallow, we're probably 15, 17 foot down on this one. Whereas the other one's probably like 3 to 5 foot. Yeah, I don't run planer boards often because I'm usually fishing by myself and only have 2 poles out. But the bite has been so slow this year, I'm trying it to see if maybe it's just my loud ass jet motor back here that's spooking all the fish away. But the only pole we've been bit on so far today is our leaded line. Where's the orange flag up? It's sticking up. This pole that you see here, there's no planer on. This one's lead core. This one's dropped down 4 collars. So it's maybe 20 foot depth-ish. The line behind me is where the planer board is on. Mead has some great smallmouthed cat if you know where to find them. Oh, okay. I've heard of mead. I've never really looked into fishing there. Slap onto the water on a hole maybe. Yeah, if you're hearing that, we're running a 16-foot flat bottom john, an aluminum welded boat. So anytime there's wake or wave, you're gonna hear the hole slapping against the water. They're a bit of a rough ride. All right, here we go. We're back on the fish now. God, that took way too long. See, this is what I need to spot lock and waypoint, navigation. We got so far off of the fish after we caught a fish that it took us 20 minutes to get back on the fish again. You ever fish Lake Ontario? I never have. I've never done any fishing in Canada. It's where I'm at. Smallmouth fishing is great right now. Oh, heck yeah. Now, we have some decent smallmouth fishing on the Missouri River below Maroney Dam. I think there's some in Canyon Ferry, but I've never caught them out of there. And oh yeah, we're definitely back on the fish. 25, 30, 40 foot. I need to throw our dam. I think our planer board's coming out here and we're throwing the Barkley dredger down. These fish that are down there deep, I'm pretty sure are frickin' walleye. Wait, maybe eventually gamble motors for you keep you in the same spot. Can you bank fish for kokanee? Yeah, kokanee are catchable from the banks in the spring and oftentimes in the fall, especially when they're spawning. When it's early in the spawn season, they're hungry, they fatten up, and they're also, as the spawn starts, they get super aggressive. So it's not a hunger bite, it's more of a competition, pissed off, irritated bite. Which I'm convinced most kokanee bites are that anyway. Yeah, we need to run some divers down here. We are running over way too many fish here that a diver just makes sense. Oh, there's a fish. Is he on there still? Oh, fish on, that one feels nice. Well, nicer than what we have been. Fish on, fish on. Oh. Now he's feeling smaller. What was that? You just were aggressive for just a minute there. I think he lost all of his spunk already, guys. This honestly is fighting like a walleye. What are you? No. Oh. That's not too shabby. Oop. Not too shabby, guys. And landed fish number 2 in the boat. And we just completely turned in a circle. And we have so many fish right under us right now. Let me get these hooks out here, guys. This again was on our lake troll and double wedding ring rig. Alright, look at that later. Give me a sec, you guys. Gotta put her on fish brain. She's swimming swimming nicely there. Alrighty, you guys. That's a much nicer one. Not the hog we're looking for, but a much nicer one. Oh. All right. Whoa. Oh. All right. We have any guesses on this one? A little bit bigger size than our last one. Let's get her on the bump board. What are your guesses? One more quick look. We're not gonna get him a weight. Let's get this guy back in the water here. Perfect eater size. What do we got guesses here? 14, 17, 3 pounds, 18. Did you spit on the bait? He hit hard. Yeah, that was a good one. Trolling too fast. That's right, SoCal. 18, 17, 16, 18, 18, 5. No guesses yet. There it is. DIY with the 19 inches. It was just a hair shy of 19 inches. Perfect eater size, probably about 3 pounds. Good sized fish. Should have kept it the way I handled it. It went back in clean, she swam away. Yeah, definitely, that's a much better class of fish. We're still looking for bigger. They get to be substantially bigger than that in here. We're going way too fast. Let me slow down a bit. We'll get this rig back out. 19 lay off. Yeah, just a touch shy of 19. So that is our second hookup and second fish landed on our cowbell and lake troll rig, or cowbell and double wedding ring rig, sorry. We'll get it baited back up and I'll show you guys what we're fishing with here. Ten seconds after I said trolling too fast, it hit. Really? Shit. That would have been a good video if I had caught your chat and read it. All right. So we're tipping this with a gulp maggot, pink maggot, and I have a couple of different scents in here. The Kokanee, which is a vanilla, a little bit of garlic, and a little bit of anise. And I say if we get one more hit on the lake troll here, we are going to probably... No, we're going to still throw on a crankbait on the other line. We could catch some rainbow with this one, but I want to throw a crank on and see if we could pull a walleye out of that pack. I guarantee you some of these fish we're going over right now are walleye. How fast are we going? 1.7. The nephew, but not a niece. Hey Dex, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hey Robert, yeah, we just caught our second one. Oh shit, I didn't show you guys the rigging. I'll show you what it looks like though. So they're just a hand-tied worm harness rig or a spinner rig that I tie up. And there are different variations of them. It's just two, they're like 1/0 size drop shot hooks. I don't use circle hooks for these, I use drop shot hooks. And I do egg loops on them. But it's a double wedding ring because this little shiny component here that's flashing has cubic zirconium in them. They're basically a little wedding ring. We tip it with gulp maggots, and then the one that's out in the water that's been catching doesn't have the little willow leaf blade. It has a small Colorado blade in hammered silver, but very basic. But you just tip up one little maggot on each hook and they gobble them right up. If you want to see some better pictures of them, somebody type .discord. You can hop over to my Discord channel, and in the fishing section or the lures section, I recently posted a few snapshots of the double wedding ring rigs. They're highly effective for trout. We've caught kokanee off of them, walleye, northern pike. And the way that I tie them up with usually 30-pound fluorocarbon. It's a strong enough leader that you can catch some pretty big toothy fish off of it and not get bit off. I honestly should have kept that fish and offered it to the eagle that's been flying around me. Hi from Wales. What's up, Dex? Welcome. Don't throw that butt in the water. No, I have a whole pocket full of them, Charles. I bust off the cherry and then I throw them in my pocket, and then at the end of the day I throw them in the trash can. What line size on the rig? Lake Erie, so what we've been catching that off of, that's the Suffix Advance, the 832 17-pound lead core. And then the leader is a 30-pound Suffix fluorocarbon. I'll have to do a write-up on those wedding rings. They're super simple to tie, and they are incredibly effective. And you can do a whole bunch of variations of them, different colors, different components. But yeah, those are the 17-pound lead core line. I'm bumping those up to the, I think it's 38. I have it at home. I'm just waiting for this shit to wear out. The 17-pound, it's good. It's great until you get tangled up on something. It's just too light. I lose too much rigging off of it. I want something heavier on there that I can wrench shit off the bottom. How do you get to fish brain? Type .fish brain. And it'll give you the link to my fish brain. Greetings from Veracruz, Mexico. What's up, Rita? Welcome, welcome. I'm trying to get caught up on the chat here. Carolina rig, drop top, buckshot here in the south. Okay, that works too. Do you ever use live dead baits? Dex, most of central Montana doesn't allow live bait. I do use dead bait from time to time. In fact, I have some frozen smelt in the cooler that I will often, I just cut off little tidbits of it and tip, you know, one of the hooks with it. If I'm fishing for catfish, cut bait is one of the most effective. I often use cut bait too when I'm fishing for pike or tiger muskie. Can't be much different to make than a worm harness. No, it's just a very basic worm harness. It just, again, that particular combination of two wedding rings, and the beads that I use in them are UV beads as well. And again, you can use a variety of different spinners on the top, Colorado blades, willow leaf blades, you know, the Max flashlight. You could use a spin and glow. I mean, the worm harnesses are the most simple. Once you learn how to tie a good knot to snell your two hooks, it's just cake from there. You can put whatever the hell you want on the end of it. The hardest part is learning how to tie a good double hook snell, which is really not that hard. I have a variation of an egg loop knot that I use that works real well, and it's super simple to tie. With those wedding ring worm harness Lindy type rigs, are they effective year-round, or do you have to mainly use them in the spring? No, year-round. In fact, this time of the year, jigging is way more effective. Trolling right now is not the most effective method of fishing this time of the year for the water temperatures that we're having. That's why most of the other boats you'll see that are here are all spot locked up in a little cove, you know, jigging in the shallows. Spot lock for me means dragging out my frickin' anchor and throwing rope, and we'll troll. All right, crankbait time. Give me a sec here, guys. Hold on a sec, battery's dying here. These are the DJI Mic 3s. They have the little receiver case for it. Just pop it in. All right, testes, can you hear tappy tap tap tap? Can you hear that? Caught my first catfish the other day. Howdy from North Carolina. What's up, Matthew Weaves? Where did you order the beads from? Off of Amazon. I'll add a link in my Amazon store when I get a chance. They're really good though. especially the white ones. Oh my God, they hold it's like a 30-minute glow on them. They're awesome. I'm marking spots on my fish finder where I don't catch any fish. That happens a lot, Travis. Yeah, there's tons of beads on Amazon. You just have to, these ones specifically, they're not just UV beads, they're glow in the dark beads. So a UV bead will glow when it has light shining on it. But once that light goes away, the glow goes away. You want something, they have various different levels of glow in the dark additive. You know, like the shit you put on your kids' walls, the little star stickers. They absorb UV, and then once the light goes away, they continue to glow. These particular beads have a really good, long-lasting glow to them. Let me see if I can find the package. Actually, let me get this line in first. Let's switch this out for a crank, and then we'll play with beads. Is there a fish on here? Hold on a second. I might be imagining shit here, but there might be a fish on this board. No. I think I was being delusional. I think I'm imagining shit. We'll see. Wish we had places that beautiful where I am. Yeah, Montana, that's one of the things about Montana that I really love is there's so much, you know, nature still left here. It's one of the biggest states in the United States, but has one of the lowest populations of people. Kind of crazy. We're missing our bait, aren't we? Yep, we're missing our bait on this guy. I wonder if we got hit on this and I just didn't realize it. All right, so we're bringing in the Dodger in Moon Jelly with the little hoochie that was tipped with a night crawler that is now gone. Oh, shit. And we're gonna throw our, we're gonna throw the Fire Tiger dredger back out. We're gonna bump this guy back out there. See if we can coax a walleye or pike to come play. I'm gonna squirt this with some attractant as well. We're gonna throw some Atlas Mike's garlic super scent on it. Here in Texas, we always do it. Hold on. Land cheap in Montana because of the low population. Yeah, a lot of the areas where you're gonna see the super cheap land is miles and miles and miles from anything. So you know, the further the access is to schooling, to a post office, to a grocery store, like the less expensive stuff starts getting. Logan, yeah, we've caught 2 rainbows so far. Want to see my bras? Always trolling, and I watch a channel on the internet. Well, thanks for watching, Travis. Just don't be a butthead, and you can hang out and fish with us. I see competition in the background. Yeah, there was somebody in the super shallows jigging over there. They're in one of the little coves. They moved as soon as we went by them. And here comes another lake boat speeding by, gonna blow us out of the water here. Water's about to get real rough in a minute here, guys. Hey, Logan, it's Holter Lake. It's near Wolf Creek or Craig, Montana. What's your rod and reel setup on the starboard side? We just put out a Berkeley dredger, 25.5-foot deep diving crankbait on our Akuma Classic Pro GLT planer board rods. That one's running 40-pound Suffix braid. The pole that you guys can see here is 17-pound Suffix 832 lead core. We're running out 3 colors on that guy, and we're running a hammered brass lake troll with a hand-tied double wedding ring harness. What's awesome with the mountains? What fish are in the lake? There's a whole bunch of different fish in here. Rainbow trout, brown trout, brook trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike, mountain whitefish, lake whitefish, yellow perch, large-scale sucker, white sucker, common carp. I believe that there's also I don't know, there's a bunch of shit in here. In fact, that's something that I did, so how does that work? Somebody type, oh shit, Rodbot's gone. We're to Nightbot. I think I had a quota for Rodbot. I'm still working on getting Rodbot prepped for, I have to get the app verified, and then I have to put in for a security audit to get the quota increased. So we're still working on it. Hopefully sometime in the next month we'll get the submission done. And I don't know how long it's going to take, how much back and forth it's going to require to get the verification for the app done, and then a potential quota increase. Need to jig them perch. Yeah, I said earlier today, if we don't get any luck on anything else, I do know a couple of spots here that are usually loaded with perch. I did bring my ugly stick that we can go throw a piece of corn on and see if we can catch some perch. But I'm not there yet. We've caught a couple of rainbows here in the last hour or so. And we're headed right back over the same spot where we were marking. I think there's some walleye lurking in this pile of fish that we came upon up here. And that's what I'd really like to catch, is a nice walleye today, or a nice brown would be sweet. I'm not picky though, a nice anything would be nice. We have caught nothing but dinks so far this year. We need our first good fish of 2026. How deep? We're over a pretty deep bottom right now. We're kind of in the middle of the river channel. It's about 70-foot bottom. And where we were marking fish over here, there were anywhere from like 20 foot deep all the way down to the bottom. And we had quite a few fish following the boat, coming up to check out the boat. And it seems like every couple of passes we make through here, we get a bite. Like that. Fish on, fish on! Again on our double wedding ring, and right up at the top there, this looks like another rainbow probably. Oh. Another little rainbow. Man, they always feel bigger the first couple of the reels on them, and then they lose all their oomph. We had out 4 colors there of the 17-pound Suffix Advanced. On the package it says, oh, there was a little jump. 5 to 7 foot per, oh, did I lose it? Oh, it came off. She jumped and spit it right at the back of the boat. But that's what we've been catching it on. That's our double wedding ring rig. It's like a neon pink-ish orange, kind of an odd color. Glow. 2 wedding rings. Some of them have 1 bead in the center, some of them have 2 beads in the center. And then it's just a little hammered silver nickel willow leaf. Or Colorado blade, sorry. Damn it! Came off right at the back of the boat. And then we're just tipping that with a little pink gulp maggot. They're hand tied. They're super simple to rig up. There's a bait ball. We're sitting. Ooh, there we go. Fat ass bait ball at 45 foot. Now, see, this is what I'm always looking for. When I'm trolling around aimlessly, I'm looking for, that one patch of fish that just looks like it's got some action going on. There's different sized fish in there. They're ranged at different depths. They don't just look like they're sitting static. Dang it, we missed that fish. It was just another little one, but it got all the way to the back of the boat, took 1 leap and came off. But we're running that behind, this is called a cowbell, or a lake troll, or a pop troll. There's a lot of different names for it. They're really common with trout and salmon fishing. But it's just got a little rudder at the end, and then just 4 blades that spin in the water, and they create a thump, a vibration, a flash. And then you run a short leader off the end of that, and run a spoon, a spinner, a worm harness, a crankbait. Various different things you can run off the end of it. Coho killer, yeah, it's really good for salmon. It's one of those rigs that I've caught so many different species off of it so far. That's why I keep tying it with heavier and heavier line. These are currently tied up with 30-pound Suffix fluorocarbon. It's the biggest fluoro that I could find that would fit in the eye of the hook and allow me to tie a double uni, or a double loop uni. So that's what we fish with. But we're running it out 4 colors, which is, each color is 30 feet. And when you're trolling, most of the line will be, or you can get line that's color coded. Every color that goes out, every new color is 30 foot. So 1 color 30, 2 foot 60, 3 foot 90. We were out 4 colors with that. And the lead core line, so it's braided line that has lead that runs down the center that gives the line itself weight. And for every color that's out, you get roughly 5 to 7 foot of dive depth with it. So for 4 colors, we're running a little over a mile an hour. It's getting us down to roughly 20 foot depth. What are you trying to catch? Sorry if I missed anybody's comment. I'm just reading straight to the bottom here. Straight Alabama rig. That works. How you been? I'm doing awesome. Jay, how you doing? Pig Mountain, he's trolling. I'm trolling. There's a distinction. We almost just had number 3. We lost it right at the back of the boat. But again, we're headed right back over the path. We hooked up 3 times now. There's a whole pile of fish in here. Running one worm harness rig that we've caught or hooked up 3 times on, and I also just threw down a Fire Tiger Berkeley dredger deep diving crankbait, because I think some of these fat fish that we're going over here that are suspended near the bottom are big old walleye. So I'm gonna try and hunt a walleye or 2 out. We're up past Split Rock, Lori. So you go up Split Rock, and then there's the northern bend that comes back down to the south. We're about a third of the way down. So we're just, you come past Split Rock up and then come back down, and we're kind of in the middle of that first bend. And there's just a spot here. It's kind of a hump that is just holding piles of fish. You want to know good lures, get frostbite dinner bell spoon. It's an awesome trout. That's what... Fish out! Ooh, this one feels a little bit bigger. Maybe not. All right, we got it marked. See if we can keep this one on the line. When you're trolling, you'll see people fish just like they do on the shore, pulling up, reeling in, pulling up, reeling in. Don't do that. I know you see a lot of people do it. Go slow and steady. You want to keep that fish from jerking about and from having slack, because anytime they feel slack, they dart. They try and go towards you. They try and go away from you. So if you'll notice here, I'm just slow and steady pressure. Keep my pole at a decent height here. Don't point it at the water. Don't point it at the sky. Just keep it at a relatively flat level. We're about 35 foot of line we still got to come out. Our cowbells are coming out of the water. They have a ton of drag on them. So you got to be careful as those come out of the water to transition to, yeah, oh, as soon as they come out of the water, the fish starts fighting. It feels the slack. So now I'm pointing down at the water. This one's fighting a little bit better. This might be a little kokanee. Maybe? I see, it's looking awfully silver there. So we're actually just keeping this cowbell troll down in the water to keep pressure on the fish. Keep it from slack going. No, it's a little rainbow. In the net, landed. All right, here we are on trout number 3. See, we found the patch, now they're biting. Let's get this guy out. We'll give you guys a quick look. This one is definitely smaller than the last one we got. There we go. Very pretty though. There's number 3 of the day. We're not even, probably 14 inches. Ooh, there's another whole pile of fish. You know he's a real fisherman when Sig never released his mouth from hookup landed. Oh man, you should have seen Grandpa Haggy. Grandpa Leroy. That man, he was a body man. He worked in an auto body shop. Sanded, grinded, painted. That man had the longest cherries just drooping. And he'd be talking and spraying and got like the whole he smoked like the Dorsal 100s, I think. So he'd have the 100, like the whole like droopy ass ash hanging off as he's just mouthing, talking. I think it runs in my blood, I don't know. It was a really pretty little rainbow, but very small, 13, 14 inches. All right, at least we're getting some action here while hopefully something bites on our gnarly bait out there. We'll go through this one more time. Gulp pink maggots. They're little itty bitty little turds. You wouldn't think anything in the world would go after something so small, and you just put one on each hook. Some days the trout and the salmon really like them. Other days they prefer corn. You know, sometimes they want, you know, the night crawler. Today it looks like the trout are definitely keying in on it's just an itty bitty. That's it. Now, how long was that even out in the water? 5 minutes? We had barely just got it out to full depth there and we got smacked on it. Sorry if I'm missing y'all's messages. I do try to read every comment in the chat. At times like this when we're catching fish and trying to stay on the fish, it's hard for me to keep up. I will try though. If I missed your comment, feel free to retype it. I will try and read it. Ken said, oh, Tyler Tool says, heck yeah, the cowbells and wedding ring always are fire. Live to fight another day, that's right. Tyler, they are a really good combo. Are you in Alaska? Ron, no, we're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake, near Craig, Montana, Wolf Creek, Montana. Nice looking fish, really pretty. We're trying for something a little bit bigger. I would like to break into the 30-inch class here at Holter. They're in here. We just got to find them. All right, there's 150 feet, so we're out a little bit deeper this time. So that's 5 colors, so that'd be 25 to 30 foot-ish deep. So this is knocking right on their door there, those bigger ones that are lurking. What is the name of the red rod? Tiberiu. That's a ugly stick carbon. That's one of my favorite. They're a medium light fast action. It's like 6'8" long. Super, super lightweight. You can feel everything with them, and they're like a $50 rod. They're dirt cheap. I love them. I have 3 of them. And I pair those. There's a real manufacturer on Amazon, Piscifun or Piscifun. I've heard people pronounce it a whole bunch of different ways. They make a reel called the Carbon X2, and I think they actually just came out with the Carbon X3. I haven't tried them yet, but the Carbon X2s are really, really nice. Again, super cheap. They're like sub $100, and they feel like a lot of the $300-400 plus. They feel a lot more premium than what they are, and they've held up well. I have again like 2 or 3 of those. The red rod is named Nancy. Right, so go. Steven, we're not running, I don't have downriggers on the boat. I do, right now we're running lead core. The pole that keeps getting hit is the lead core rod. We're running 4 color, we're running 4, we just dumped it out to 5 colors. I have snap weights, I have dipsy divers, jet divers, dolphins, various different things. I can get down to, if I need to, about 100 foot. It's a little difficult to get reliably down more than 100 foot without downriggers. If I had a bigger boat, I'd probably have some downriggers, but this little John boat's just too small. All right, we are on top of the fish again. Holy shit, we're almost at 300 likes, y'all. 291 likes. Well, I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream. Hopefully we can keep on the fish here. It's been a pretty good run. That was 3 fish in the last hour and a half. 3 fish in the last 90 minutes, and we lost 1. So it would have been 4. Done a lot of fishing with ice worms and mealworms, even on size 10 hooks. Sometimes you have to use tiny bait to get big fish. Yeah, I've heard of people. I've never really fished like that until these little. I mean, I take that back. I used to fish the little Berkeley Gulp, the little eggs, the little rubber eggs, and we had really good luck catfishing with those. But yeah, most of my presentations, you don't see me do a whole lot of finesse most of the time. Got beat with an ugly stick? That happens. Everett, yeah, we're trolling about 1.2, 1.4 miles an hour. We got the wind blowing in our face, and I have my neutral wedged slightly in reverse, and it's cooperating nicely, so we are sub 1.5 miles an hour for a change. Fish on! Fish on! Feels like just another tiny rainbow, so we're definitely on the itty bitties here. Well, I guess the 19-incher was nice. We need like 25 or a 27, and this is definitely not it. Is he still on there? Well, either this is itty bitty or it fell off. Give me a sec here. No, we might still have her. Oh yeah, no, we got it. It woke up. It must have just been swimming at us. There we go. Slow and steady. Oh yeah, that hammered brass is just flashing right now. That little bit of sun that came out made a world of difference. Landed rainbow trout number 4 of the day, again off of our wedding ring worm harness and cowbell. Still nothing off of our super crankbait. Give me a sec here to get the hooks out of this guy. Oh, looks like he de-hooked himself. Nice, nice. I appreciate the effort there, my friend. All right, and we have spun in a complete circle again. The joys of trolling with a jet boat. Oh, this one's pretty. The colors are so, I don't know if the camera does this justice, but look at that green blue. It's just like iridescent. Really pretty colors. We'll get a quick measure on this guy. Throw your guesses in now. All right. All right, all right, all right, all right. Off she goes. All right. Little bastard steals both of the maggots. I don't understand. I guess at least they get a snack out of the whole ordeal. It's a 12, 17, 15, 14, 19, 9. Looks tasty. Little small for what I would keep to eat. The spawning, actually go closer to shore, a little better, larger fish in the key spots. Tyler, that's good advice, yeah. Looks like you found what they want right now. Bud is on. Let's go deep. Well, we do have a Berkeley dredger on the other line, a 25.5-foot deep diving crankbait. Nobody guessed it. Y'all were close. 13, just shy of 13. Very pretty little fish. That's about the size a lot of people keep to eat. I mean, it's like the fish version of a personal pan pizza. A 13-incher is good for about one person, one plate. Excuse me. All right. Beautiful bow, creek outlets. Yeah, this portion of the river I'm not familiar with. I've looked at it on a map a billion times, but this is the first time I've actually fished it. I'm marking a whole bunch of big fish here. All we've been getting to bite so far is the itty bitties, but we're not leaving this area just yet. There's some big shit down here. I think it's bigger walleye. But yeah, Tyler was absolutely right. Right now they're spawning, the trout are spawning, and a lot of the bigger ones are up in the shallows. Though most of what we've seen today has been fairly sporadic. Though, I mean, somebody did mention down scanning in shallow water is not very productive. Your cone size is very tiny in shallow water, so you don't get a good down scan in super shallow. All right, we're back out to 125 foot, so roughly 4 colors. Again, I turn the clicker on, you set the drag to where, you have about 2-3 pounds of drag on it. Not very much drag. You want the fish to be able to drive by, swipe it, and swim away. Because then when you stand up, the first thing that you do is turn your drag up and give one good reel. That first reel is what sets the hook. You don't need to usually pull or yank. There's no real setting the hook. When you're trolling, they kind of set the hook for you. It's a hard habit to break, though. I do it and lose fish because of it when you try and set the hook. What's up, Joseph? 5 fish per day on rainbows on Holter Reservoir, no size limit, but you can get 4-pound rainbows pretty consistently if you can get through the smaller ones. Yeah, there's some bigger ones in here. I prefer catching the kokanee. We haven't had any kokanee bites yet today, but I have seen a couple of patches of fish that look like they were probably kokanee. And some of what we've been passing over right here might actually be kokanee. It's kokanee or walleye, one of the two. Didn't we just catch, was that rainbow trout 4 that we just caught, or 3? I thought that was 4. I think we're missing a catch. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it is 4, isn't it? Dana, I don't think there are. There might be some smallmouth in here, because from what I understand, there are smallmouth in Canyon Ferry, which is 2 reservoirs up from here. I don't understand how fish couldn't get from upstream to downstream. The only place I've ever caught smallies in Montana is in the Missouri River below Maroney Dam. So like Fort Benton area, Loma area, where the Marias goes into the But there are quite a few places that have them. That's the only place I've ever managed to catch them. Thank you, SoCal. You're out the last 10 to 15 minutes. Oh, no biggie. Yeah, we caught a fourth one. So we're pretty good landing ratio so far. Now that I say that, I'm going to screw it, and we're going to lose every one. But we've landed 4 and lost 2. Oh shit! Hooked up, hooked up. So you'll notice I turn off the clicker. For those of you guys who troll, for the love of holy bejesus, will you please, when you catch a fish, you don't have to do it the first crank, the first 2 cranks, but sometime in the duration of reeling your shit in, turn off the damn clicker. I watch so many like high-end, like, you know, YouTube videos of like these guides and like these people who are pros. Every goddamn one of them reels in the entire fish with the clicker on. Drives me nuts. Yeah, just another itty bitty. I was trying to take a drink of my damn Mountain Dew. Oh, 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 oh. Quit it. Quit it. All right. This one's way too rowdy. Give you guys a quick look here. Perfect hookup. One in the top lip, one in the bottom lip. It's another, that one's a little bit bigger than the last one, but just another little shaker. We're gonna get this one off the line without touching it. Off she goes. Now we're gonna get our drink of Mountain Dew. Thank you, Lee. I'm stoked we finally got on some fish. Every goddamn time, both of the gulp maggots. Yeah, we found a nice little pile of fish here that are eaten. And it's often like this at WATERBODYs for me. I will find 2-3 spots, you know, over the course of a few years fishing it, where it's just, they consistently produce fish. This spot that I just found, probably every time I come here, there's gonna be a pile of fish on or near it. They may not always bite, but the spot that holds fish one day usually holds fish the next. So we have definitely just stumbled across a new little honey hole here for me that I think is holding more than these itty bitties that we're trying to fight through right now. But again, for those of you guys joining, we're using a hammered brass. So it's called a cowbell or a lake troll or a pop troll. There's so many different names for this. With one of my, I tie these up. They're just a hand-tied worm harness rig. It's a double wedding ring, 2 shiny cubic zirconium and some glow-in-the-dark UV pinkish orange. It's almost like a salmon color with a hammered silver blade. That's it. Those 2 things. And it works flatlining on braid with clip weights, or what I'm using today is lead core line. And we're running it out about 4 colors. So we're getting down to roughly 20 foot or so depth that we're running this at. Some days they eat off the top, some days they eat a little bit deeper. Today they've been eating at the at the roughly 20 foot depth. We're over 70 foot bottom right now. We're right in the middle of the river channel. Well, I take that back. We're a little bit on the west side of the river channel, but it's about 70 foot bottom. And we've been marking fish anywhere from, you know, that 20 foot all the way down to 70 foot. And they're ranging from, you know, bait balls to some behemoths down there. Love seeing how happy you get when you catch. It definitely does cheer you up a little bit. Oh, they do. They love this rigging. And it's funny because that rig, I could probably throw that exact same thing on the second pole and they'll still just bite that pole all day. It's like once they bite it, that's the one they want. It's annoying and ruins your clicker, 100%. Got to try that in Holter Lake with Cooperstown, NY, Deep Lake for our region, 180 foot. Yeah, sometimes fishing over deeper water is better. You don't necessarily have to fish at the bottom. You just got to fish, you know, within headspace of where, you know, that first batch of fish you see. That's usually where I start, and then you start trying to drop deeper into them. And right now we've, there we go. No. Huh. Bring this in just a little bit. We let out a little bit too much line there. We might have drug bottom there for a moment. That looked like a bite though. But you guys see, I mean, that's how fishing goes. We trolled around here for a solid, what, 5 hours with one bite. And then once you find the fish that are biting, it's on. And it may shut off just as quick. But I feel like this pot of fish we found is hungry, and I think there's multiple different species floating around in there. Set up your other pole. We could rig the same thing on the other pole, and we might. I'm trying to, this is pulling in a bunch of trout. It might pull in kokanee. I'm trying a bigger deep diving crankbait there, trying to pull in a different species. I would like to get a walleye, maybe a brown trout. And while either of those might bite on this rigging, I think they're more likely to bite on the crankbait that I have over here. A 2-foot trout? That'd be awesome, Thomas. What's up, Seb? You know what? I forgot to post the damn catch on Fish Brain. Hold on. All right, there we go. Fish Brain posted. 9 miles long, something like that for Holter. The next reservoir up, Hauser's like 25 miles long. Not too shabby. Yeah, we've been having a good morning here. Started out a little slow. We went through a blizzard this morning, a little mini blizzard. It's like, you ever seen the cartoon with, what is it? Is it, what's Snoop? The one little kid that has like the rain cloud that follows him around, or like, that's what it felt like this morning. There was like a little snow cloud that dropped right on top of us and followed us for like 45 minutes and snowed the crap out of the boat. I was making snowballs out of the snow that was on the bench next to us. And then we exited and there was no more snow. But I felt like it was following us. Charlie Brown, there you go. Sorry. Thank you, Travis. Where are you at? Central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. We're not in the dam, like the big basin area. That's where we launched. We came south from there, went down past the second launch, which is Log Gulch, and then we took the turn into the river system, which is Split Rock, and we've come around the first big bend after Split Rock. And there's a nice big deep channel over here, 70 foot, and there's some terrain over here that is just holding fish. There are tons of fish in here. Speaking of which, they're behind us. I need to turn back around. Though we are still seeing some under us. It's not the big pile that's back there though. Just got your notification on Fish Brain. I'm surprised you're out there when it's this cold. It's nice as hell now. It was cold this morning when it snowed on us. It was like 24 degrees. But it's got to be in the mid 40s right now. I'm feeling a little warm. I might have to take off a layer. Gotta love Montana in the spring. Oh, absolutely. The weather is chaotic as shit, but I love it when winter is, you know, just going away. Everything starts getting green. The only thing that I don't like about springtime is my grass starts getting green and growing, and that makes me sad to a level that most people just don't understand and never will. But anyways, I love the spring. And today has been a really nice day so far. Chilly this morning, but Holter normally kicks the crap out of me. This place is usually so windy. We have lucked out. Ackley Lake last week was perfect. We didn't catch shit for fish, 2 fish, but the weather was perfect. And today, the weather so far is perfect. Speaking of which, I should probably put on some sunscreen before I don't know how well, you guys see the raccoon eyes? This is from last week. I'm already got some color in me. I didn't burn too bad. I didn't peel. But I feel like we're probably gonna burn right on top of our burn from last week. Yeah, we've caught five small rainbows ranging from like 13-inch up to 19 inches. We're still trying to find something over the 20. In North Dakota, spring is about 3 weeks of cool wind, then gets hot. 3 weeks of cool wind, yeah. That sounds about right. I think it's time for a celebratory fish whistle, y'all. Not only did we not get skunked, we have had our first, what I would consider, I mean, we limited, basically. We caught our limit. Our first limit of 2026, though everything went back in the water, so we can still catch more. We have struggled everywhere else we've went so far this year. So cheers, y'all. I'm glad you guys were able to make it to our first good fishing stream of the year. We still got stuff all over between and behind us. Yes, guys, we have things between and behind us. Below us, we're still marking a whole bunch of fish. Not as thick as what's up here. I don't know what this feature is up here that's holding it. It's like a weird little hump. Kind of looks like an ear. It's like a hump with a hole in the center. I don't know if this is this little inlet here is a creek coming in or what. Spring fishing, hate to take care of the yard. Maybe that's not normally, but there's not a real spring. What type of wax is in the fish whistle? Normally I get the huckleberry. I absolutely, they have a Montana huckleberry flavored, this Frosties, and it is absolutely delicious. And I went into the shop the other day and ordered it. The gal put it in the bag, I paid for it, I got it home and opened it up and I'm like, blackberry? And then I got sad, because but 2 of them, because they're little magnetic guys that gives you a little something more to hold on to. It's not bad, but it definitely ain't the huckleberry. It ain't the Montana huckleberry. Oh, Jacob, they are incredible. Look at that Frosties brand. F-R-O-S-T-E-E-Z. And it's not just, it's Montana huckleberry. I'm sure huckleberries grow in other places, but that's kind of one of Montana's things. We make like everything out of huckleberries here. We got huckleberry sodas, jams, jellies, syrups, vapes. butters, got anything you can think of. Ice cream. Tropic haze, that sounds good. So you won't be our huckleberry. Glacier Lake? No, 6 foot. This is actually an impoundment on the Missouri River system. So this is actually the Missouri River. The Missouri River is one of the longest, or the longest river in the United States. It starts about an hour and a half, 2 hours northwest of here in Three Forks, Montana. And that river system starts a series of hydroelectric dams. You have Canyon Ferry Dam, Hauser Dam, and then Holter Dam. And we're in the reservoir that's formed between Holter Dam and Hauser Dam. So it's still technically the Missouri River, but because it's dammed up on both sides and they control the flow, the water in and the water out, they call it a lake or a reservoir. What's up, Tink Tink? Welcome to the stream. Been gone a while. What's the catch? We're up to 5 rainbows. Never seen a device have magnets or come apart. Great idea. Are they half grams? They're actually 1 ounce. They're the bigger ones. They're like 0.98. They're basically 1 ounce. So I got 2 ozers. Josiah, we're in central Montana. This is just outside of a small town called Willow Creek, Montana, which is right next to Craig, Montana. Holter Lake up here in the Helena National Forest. Same river runs past my house. Yeah, it runs all the way from Montana and dumps into Mississippi. Anyone know where it dumps into the Mississippi? What state? I know a fair bit about how it starts, but not where it ends. Holy shit. All right. The fish should have heard that one. St. Louis. Oh shit, that's right. That's right, St. Louis. I've been through there. Yeah, right where I'm from, where I was born and raised, Great Falls, Montana. Y'all that are from America have all were taught about Lewis and Clark in school. As you know, when the western portion of the U.S. was purchased, stolen, whatever you want to call it, and they were coming out west to explore, and they were trying to find a navigable path. They came up the Missouri River from the East Coast. So they followed the Missouri River up and up and up, and they got stuck at Great Falls, where I'm from, because there's a series of natural falls, and they arrived at it at sometime like right before winter. So they basically got shafted and stuck in Great Falls for the winter, having to portage all of their shit like 10 miles around the series of falls in Great Falls so they could get back into the river. Creamy goodness, 5 today, wow. Yeah, Creamy, we found a spot over here past Split Rock that within an hour's time we started hooking up. We caught a whole bunch of them. We're just headed right back over that spot again. Almost every pass we've made through, we've hooked up on. Smaller rainbows, really pretty, but like 13 to 19 inches-ish. I think the 19 was probably maybe 3 pounds. But there's just a whole bunch of fish holding over here. Smaller fish, a few bait balls, and some really nice looking fish. It's over about 70-foot bottom, and there's fish stacked from like 20 foot to 70 foot. Some laying all the way on the bottom, some suspended all throughout the water column. But we're running a deep diving crankbait on one side and fire tiger, trying to see if we can maybe, because I don't know what it is. I don't think it's all rainbow. I suspect it's probably a mix of walleye and kokanee. Maybe some northern pike in there as well. But this crank, I'm hoping, will pull out one of those more aggressive fish, and then we can keep plucking bows and maybe kokanee out with with this rig over here. How's the water levels in this reservoir? David, from what I understand, again, because you have a dam ahead of it and a dam below it, and it is technically a river system, for whatever reason, this portion of the river, they keep at a really steady rate almost all throughout the year. They try and keep it at a particular level, and they open it as more water needs to be let out to keep it at that level. There is some variation here, but it's very small, you know, less than 3 to 5 feet. A lot of the water bodies around here in Montana, you know, go 10, 20 foot swings in depth. Which is weird, it's because Canyon Ferry, I know, has quite a bit of fluctuation. Hauser, too, has quite a bit. Holter, for whatever reason, they hold pretty steady. No! Okay, this one definitely feels bigger than, well, I've said that every one of them that we've caught so far, and it feels big for like the first 10 seconds, and then they go limp noodle. Like, I don't even know if I have a fish on there right now. That it just went from feeling like it's a 5-pounder to, I don't know if it's there anymore. And if it's like the last one, it did the same thing. And I didn't feel it until we got maybe 25 foot from the boat. I think it's just swimming straight at us. Or I lost it, one of the two. Because I definitely don't feel shit right now. $50 foot. I think we lost it. $20 foot. Yeah, we lost it. Shoot. That one felt nice. That one actually felt nice. That might have been our 25 incher. Oh. And again, same rig that keeps hooking up. They don't seem to be interested in our crankbait. We might want to throw on something else on that second line. What do you guys think? Should we keep running a crank or a spoon trying for something different, or should we rig up a second pole exactly like this? Because I do have, I've tied up a handful of rigs just like this. And I have a second lake troll, I think hammered brass as well. That one was a good one. Probably a 30, I don't know, 30's that's a trophy class fish. That one felt like it was definitely in the 20s. That was by far the biggest one we've had on the line today. Gary Wolf says spoon, right one like that. Second pole exactly like that, go with what's working. I mean, you're not wrong, you are not wrong. We could, it'd be simple to rig up. I always have one, I like to have one fat crankbait out there because I really believe one day that that's what the behemoth is gonna bite on. Though with as much shit as we've caught off this double wedding ring rig, I would not be at all surprised if we end up catching the pond lunker off of our frickin' wedding ring rig. All right, so we've been letting this out roughly 4 collars, 125 foot. And it's got bit on almost every pass we've done. That's the second one we've lost over here though. All right. Two different rigs gives a better shot at different species. See, that's what I always think, SoCal. You think they ever bite the flashers and hold? Go for a second. Oh, 100% Jacob. So I don't have them handy here, but they're called Water Wolf cameras, and this actually would be a really good spot to run them. Should I bust out the Water Wolf, guys? We should get some footage. We don't really have much trout footage. But yeah, so I have inline cameras that I can put down, and I usually use them when I'm pike fishing. And oh, good God, yeah, the pike bite the crap out of the camera. I've joked since I bought it and started using it that I don't even need to put a lure down there, that I just need to throw a couple of treble hooks on the damn camera. They absolutely mob on it, and they're terrible shots. Spoon. Somebody sent a poop. I live along Holter Reservoir. Dam is pure San Diego in North Dakota. Huge body of water. There we go. There's another one. All right, again, just trying to keep it slow and steady. Trying to keep the fish from fighting, jerking, pulling away. It's especially important with rainbows and kokanee. They tend to have soft mouths. And you got to remember that I'm trolling with braid here. So for a lot of you guys that troll with fluoro and mono, you have stretch, you have a shock absorber in your line. No, stay in the water, don't do that. Braided line there's no stretch to it. So if you start jerking and you know, and reeling, so pulling up and then reeling in, pulling up and reeling in, you'll flip them right off your damn hook. Hello. Yeah, looks like another rainbow, about what we've been catching. Oh, don't do that. No. Oh, very pretty. There's number 6. Again, probably about that. That one might be a little smaller. That one might be 12 inches. We're not going to measure it. This is just another shaker. These small ones can be rather temperamental. If you're not going to keep it, the smaller they are, you want to get them back in the water. You don't want to handle them if you can help it. Again, pink gulp maggots. And I do use a couple of scents in there. A vanilla scent, a garlic scent, and an anise scent. And just one little gulp maggot per hook. We'll get her back out there. So it's just a very simple, I tie these up, it's a worm harness rig. I call it a double wedding ring just because it's got 2 of the flashers in it. But it would be a worm harness, a spinner rig, lots of different names for it. The wedding ring is just the one flashy component to it. It's a Colorado blade, couple of hooks, and some UV beads. That was number 6, right? 6. I'm all for running 2 different baits because you never know. Makes a lot of sense, kind of wild. Yeah, one right up just like that. Speaking of Waterwolf, you got to send me the shipping address for the lures. I keep forgetting, SoCal. I'll try and remember. What a gorgeous day to spend. Wow. Oh, it's been perfect here. Absolutely perfect. Troll with words. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. If you had 2 poles set up the same, you might be catching double the amount of small fish. Double the amount of fish. Probably, Lee. Keep it going. Hold my rod when trolling cranks, pulled back muscle. Oh, 100%. If you can actually hold and impart just a little bit of uniqueness to it rather than it just being static in the water, you'll catch way more fish. It's hard for me to do so when I'm driving the boat, reeling the fish, netting the fish, talking to chat. I can only do 10 things at once, not 11. All right. They didn't say small fish. I made the mistake of holding the trolling rod one time on a tuna trip, damn near ripped my shoulder out. Oh, yeah, I mean, that is a very real possibility, I guess, when you're fishing in waters that have toads like that. Oh God, ouch. Any of y'all bite your fingernails? I've lately been in a really bad habit of biting my fingernails. And getting some of these snap locks off with like the nubs of fingernails that I have left are, man. It is not an enjoyable process. So I am pulling off the rigging that was on my other lead line, and we're gonna load up a second pole just like this one. We'll leave that crank down for a little bit, but I think what is it? Double the trouble, double the fun. Bubble yum? No, double mint. What the hell was that damn commercial? You ever fought double fish? Oh yeah. Well, when we're pike trolling, if you haven't seen it yet, it's worth a watch. Look up some of my most recent Holter Reservoir northern pike fishing streams. Again, the live streams, not the videos. And yeah, just watch. When we find the fish and when the bite turns on, I mean, the last time we were there, we caught 33 fish, landed 33 fish, and I think we probably lost twice as many, like legit throughout the day. It was like a 100 fish day. And that was just with 2 poles. When I do have more people on the boat, especially when I'm at Pishkin, if I can have 4 poles in the water, it gets absolutely chaotic. I don't know how y'all fish Erie and in places like that do 6 and 9 and 12 pole spreads. Like, that shit is just, that's too much. Way too much. Matthew, we're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system, just outside of Wolf Creek, Montana. It's like north central Montana. And this water body, it's known mostly as a rainbow trout and kokanee fishery. Though again, the state record walleye was caught out of here. And there are brown trout, there are brook trout, northern pike. There's a whole series of different species that can be found in here. All right. Now I know I have the lake troll, I just need to remember where I have the lake troll. Because I think this one's new in the package. And I have a whole bunch of other lake trolls too. This isn't the only one that I fish. Just for whatever the hammered bronze seems to produce. What do you guys think? We can do the exact same pink, or we can try basically the same rig set up with different colors. This one's a white and pink double wedding ring with a hammered bronze blade. I do have another silver one exactly like that somewhere. Let me find the lake troll first. think it's in here. Or not. Shit, what did it do with it? Wait. Is that it? That's it. All the way at the bottom. Found it. All right. So the lure troll that I've been telling you about, we fish with this almost every trip out at some point in time. It is a Lure Jensen, Les Davis, baby cowbell in hammered bronze. That's what we're fishing with. That's what's out there that we keep catching with. And I know it's backwards. Just stand on your head. I don't know. But it's we'll say that one more time. A Lure Jensen, Les Davis, baby cowbell in hammered bronze. And I have probably a dozen different lake trolls, and this one, I don't know what it is about the hammered bronze. It seems to produce better than almost every other one that I have in my collection. And I don't know if that's just because I'm biased towards it and I fish it more often, but it seems like it is always, when I run side by side one troll and another troll, we have, like we've been watching, one pole that gets all the action all day and the other pole does absolutely nothing. At work, it's so loud here, hard for me to hear. Thank you. Yeah, we're rigging up the second rod just like the first pole, being as we've caught 6 fish on it in the last 2 hours and nothing has even touched the other pole. Do it. The only difference on this one is we don't have a snubber on it, but that should be all right. What do you guys think? Should we try the same color bead with a different style of blade on it, or a different color bead with the same style but different color of blade on it? Same one, fish on. Oh, that's not dumb. If you don't troll, you probably have no idea what a snubber is. It's let me grab one out. I'll show you what it is. We can put one on this pole so it's mimicked just like it. Because I think I have one in here. There it is. So, like I was describing before, you have a lot of people who troll with fluorocarbon or mono, which has stretch to it. Both of them do. Mono more so than fluoro, but they both have stretch. So it's like a shock absorber. And when you're fighting a fish like a rainbow trout or a salmon, they say they have soft lips. They do a head shake and they tear their lip. Lose a trout, that's oftentimes what's happening. So I don't fish with with fluoro other than with the leader, and I don't fish with mono. I always rig up braid because it's got better tensile strength, and I don't like the stretch of it, and it degrades, and I just don't like it. So to compromise on a braid line which has no stretch to it, you can troll with something like this. It's called a snubber. It's like a shock absorber. It's like almost like a bungee material, but inside of it, it has a thick, like high tensile, usually a braid that runs through it. And you hook this in line before your lure, and it acts as, you know, a mini shock absorber in the line. So when they do the head shakes, or when, you know, they jump out of the water and come back in. They're not just against a hard, solid line. There's some give to it. I mean, it'll help. It's supposed to help you not tear as many lips and lose as many fish. I found that I do seem to have a better landing ratio when I use them. But it's another component in the line. A lot of people say, oh, it's not worth it. You're just creating more break points, more snag points, etc. But y'all know how I fish. Sometimes we throw out everything, including the kitchen sink. If it works, it works. And this is one of those things that I've been running them on and off for the last couple of seasons, and I do notice a decent increase in the number of fish I land. All right, we're gonna do I'm gonna do the same color beads with a different color blade. I have a sneaking suspicion it's the beads, not the blade, that are the distinguishing factor here on why they like these. Shit, these don't come with a, man. How y'all gonna do me like that? Why doesn't it come with a damn clip on it? I feel like I got ripped off. And we are slightly off of the fish right now. We went a little bit south across where they are. So we probably need to turn back around here. Just trying to get this rigged up so we can move on. And I could swap the blade off of this if it doesn't work, and I could throw another hammered silver blade on like we have. All right, getting this loaded up, and then we're gonna take this dredger out and throw this guy down. Sorry if I've missed y'all's messages. Again, I try to get to everybody when I can. We're swapping some rigs. Ooh, nice fish. Nice fish, nice fish. We're swapping over to our other lead core line. We're gonna match this same rig here. We're gonna throw it down for some double duty for a little bit. Oh, hey, there's a fish floating. Where'd you come from, buddy? What kind of fish is that? We're pulling in our deep diving Berkeley dredger and Fire Tiger right now. We threw this out as a wild card, hoping for walleye, maybe a pike. Confused trout. We got a rainbow trout off this the last stream. Get a rainbow trout biting a deep diving crank. All right. So we're gonna match our deployment on this other side here. All right. We are slightly off the fish. I'm headed back towards the pile of them. My rod squad just expired. Bank got hacked. Haven't put the new account on Google yet. Oh, dang, Wise. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks, man. I've had that happen a couple of times in the past. It's so frustrating. I hope you're able to get your shit reimbursed. Been waiting for this rain to move out so I can head to the river, make a few casts from the shore. Been fishing through you today. Oh man, that was like, that fish just launched itself out of the water like easily 2 foot. Man, the rainbows are out acting crazy right now. They out here acting a fool. All right, we now have a second rig out that is nearly identical to the first. We'll see if the traditional expected thing happens and nothing touches that and they continue to bite this one. Or if they start biting both poles. Y'all ever have that happen? It seems like everything wants to bite on. She gone? Miguel, yes it is. My wife loves fishing just as much as me. Heck yeah. Great question. What did I miss? You got me for 250 bucks, bank reimbursed. That's good, that's good. My girlfriend don't like fishing. Is it time to find a new girl? That is a valid question, my friend. Dave, Six Bows, nice day. Oh, heck yeah. We had a dry patch this morning, but we found a pile of fish, and we found a presentation that they're biting on, and almost every pass we've made since we found them, we've hooked up. So we just actually put out a second rig, just like the first one that we've just caught those 6 with, because those all came in the course of like 90 minutes, 2 hours. There we go. What the hell just happened? Please tell me I didn't just tangle lines. Was that a fish? That was weird. I just got tapped on both lines. Oh shit, I forgot the water wolf camera. Go to sleep, you catch 6 fish. That's what happens, Dave. You can't sleep, man. The biggest so far was 19 inches, around 3 pounds. Nice solid bow, but we just lost one that felt like it was much bigger. But nope, nothing super big yet. But where we've been catching them and where I'm marking them, there are some sizable fish down there. We ran a large crankbait by them a few times, about an hour, and they didn't want anything to do with it. So we just matched up our first rig, our lake troll and the double wedding ring, on our second pull to see if we can double up on them. 11-inch dink on a Ned rig, 836-inch white crappie at 2, called it a day. Well, at least caught some fish. That's a good day out there, even if they're dinks. Rod is like, I'm not answering that question. Nothing but dink bass for me since Easter weekend. Yeah, we haven't had a big fish yet this year. I felt a couple on the line that felt sizable. That last one felt like it was probably a 25 plus incher. It was a solid bow. But it only stayed on for, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 seconds. Still cold, wrapped up and closed from the sun or from the wind. It's not, I'm actually quite warm, too warm right now. But take off a layer is involved. and we keep getting these moments where like the sun or the clouds cover the sun, the wind starts a little bit, and it gets chilly. I should drop a layer off though. It's quite warm right now. Somebody type .w. 5-pounder was Good Friday, 12-inch or less ever since. That's still some good fish. Why am I good luck? I don't know. Looked like a hit. Yeah, we did. As I turned there, I think we had a blast on both poles. There's no way we were hitting bottom. See, where we're at now, the bottom is closer to 45 foot, whereas where we were catching them, there we go, fish on, fish on. This one has a decent feel to it. Hard to say. It definitely doesn't feel like those little 13-inchers we were pulling in. This one feels closer to the, the 19. Will we break 20 inches? What do y'all think? If I can get it in the boat. We're at about 85 foot out still. Just slow and steady, trying to keep him from doing head shakes, trying to keep it from bursting out of the water. If you keep steady pressure on them, and that's one thing you'll see on the water wolf cameras on my shorts, is that oftentimes when you keep that steady pressure on there, the fish just, you start pulling dead weight. They stop fighting. It's, ooh. A spunky little one here. I don't know. Can't be very big, but he's definitely giving me a run for my money here. My shoulder's sore. All right, we're about 10 foot out. It's right at the back of the boat. Yeah, another decent sized bow. We can get her in the net. At it. All right. That is rainbow number 7? 7, I think. Heck yeah. Good fish. Not a monster, but real nice looking. I think we're probably closer to, not as big as I thought it was going to be. 15, 16 inch. I don't know. Let's throw her on the scale. Or not scale, the bump board. We got a hook out. All right. All right, I'm just steering the boat here, trying not to crash into the iceberg. Very pretty colors. The blues and the greens, I don't think it translates in the camera. When I see it from above when the sun's shining on it, it's just got such a unique, that blue, the green, very pretty. We're gonna get this guy back in the water. Probably, he's missing his dorsal fin. That whole fin's gone. He's just a lump. And she's gone. Very pretty little fish. Ah, yeah, the dorsal, the top, the middle fin was just a stump. There's no fin there. Good little fight, seemed active. Yeah, Jesus, that was a peppy little one. They're all 24 inches when they start, right, Dave? Got some eggs, nowhere close. Yeah, that was probably 13, 14, maybe a 15. No, it was a little, ooh, big fat bait ball. I love bait balls. Just a stream of it. We gotta get this back out there. Oh shit. Oh shit. Come here. Now when you see a bait ball, I've never had much luck. Like if you can see it on your side scan and you can avoid going straight through the middle of it, do so. Go around the edge of it. If you can get to the edge of the bait ball and have your presentation standing out from the dinner bell that's in front of them, you can get bit. They're hard to see sometimes on the side scan, especially when the sun's glaring. Upgrades, people, upgrades. Good temper, you're a lucky guy. Oh, thank you, Akoka. I try to enjoy myself out here. I like to remind myself and other people when I can that if you ain't having fun, if you ain't enjoying yourself, why are you doing it? Like, find something else to do that you actually enjoy. It shouldn't be hard to enjoy something. I come out here and I troll for 15 hours straight and don't get a single bite, and I still, at the end of the day, I'm like, I love that. I would do that again. It's funner on days like this where the fish are just smacking every time you throw the lure out there, but it don't need to be like this to be enjoyable. Bang on 20, definitely pretty fish. Oh, I don't think that was a 20. 337 likes. Oh, heck yeah. Appreciate y'all. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream here today. We're getting this guy back out. We went a little bit deeper this time, 140 foot, so 4.5 colors, 4 and some change. Just figure it roughly about 5 foot of color, 5 to 7 foot of color, depending on how fast you're going. All right, so we're actually coming back over where we were catching before. That route, I went up a little bit further. This whole section I don't have mapped yet, so I'm trying to get a little wider on some of these turns to map out whatever the hell it is we just found here that the fish are hanging on. Because we trolled what? I don't know, I'd have to look at the map, but 3-4 miles over here to get here. I didn't catch anything and didn't see anything like what we're over right now. So when you find a good spot, you mark it. And I'm trying to map it, get a little better idea of what it is I'm looking at here. So we've been we're fishing over about 70-foot bottom. We're actually fishing in the deeper part of the river channel. This is a lake, but it's a dammed up river. This is the main river channel. And it's about 70-foot bottom right here. There's fairly steep slopes on both sides of it. It's not a gradual taper. It's just kind of like a bowl. But we're fishing kind of right in the middle of the deeper part of the channel. 70-foot bottom, and we're running lead core line out 4 to 5 colors, so roughly 20 to 25 foot deep. And we're marking fish anywhere from like 20 foot all the way down to on the bottom at 70. So we're running it through the top end of where the first band of fish are that we're seeing. And they have been they've been eating. So busy with catching you've neglected your fish whistle. Oh, we've blown the fish whistle a few times. I'm top notch on the fish whistle right now. But yeah, for a large part of the morning, we were actually running, we were seeing a lot of stuff eat at the surface, so I was trying to run, you know, subsurface baits, 3 to 5 foot, 5 to 7 foot, kind of in that top water column. And we just weren't getting hooked up. Yeah, they're definitely, these fish are, seem like they're holding off of, you know, basically the first flat after, you know, it drops off, right at that transition area. Which is often where I find them. When I troll, most of the time I find that you find a flat and you find the incline going down from it or going to it. And I like to fish, you know, not necessarily on the flat, but on that transition area between, you know, one flat and another flat. And those seem to be like corridors where fish are traveling from higher to lower, lower to higher. You just got to find the right one. And that's kind of what we're fishing right now, is that just that drop off, that transition from the super shallow to the deep actual basin part of the river here. And there's some weird bump here too that, again, every pass I do that gets wider, I can see it a little bit more clearly. Missed your last couple of times. Oh, good to see you. Oh, hey, yeah, we've had a few trips out. We did Ackley last week, and then we did Willow Creek, I think, the week before, or a couple of weeks before that. We've been out a few times. We have not had great luck. Today started slow, but we've managed here in the last couple hours get seven fish landed. Nothing super big, but we found some fish and we found something to put in front of them that they'll bite, so we'll keep at it. We'll get something bigger eventually, maybe. Merman, American Spirit Mellow Menthols. They're like just a mild menthol. Saw after you're out. Oh, okay. That's been a slightly frustrating start to the year, but oh my God, the weather was so nice at Ackley the last time. And it's like the weather here today. It's just got to be one of the nicest days I've ever been out on Holter, other than it snowed on us for 45 minutes this morning. There was like half an inch of snow in the boat. I'm like, what am I doing here? The weather said nothing about snow. This weird cloud just settled on top of us and dumped a shitload on us and then disappeared. And now it's like 60 degrees outside. What's up, Redacted? Welcome, welcome. What's the water temperature? 51.1. Remember, you guys, how I said this morning we were looking for somewhere that was just above 50 degrees. Everywhere else we fished today, the water temps were low 48 up to 49. And yeah, coming up this little stretch of the river and right around the bend, it's just a different enough portion of the water body that the temperature's 2 to 3 degrees warmer than the basin. And I think that might be what's attracting these fish up here. All right, I gotta take a layer off here. I'm more active in warmer water. Yep. Well, that's what I said earlier we were looking for, and we did find it. Bear with me a moment. I'm roasting here. As soon as I start in on this, one of the poles is going to go off. All right, that feels a little better. No! He's still on there. We might have lost that one. I don't feel it anymore. We'll bring it in and check, because if it isn't there, we probably just lost our bait. He might still be there. Huh? Yeah, I think he's there. Can't tell. I think we got a weedy class fish here, maybe. No, no, we lost it. He fell off. Tangled my damn lure. Ooh. Come on now. Alright. Good sign, another hit, but alright. For those of you joining, this is what we're fishing with. It's just a hand-tied, I call it a double wedding ring. It's just a worm harness. It's got a little Colorado blade in it. Hammered silver, hammered nickel. Just tipped with a couple of little gulp pink maggots. And we're running it behind a lake trout. Alright, fish on. Get that second pole out while we fish this one. Alright, yeah, this one's still on there. Feels like just another little one. Where are the big ones? Same basic setup. Again, another hand-tied wedding ring rig. This one's got slightly different blade on it. But again, same basic idea. This one's a little willow leaf in like a bluish purple iridescent color. Probably oh, and she's dropped. She goes back in the water. Goodbye. All right, what is that? Fish number 8. All about the same size. At least catch something. Yeah, we've caught. We landed one 19-inch. It was much nicer. We had one that we lost that felt way bigger. Oh shit! We're up 300 foot on that guy. We went out all of our lead core. It's the first time this one's been taken back to the braid or backer. We're out 9 colors. I'm gonna bring this one back in a little bit. Wasn't paying attention. We're gonna bring it back to about 5 colors, 150 foot. That should get us roughly 20 to 25 foot down. Alright. A little chaos here. About $5 with the earnings meager during the war. This is Central Montana, Todd. Sorry y'all missing your chats. Trying to get shit back out in the water so we can catch more of them. Then we catch up and chat. Alrighty. Well, this is fun. Do a catch and cook? Probably not today. We'll do when we go do a camping stream for the channel, which we're gonna try to do a couple of times this year maybe. We'll do some catch and cooks. Mike, oh shit, thank you. I forgot to put my mic back on after I took off my jacket. Thank you, Gia. That probably helps. You guys hear me better? Camping with the boat? Yeah, I love to camp at Pishkin. And I'm thinking about maybe doing a camping trip over somewhere at like Fort Peck area as well. Wild rainbows, awesome. Respect from Scotland. Oh, thanks, EWJ. All right, we are back out rigged with both poles. And we're at 7 or 8 catches now. We're doing pretty good. All of them have been released and swam away nicely, so we're having a excellent day. That's usually, all you guys that keep asking me to do catch and cooks and do you keep them? I fish so much throughout the year that if I kept every fish that I cooked, I could feed myself and everyone that I know, and there would still be fish left over to waste. And I harvest what I will eat or what people have specifically asked me for. But most of that comes from hookups that aren't going to swim away. I don't throw something in the water if it doesn't look like it has a reasonable chance of swimming away. And if it doesn't swim away, you will see me from time to time swoop back and grab something with the net and it goes on the stringer. So that happens, thankfully not often, but rainbow trout, that's one of the only times you'll see me harvest a rainbow trout. Unless my mom Tracy's on here and asks for one. Welcome back, Mia. $3.50, let's go. I'm glad you guys are liking the stream here today. Oh man, it is so nice out here. I'm so glad that it warmed up. The bite turned on, we found some fish. We just need to find a little bit higher class of fish here. And it'd be nice if we could catch at least one other species here. Though the whole point of today's stream was to do some multi-species fishing, not pound the crap out of tiny rainbow trout day. So we'll keep at it. It is only 2 p.m. I think we have sundown around 8:30, somewhere between 8:30 and 9. So we still have 6 to 7 hours of fishing before it gets dark. And depending on how the weather is, we might stick around a little bit after dark. I do know it's probably going to cool down substantially, so we probably won't stay too much past dark unless it is just absolutely beautiful out. But we'll see. Lake Erie Lee with the sunshine. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. The big walleye are shallow now. David, yeah, you're probably right. We did troll, and we didn't troll super shallow today. We were in the 12 to 15 foot range for on and off for a couple hours this morning as we trolled over this direction. And I wasn't seeing much. Then again, you never know what you're missing at depths like that though on the down scan. I just know where we're at right now is absolutely blowing up. Fish out. It's a Vavy. This is the smallest fish I think I've felt on the line today. Come on, buddy. Well, got a little bit of spunk to it. Feels a little better than it did when I first started reeling on it. Definitely still just a bitty guy. Slow and steady. We're about 30 foot out. Got to be really careful the last little portion here, especially when you're trolling with these lip trolls. Oh, because once they come out of the water, the fish starts jumping. There we go. There's rainbow trout number 8. Another pretty little guy. Just another shaker. We're gonna get that one right back in the water. Again, 12, 13 inches. That's probably, I don't know, maybe a little over a year, 2 years. Come on, stop. Nice fish, thanks Lee. That's the same fish I think it might be. Hey Jackie, welcome, welcome. Just caught 2 bass, I'm gonna deep fry them, nice. And they got both of our maggots. Whoa, calm down there, buddy. Yeah, that was a very, very small bite. You notice that there wasn't much of a zip to it. But you'll notice again how much of a zip, how much you see when there's a bite, even when they're not big fish. Sometimes it's just an itty bitty little bite, but most of the time, even these little fish, you set the drag light enough that when they knock on it and there's resistance, you see it. But again, this is the lure we're using today that's catching everything. It's a hand-tied worm harness rig, a spinner, a double wedding ring, whatever you want to call it. I tie these up, they're super simple. It's a 1/0 size hook tipped with pink gulp maggots, some glow-in-the-dark orangish pink, it's like almost a salmon color, beads with 2 wedding rings and hammered silver Colorado blade. Really simple. Going in a bit there, still open for 2 hours. And anybody else getting a delay? Oh, is my mic being weird? Hold on. Alrighty, we are back. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that delay. The last couple of streams we've been having that on and off. But yeah, if there's a weird audio delay, just let me know and I can swipe out and swipe back in and it usually fixes it. All right. About 125 foot out, so 4 colors. Again, just our double wedding ring rig. Ooh. Dang, my phone almost died there. I had to plug it in. Isn't it pretty in here? This little valley we're spinning in circles here is just gorgeous. Oh yeah, boy, it's a really nice day to be going fishing. For sure, little Mikey. Good now. Thanks, Raven. What's up, C-Ram Z3? Welcome to the channel. There are just some people that don't need to try and grow a beard. They can never will. And this one looks real bad here on YouTube. Oh yeah, it's my my hobo beard. I don't know. I think it's maybe my French genes. Maybe I have some Asian lineage somewhere down the line. But I have like it's like the Asian beard. It doesn't really fill in all the way. It's always scraggly. It's like a troll beard. I'm sorry you don't like my beard, Dwayne. I'm not a huge fan of it either, but what I will tell you that not shaving it is a hell of a lot easier than shaving it, so. Enjoy, YouTube, and especially Dwayne. 8? Okay. You think we'll break 10 today? I feel like we might hit 10. Mia, are you here? Do you know what? Every time I fish here and we get more than 10, I can never remember how many is the most trout I've ever caught out of here in one day with 2 poles. I think it's closer to like 15 or 17, but I don't think we're gonna hit that today. Usually in there you get at least a couple of kokanee. Maybe a stray walleye here or there. Bit off by a pike maybe once. What are you fishing for? So we're targeting rainbow trout, brown trout, walleye, Kokanee salmon. There's a potential for northern pike in here, yellow perch, lots of stuff. Bro typed all that about a beard, right? He was real mad. The beard is mighty. It has offended someone. Takes a real man to be concerned about. The hell did I just hear? I swear I just heard something. I'm hearing shit. In mom's basement covered in Cheeto dust. It was the time to tap on the beard. No, I think as I age and my beard gets longer and grayer, I just look like a slightly more homeless version of my younger self. That's all right though. All right, we're back in this pile of fish. They're not as thick. I don't see them stacked up like they were earlier, but it's, you know, you get like 2-3 fish that are 20, 30, 40 foot. Another half a page, you get 4 fish that are like 70, 60, and 20 feet. They're in here. Where's this lake? Hunter, we're in central Montana. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you can just type where. If you want to know where we're fishing from, type .where. If you want to know what we're fishing for, type .target or targets. If you want to know what the weather is, type .weather. We have all sorts of stuff built into the bot here on the channel. And we're always adding new stuff. You can do weather, state record fish lookups, regulation lookups. Yeah, and unfortunately RodBot is already out of credits for the day because RodBot has better and cooler functionality than Nightbot. All right, and we've been here well over 5 hours. Now I need to swap out one of my batteries because we're running on the second one here. So I'm gonna take out my primary battery, which should not kill the stream, should not, and I'm gonna swap in a new battery. Uno momento, por favor. There we go. Fastest diaper change in history. Still here? Are we live? Somebody give me a thumbs up, a middle finger, something. Let me know that the stream's here. Hell yeah, man. Never been out that way before, mostly in Oregon and Washington. Okay. Still up. Thank you, Gia. Yeah, the new hot swap technology has been successful. It's been absolutely flawless. We've used it for the past 3 streams, and there's usually two to three battery swaps per stream. And as far as I can tell, we haven't had a single outage from it, so it is working exactly as intended. Whole pile of fish at 50 to 60 foot, laying right down on the bottom. What do you guys think this is? You guys think this is kokanee or walleye? I think it's walleye. We're at 65 foot bottom and they're just laying down there. Some of them on the bottom, some of them suspended, 10 foot off the bottom. I think those are walleye down there. Montana Slayer, probably walleye. See, that's what I've been thinking. We're running more trout kokanee gear right now. I tried smacking them in the head a little bit, knocking them around with the Berkeley dredger. I think we might have to run a reef runner here at some point across these guys and see if that perks them up a little bit. You tried lithium battery. They're just, I have a whole bunch of DeWalt tools that I use around the house, remodeling and fixing. So I have, a bunch of 4 amp, bunch of 5 amp, bunch of 8 amp hour DeWalt batteries. So I've just repurposed those batteries. I use them for streaming now too. I run the Starlink Mini off of it. I run, my DeWalt lights off of it. I have a couple of adapters that I can charge my phones off of them. I have a whole pile of batteries and it's just super easy to pull one out and drain it and throw her in a bucket and grab another. But yeah, the DeWalt batteries are lithium 20 volt or 18 volt batteries. Got the walleye and a Rapala husky jerk at about 2 a.m. Oh, okay, Jason. Yeah, the night bite after 11 p.m. I know on Hauser the walleye bite picks up. Man, these fish are running deep. We are just not touching them with what we're throwing down there right now. Beautiful view you got there. Isn't it nice, Tina? It had snowed on us this morning. You can see the snow in the mountains there. It was 80 degrees 3 days or 4 days ago, and now it's snowing again. Thanks, Montana. I don't know how that's supposed to work. But... What's up, Bella Love? Welcome, welcome. I do have some husky jerks. We tried running those the last time when we were out at Ackley last weekend. We didn't get any bites off the husky jerks. Smart man, what's the biggest you've pulled out of this body of water? I've never pulled a true monster out of here. I did pull a really nice kokanee, probably a little over 5-pound kokanee out of here, a couple of them. I've never really caught a really nice rainbow or a really nice brown. I've caught a couple of pike out of here. They were on the smaller side. The state record walleye comes out of here. I've only caught a couple of walleye out of here though. There's tons of them in here. I just don't catch them very often. Since the fish are deep, you should try to do a little deep fishing and stop. Let them line down for a bit. Yeah, Everett, we might drop down a little bit. Or we could just catch the fish that are at the depth that are biting. Fish on! Another little guy here. Is he still there? Sorry, I was just marking the map. Anytime I hook up on a fish, I try to immediately mark on my map where I just have a specific certain symbol that I use. Yeah, we either got a micro fish here or it popped off. I feel like I'm just pulling the lake troll at this point. We'll see here in 35 feet. Feels like just the lake troll. Yeah, she spit it. Stole our damn... Man, it's a good thing these bottles come with like 9,000 of these bastards in here. Every goddamn time. Both of them. They'll never even leave one. I mean, granted, these are slightly large hooks for this type of bait, so they don't get a real good connection on there. Double wedding ring rig. If you guys want to see a close-up of it, fish on, fish on. Stay on. Let's get another one landed. Let's get at least 10 today. That'd be cool. Oh, there we go. Got a multitask here. Get one line going out while we reel this one in. This one feels decent. Definitely a step up above the last couple of weenies we had on the line. Slow and steady. No jerking, no pulling up and reeling, pulling up and reeling. Just slow and steady. Try and keep it consistent pressure so the fight doesn't fish, or fish doesn't fight. Oh, and this one's only got one hook left in him. He's foul hooked. Let's get this guy off. Another probably 13-incher. He's hooked in the belly. He was pissed. Fish number, is that 8 or 9? Still baby. Hey, look at that one. He left our grubs on there. Heck yeah. Is there a schedule or do you post? Because I'd like to join the community. Oh, Raven, so we have a Discord server. If somebody types .discord, Nightbot will spit out my Discord server link. Or we do have a community tab. If you click on my profile, there's a community tab. You'll see people post catches and stuff like that. But other than that, we don't have a set stream schedule. This time of the year, I'm trying to stream at least once a week if weather permits. As the season progresses and the weather gets warmer and we're able to get out more often, we will stream usually 2 to 3 times per week. But we're mostly fishing central Montana, a little bit of western Montana. We may pop over to eastern Montana and try and do some short-nosed gar hunting later this year. Or possibly lake trout. Alrighty, we're back out. I never have fished Lake Helena, Josiah. I don't think, and I could be wrong, I don't think they allow motorized boats in there. I stopped there one day and was going to fish from the shore. The dock, somebody had been fishing for carp there, and there was just a pile of rotting carp there, flies and bees, and I didn't feel like sticking around to enjoy the aroma while I fished. You catfish? Yeah, normally around, I want to say it's like June, July. I gotta look it up. I forget every year and have to look back at the calendar. When the sturgeon are running up the Missouri at the Marias in the Missouri, normally I fish down around Fort Benton and Loma area for the sturgeon. And while we're down there, we usually pull out a handful of really nice channel cats. We did do a few streams down there last year. The bite, it really depends on the time of the year as to how good the bite is. A large portion of the year, there's so much shit floating in the water that it just makes it next to impossible to fish for anything. You spend all day digging weeds off your line. You're from Helena. Okay, nice, Josiah. I'm from the Great Falls Vaughn area. I come up to Helena, Hauser, Holter, sometimes Canyon Ferry to fish a bit. Holter's one of the closest water bodies to me, so I like to fish Holter. It's a water body that the wind blows the wrong direction almost every time I try to come out here. It gets rough. What boat model brand are you using? It is a WeldTech Landau series. It's a 16-foot flat bottom aluminum weld John boat. It's like a 20-some-year-old boat. I bought it used, secondhand, super cheap. It came with an old Johnson, it's like a 1984 Johnson Evinrude 2-stroke, 75 horsepower, with a jet foot conversion, and that's what we troll with. It's an old, clunky jet. I've done a lot of work to it, getting it, I rewired the whole thing. I've added all new pole holders and wiring. I have my camera stuff on here, the Starlink, fish finder. I've done quite a bit of work to it, but just a really simple flat bottom John. It's really not meant for water like this, which is why I have such a hard time when the wind starts blowing. This is really, truly a river boat. Not built for big water. Yeah, no problem, JC. Can't go wrong with a good old John. Yeah, I will tell you, there were two streams we went last year to Holter Reservoir, which is my pike hunting hole. I don't usually ever catch a lot of big stuff out of there, but I catch the crap out of them. They're littered in there. But the last 2 trips I made out there last year, I was the only boat on the water. And we watched both streams all day long as boats pulled up to the ramp, backed down, and weren't able to get their boat off the trailer, and they drove away. That was the only boat out there, and it's some of the best fishing that I had last year. I think we had just under 30 pike caught the one day, and then like a week later, 2 weeks later when we went back out, 33 pike landed. It's just me, 2 poles, and we were losing fish left and right. We lost so many fish that day. We were able to land over 30. So a little John boat is as basic and underperforming as this boat is for most tasks. I was the only boat on the water. I mean, it's like telling somebody that their trophy sucks and is dumb when you didn't even get one. So who are you to talk? So I do like that about it. So I would like a bigger boat, but I want to try and find a bigger boat that doesn't completely kill my ability to launch in, you know, skinny water. That's why I was kind of looking at like a Mod V, some kind of tunnel boat, something that's got, you know, a bit more of a pronounced nose on it so I can cut through at least some waves, you know, higher sides on it, not so much shit to trip over. That's what I hate about this boat. It's the only place there's storage, but I hate the bench seats. I want to be able to just walk around my goddamn boat and not have to climb over everything. Holter Hauser Canyon Ferry can eat up boats depending on conditions. Each have their own cranky temperaments, that's for sure. Oh, absolutely. I've fished Holter more than any of the other two. We've fished Hauser quite a few times last year and 2 times so far this year. I'm still learning Hauser. And Canyon Ferry, I've puttered around a few times, and that's such a big water body. It would take me years to learn to, you know, all the good spots there. All right, what the hell? Where'd our fish go? Is the bite off? I was just thinking the same thing, Travis. I don't know, we did just catch something. It's been about 1 or 2 bites per pass. We're coming towards kind of the tail end of this pass before I turn back around and go up. Somebody just has to tell me we're trolling too fast, and then we'll get a bite. The fishing sure has picked up today. It's been nice. I don't even know how many we have. What is it? 8 or 9? $10? We're up to 10 already? Are we legit at 10? I lost count. Somebody type .caught. There we go, thank you. Little Mickey with the star. Thank you, Little Mickey. I appreciate your support. 10 rainbow. Hell yeah. That's not too shabby. I don't remember what we caught on our Christmas stream. I think it was like 7. You know, it's a good day when you lose count, right? We really should swap out one of these for, God, we're overfish again. I kind of want to smack around whatever the hell is sitting at 60 foot down there. I kind of want to throw on like one of these dipsy divers and just go see who's home down there. They all look big. Every fish that I'm seeing posted up, either on the bottom or, you know, 10 foot off the bottom, are like long, thick marks. Where are my smokes, goddammit? wearing my jacket that I took off. That's where my smokes are. Trolling too fast. Shit. Maybe. Can you reach the 60 foot with a lure? Yeah, so I have, I mean, I do have 5-6 ounce snap weights. We could get down pretty close to it just with snap weights, which would probably be easier than busting out the dipsy divers. But I do have, with the dipsy divers, depending on my speed, I can get down 60 plus 80 feet plus the depth of, you know, a diver. So I can reach out and touch about 100 foot deep if I want to. Later on, chat. Oh, thanks for coming and hanging out, Tink Tink. Good to see you. We'll catch you on the next one, or if you get bored, we'll be here till probably sundown. Will snap weight get you down there? So we would need, I mean, to get something down that has no dive by itself, it would take probably 6 to 8 ounces of a snap weight to get you down there with a substantial amount of line out. Probably, I'm just pulling this out of my butt. I'd have to look at the calculations. 150, 200 foot of line out. So you go 50 foot snap on, you know, 6 or 8 ounces, and then let it out probably another 150 foot to 200 foot. You'd get down there. A dipsy diver is easier because you don't need to let out so much line. It's got, you know, a substantial dive by itself. And then like a planer board, you know, when you get a bite on it or when you pull hard on it, man, we got a fat fish that has been following us for like a quarter of a mile here. I just noticed that long ass streak following us. But the dipsy divers are like a planer board. They have a tension clip on them. The bigger it is, and the slower you troll, the deeper it's gonna dive. And they'll get you down there pretty deep. I smoke too much? I know, Steve, it's a terrible habit. What's up, the last cast? Welcome, welcome. Huge fish following the boat, chat. Probably that 30 inches that got off. Who knows? The big fish seem like they're more curious like that. You'll oftentimes get what appear to be large fish come and check out the boat. Oftentimes they leave whatever rigging you got down there alone, though. All right, we're gonna go down a little bit further and then we'll swing back for another loop. But an easy way, and you don't need to get down to, you know, if the depth is 70 foot, you don't need to be down at 70 foot. Fish that are down there, big fish like that, they can see, they can sense. You can get within, you know, 10 foot or so above them. That's usually plenty. If they're gonna come out and play, they'll come out and play. So what I could do, what I would probably do, the easiest way would be throw on, you know, Reef 800 or one of those, you know, 25.5 foot deep diving dredgers, or Berkeley Dives too. They make some that are up in the high 20s. And then on top of that, add on, you know, a 3-4 ounce weight. And that extra weight will help that diver go down extra deep. That's probably what we should do. In fact, that's what we should try, is that, we didn't try it last time. It's Fire Tiger. It's the new Berkeley, it's not the dredger, it's the miner, gold miner? Is that what it was called? We had it out last stream. We didn't get it in the water though. Gold miner, I think. That one's a fairly, I think that one dives slightly deeper than the dredger. Walleyes will bite those wedding rings. They're like night crawlers though. Yeah, that is a good point. We could do that. The next rig that we pull in, we do still have half a can of crawlers left. We'll tag one of them with a crawler and leave the other one with the gulp maggots. But yeah, most of the walleye that I've caught while trolling came from worm harness rigs. That's been one of my most productive. I'll get them every once in a while off crankbaits. But worm harness rigs have been kind of the money for me. There we go, here's another pile of fish. Oh, fish. J. Joe's still fishing. Oh yeah, we're out here till sundown. We do marathon streams, man. 12 to 15 hours is our average stream. When we come out to fish, we come out to fish. Worm harnesses, our main rig in the Great Lakes, top producer during summer and deep water. Okay, nice. I mean, there's just so many different things you can do with a worm harness. You can have popper rigs, you can have spinner rigs, you know, you can have inline spinners, you can have 3 spinners. I mean, the spinning glows, there's just so many things you can put on the end there. But we caught a few small walleye at Hauser off of these same wedding ring harnesses. This time of year, people fishing hard baits, shallow in my area for walleyes. Yeah, see, I wish if I had more precision, more control over my speed and not spinning around like a jackass every time I catch a fish, I would fish more shallow. I need a fish finder. I need to be able to go slower and have way better control. The moment something comes up and I start shifting my weight around on the boat, you see, I mean, most catches I will try and put myself in, you know, some kind of gradual spin so I can come back on the fish that I'm not fighting so much tension. But it doesn't end well when I try and do that in, you know, 10 foot of water, 8 foot of water. Cap, we're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. What's up, Andrew Fishing? Welcome to the stream. All right, we are flipping a Yui here to head back to the promised land. We have left the promised land, and we are returning to the promised land. This time around, let's try scooting up a little closer to the wall over here, just for the hell of it. It's a pretty steep drop off, so it doesn't get super shallow. I just know there's some weird humps over here that I don't want to hang up on. Once you get that bow mount, you'll be pissed you didn't get it sooner. Oh, I know, David. I think it should come in so handy. My biggest part, other than the fact I need to drop like 5-6 grand to get the setup that I want, I still have not figured out in my brain the logistics of where I'm putting the, you know, 80 to 100 pounds of batteries that I want to put in here. Every time I start thinking about it, it always comes back to I need to tear out this goddamn helm and rebuild it. It's right in the way of so many things I'm trying to do, and it's just so janky. And I want to be able to center the battery or batteries up here, because that's a lot of weight. I mean, I can't with where the damn helm's at right now. What's up, El Dabo? How you doing, my friend? Thinking at least 10. What are you fishing for? We've caught 10 rainbow trout so far. We are still after walleye, brown, maybe a kokanee if we can figure out what the hell they want to eat on. We found one rig that they're biting the crap out of today, but we're headed back over the patch where we've been hooking up on them. So we hopefully will be getting something here momentarily. For walleye fishing, I think for me, I would be fishing near the dam, fishing from shore with soft plastic baits. That's not a bad call. Yeah, there have only been a couple of boats that I've seen out here, but I mean, in the first hour I was here, there were probably 20 people packed by the campground boat launch, by Log Gulch boat launch, around the cove coming up. I think is that Black Sandy that's right past Log Gulch. And everywhere we've been this year, the rainbow trout are spawning this time of year, and everybody's up there trying to catch the rainbows. That's probably where all the big rainbows are, why we're not catching them out here. I'm still trying to figure out what all the big shit is that we're marking out here. I think it's walleye or kokanee. What are you using? So we are running, what I found is working best today. So we're running on our lead lines, not our braid. We're running out about 4 to 5 colors, which is getting us down to 20, 25 foot of depth. We're running a lake troll, hammered brass, mini cowbell, and using a hand-tied worm harness that I make. They're just like it's like a pink or a salmon glow bead with 2 wedding rings and a hammered nickel Colorado blade tipped with these pink gulp maggots. That's what we've caught them all on. Not bad having some Subway. How's it been today? It's been an absolutely gorgeous day out here. It was cold as shit this morning when we got here, and then it decided to dump a bunch of snow on us. And then the snow cloud disappeared, and the half-inch of snow that we had on board that I was making snowballs out of melted, and we're mostly dry again. We're up in, it feels like it's got to be, somebody type .w. Is it in the 50s or 60s right now? It's got to be in the 50s at least. Forecast didn't call for, it was like low 40s, I think, today. So it has not been, you gotta be shitting me. It's only 39 degrees? It feels like it's in the 50s. It's just that sun coming down on me. And no wind. SoCal still here. Wanted to tell them about this time I saw a UFO get caught in a tornado. Lund Fury 1400 tiller boat is a decent 1-2 man boat for a bunch of Montana lakes. Just not the bigger ones. Yeah, see, I want something that, I mean, I'm not going to be running in, you know, Canyon Ferry every day or Flathead every day, but I want something that when I want to fish there, that I don't have to look for a day that the gusts aren't going to be peaking over 8 miles an hour. You know, I want to be able to go out there in 10, 15 mile an hour gusts and not feel like I'm going to end up at the bottom of the lake. Fish on! Oh no, oh no. Mark it, oh, oh. Okay, he's still there, he's still there. He swam at us for a second there. There we go, another fish. Feels like another trout. Ooh. Got a little bit of fight. Come on, don't. Oh, we're still 40 foot out. This one doesn't want to come on the boat, y'all. $15 foot out. Trying to keep that lake trout in the water. All right, out of the water. Hold the full up. This is just another little shaker. About the average size of what we've been catching today, 13, 14 inches. We're gonna get this one straight back into the water. Pretty little trout. This one's covered in some goo. He's got some green sludge on him. I don't know what that's about. Good hookup here. We're on, oh, knock it off. Nope. That was trout number 11, I think. We're still looking for Grandma and Grandpa. We keep getting niece and nephew there. We're gonna try a little chunk of a crawler on here as well. Maybe that'll bring in a little bigger caliber fish, maybe not. All the crap storm we got 2 days ago is insane. Woke up, thunder and lightning, pouring rain and hail, full on blizzards. It was apocalyptic. El Dabo, I kind of like storms like that. I would much rather have like one big nasty storm every once in a while than a bunch of piddly shit. Might be the 30-incher. Nope, just another 13er. Oh, fish on! Fish on! Somebody remind me to close that bail here in a minute. In fact, let me do it now. Got a multitask here. All right, we're good. Feels like we got another dink here, just a little shaker. And that's kind of how the fishing here is. It always seems like you gotta weed through the little ones, and every once in a while you'll pull a hog out. But we have just not managed to fight through the horde of itty bitties here yet. Oh, there's another. We got a bite on the second line here. We're about to double up. Maybe. Yep, we got something nibbling at it. Let's get this guy out just in case this other one's coming in. This one's a little bit bigger. This one's probably 15. Very pretty. This one's got this is a stalker. You can tell that it's got the trimmed anal fin or whatever the hell it is, the very back fin. Right. Awesome day so far. Sorry, I'm scrolling past some comments here. I'm trying to catch up. Storms are cool. Mikey, we have not yet gotten into the Kokanee. We're going over what looks like Kokanee right now. We just keep catching the baby rainbows. Well, we didn't end up catching that second one. That was probably need to pull that one in and check the bait. That one got hit almost as soon as it went down. All right, and again, it's just two variations of the same thing. This one, again, is a double wedding ring rig. The other one's got 2 beads in the center instead of 1. I just varying it a little bit. This one's got little white accents on it, and a little willow leaf blade in this iridescent purpley green instead of the hammered silver. So it definitely doesn't seem to be the silver that they're keying in on. It seems like it's like the color, the pink, the salmon color. We have Kokanee salmon, version of a sockeye salmon. This time of the year, they're like big silver. They look really similar to a rainbow trout, but just like silver, and people call it a silver trout. Once they start spawning, they turn into that just gorgeous, like red, orange, and the males get the big undulated jaw. Almost up to 4, are we? Holy crap, 380 likes, y'all are awesome. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. We're definitely, we were due for a stream where we just smacked the crap out of some fish all day. Though it would be nice if we could get into just a slightly bigger class of fish. I would move on to somewhere else, but you know, the saying is don't leave fish to find fish. And on a day like this where we are literally every pass hooking up on something or more than one something, we're staying right here. We're gonna do some concentric circles around this area, do a little bit more exploring, throw a couple of different bait options down maybe, because I'm almost positive there's more than just itty bitty rainbows right here. Most of the shit that I'm marking on the finder is not what we're pulling out of here. Sky above the mountains has become leaden with color. There'll probably be a thunderstorm. Yeah, there is a bit of gray there. Can somebody type .FC for forecast? See if it's changed at all. See if it says there's any precipitation. I didn't notice that. You're right, though. Those clouds are looking a little dark. Copper or brass spoon? Tornado? In your dreams, Travis. Wolf Creek, 24-hour forecast. Light, oh shit, light freezing rain. Fish on! Fish on! Chance of rain, 88%. Can somebody that's got Google do a little bit more reading about that forecast and see if you can figure out what time the rain is coming? That was not in the forecast, and I don't like the sounds of freezing rain. That's not sounding, that doesn't sound fun. We went through a small blizzard this morning, and that was all right. It was not freezing rain, though. It was fluffy, wet snow. This was the one we put one grub on, one chunk of night crawler. Oh. Quit it. Sit still. Stop, stop, stop. Another stalker. The last fin on the back you can see there is clipped. It doesn't have the full fin. So this is a definite stalker. Really pretty though. The colors are really nice on these. This one's got a ton of speckling on it. A lot of them don't have a lot of the speckling. What was that? Is that like 14 or 15? Did somebody add that one? All right, getting her back out. Radar as precip approaching I-15 right now, looks to be slowly heading your way. Yeah, it looks like it's coming from northeast. Real Outdoors, thank you, I appreciate you helping. We're in central Montana, Dave James. Yeah, we've caught 13? I thought it was 14 or 15. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself there. That's all right, we'll keep catching. According to AccuWeather, you have no freezing rain incoming. Oh, the forecast are so bad. Alrighty, locked and loaded. And that one bit off of the pink maggot, by the way. The worm was still there. %40 chance of precipitation over the next hour, and that's it. Shit. It only says, the forecast in Nightbot said 0.02 inches. I don't know. We'll see. Well, beautiful water. Isn't it pretty? Yeah, when it's not a wind tunnel in here, Holter is such a gorgeous lake. And there are so many different cool fish in here. We're just catching a bunch of itty bitty rainbows right now, but the state record walleye comes out of here. Some of the prettiest Kokanee salmon I've ever seen come out of here. There's big fat brown trout. There's good sized rainbow or northern pike in here somewhere. Let me see that rod. You are seeing it in all of its glory here, my friend. We are running a Okuma Classic Pro GLT one-piece telescoping rod. 8'6" collapses down to 7'6". With the Okuma Cold Water Pro like 300 series line counter reel. We're running lead core line on there. 17 pound Suffolk Advanced 832. And we're running about 4 colors out right now, which is where we've been getting hit consistently for the past, God, I don't know, we've been on the fish for like 3-4 hours now. We found a spot that's on and has not yet turned itself off, so we're gonna keep on it. Walleye's my absolute favorite. They're in here. Audio acting up again? Okay, thank you. Let me swipe out and come back. All right, there we go. So we're passing over kind of the tail end of this feature that we've found. Oh, what is that? That's a fat fish swimming upside down. I need to net whatever the hell that is. What is that? Come back. What are you? So it's bigger than anything we've caught today. I'm spinning back around. I can't see it anymore, but there was something floating kind of belly up. And it's not what we've been catching. I don't know if it was a big walleye or a carp. All right, I restarted. Can you guys see me now? I think that was just YouTube. All right, now that everybody left, welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. I just swiped out the YouTube app and opened it back up again and it started working. So I don't know if it was the YouTube app crapping out or we had a momentary Starlink blip. We back. Hey, Colton. All right, we need one fat strike. I want to struggle getting the pole out of the pole holder. I haven't had one of them in a while. Those are always fun. You're like, God damn it, get on the fucking... I haven't caught a fish like that yet this year. We caught a few of those last year. I didn't find it. By the time I turned around, I made such a wide arc that I couldn't find it. We're gonna troll back down that same path, so if it's still bobbing around doing weird shit, we'll find it maybe. What's up, calculator? It looked like a burbot. I think that was a burbot. Chunky one too. What's up, Papa? Welcome to the stream. How's the bite? I saw 13. Yeah, we've the bite really picked up. We found a pile of fish over here in a part of the river that are active and feeding. What we've been pulling out have been mostly small rainbows, fish on. But there's got to be some bigger ones in here. Maybe after the 100th itty bitty, we'll get a free prize, a bonus round with Grandma. All right, we're about 60 foot out still, just slow and steady, keeping a nice even reel on here. Trying to keep it from doing head shakes and running all over the place. You can keep steady pressure on them, they kind of just go dead weight. Got a bit of fight to it. Trying to keep the lake troll in the water for as long as possible. All right, out. Bring it up. Another little shaker. Also with the clipped anal fin, whatever the back fin is, another little stalker. About the same size as what we've been catching, 13, 14 inches. I think that is trout number 14 though. That one's on the worm. All right, interesting. We'll throw that one back out with a nicer chunker crawler maybe. See if we can repeat that. That's the first one we've caught off a crawler so far. Now you don't need to put a full worm on these most of the time. I usually put a chunk of worm that's about the span between both of the hooks. You don't want it all bunched up. You don't need a whole chunk of it, especially if you're running low on worms. You just need a little itty bit. I don't think it's so much a visual thing for most fish. They smell it, the scent of it. Taste it, whatever. Moscow sent Shaheeds again. Let's go shelter. Goodbye, everyone. Peaceful skies, good fish soup. Hey, thanks for stopping through, Akula. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Welcome back, Falcon. Thank you, SoCal. I appreciate you helping mod the channel, always. Right on here, big fish. That's what we need. We've had a bunch of fish so far. We just have not had a good class of fish yet. 14, about time you had a good day. All right, Falcon? I appreciate that. Never used worm harness without using a full worm. If you soak them in water first, they'll stretch out real long and won't shrivel up. That's a good point. These are old worms. This is I bought these worms almost a month ago. So they've been on, this is our third stream that we've used them on, and I've used them off stream a couple of times at the pond. They're pretty sad. Normally, if I have like a true worm harness, like a spinner harness on, I'll put a full worm. You want the extra weight of the worm to spin your rig around. With these particular worm harnesses, the lure itself isn't doing a lot of spinning. It more is waggling back and forth. The spin comes from your Colorado blade. So I tend not to put more than just a small chunk on there. Like I said, especially when you don't have a lot of worms. But oftentimes, especially with the trout, I find that they will, they bite better on smaller portions. Not always the case, but it seems to be on average. Getting some stuff starting to pop back up at the top. We're getting some rolling and some eating of bugs at the top here. God damn. What's up, Mia? Should be on life support. You ever tried black lures? Yeah, William, just plain white with red eye or plain black with red eye are some of my favorite colors for crankbaits. Are those Baffins great boots? Funny, they are. I bought them last season and towards the end of last season, and they've been awesome. They are so warm. They have good traction on them. In super slick shit, they still suck. You need spikes. But so much more traction on them than my regular boots and my shoes and my safety sandals. I never fished with those wedding ring style ones. Oh, okay, Erie. Yeah, I mean, it's same basic principle, but again, the ones that I'm using right now, you're not really meant to have the twirl in it. You get, again, that spinning action from your blade rather than from the worm at the end. But I do have a handful of exactly what you're talking about, you know, a worm harness rig that you're meant to spin it around. And yeah, usually you want a nice fat crawler on there, because that's what gives it its action. That's what gets your bite. I find it funny, the first pass we made over this section, I'm like, all right, here we go, this is what we've been looking for all day. And then like 10 minutes, the first bite hits and we haven't left since. And we have been getting on average, about every pass, we get 1 to 2 bites. How many so far just came back? Mana, we're up to, I think, 14 landed. We've missed a couple. The biggest one, I think, that we felt on the line today got off. But we've been consistently getting a bite or two every pass we come over this area here. Still looking for a fatty, though. We've just been getting some dinks. There's a bite. Nah, Nico, hang out here for a little bit. You'll see when it's a bite. That pole will start going erratic, and you'll hear the zip of the line drag out. You'll hear it. What you're seeing right now is actually the action of the attractant that we have on the line. They're called a lake troll or a mini cowbell. It's some spinning blades, and they thump through the water. They create a flash, but they create that kind of erratic bouncing on the end of your line. It'll look completely different when you get a bite. Hang out, we've been getting a whole bunch of bites. I doubt the bite has turned off, so you'll see here shortly. The rod did jump. Oh shit, did I miss it? Oh, that's pretty light drag there. It might have been just a drive-by, I call it. The fish swing by and they're either hitting the one of the blades they're biting at, or they swung by and tried to bite the, whatever's on the end of the hook and they missed. That's what we're gonna do. We're in deep enough water here. We're running pretty consistent patterns here. We have not run this at all this year yet. I'm gonna bust out our one of our water wolf cameras and rig up one of these lines, see if we can catch some activity on the camera. You guys won't be able to see it. We don't see it live. When I go home, I get to review it, and we will see what's on it, if anything. And I don't know how well. Oop, there we go. Fish on, fish on. This one is way more shaky than the rest that we've caught. This almost feels like a kokanee. But did you see how different that was? You hear the audible click on it, you see the rod, bouncing dramatically. These are fairly light rods. They're a medium action, medium moderate action. This doesn't feel like a big fish, so you didn't get, a super long zip on it. But 100% noticeable difference than what you were seeing with just the line bouncing a little bit. All right, we're about 20 foot out. We're getting close. I'm seeing my lake troll there spinning and flashing. You can see, oh, got a bite on the second line here. It was just a nibble. Is he gonna come back for it? Shit. We're gonna get our first true double up. This one's a little smaller, about 12 inches. Rainbow trout number 15. Let's get this guy in the water, because I was getting a bite on this back pole here. Just a nibble. I think we had another drive-by on it. Oh, come on. Damn it. There we go. That was again off the night crawler. Is that the same one? No, Travis, I don't think so. They all look pretty similar. All right. Give me a sec here. I'm rigging up this water wolf here, guys. Oh, come on, the battery's not dead, is it? Dang it. Just a sec here, guys. I'm setting up this camera. I think it's on. Dang it. Got the O-ring pinched. Hold on. Oh, dang it, I lost the little tool that comes with it, or I don't remember where the hell it's at. Ouch. There's you have to seal it back up. You put the little cap on the top, and one of the O-rings was sticking out. There we go. There we go. All right, we're gonna let that feed out a little bit. It'll take a few. 15 rainbows. Oh, we have 15 now? Heck yeah. Sorry, I missed in the chat there. We just got our just getting the water wolf camera out there. Hopefully we can catch a strike on this. That'd be cool. All right, we're gonna let it run some drag out there. Fish out! All right, this one feels more like the bigger one we lost earlier today. This one feels nice. It's not a monster, but definitely bigger than what we've been catching. Maybe we'll catch fighting this fish on the water wolf camera that we're passing. That'd be cool. Yeah, this one feels definitely nicer than what we've had in the boat so far today. Sorry, I'm swinging around to the other side of the boat here. We're about 80 foot out still. See if we can get this one in the boat. This might be our first 20 incher of the day. This is not fighting like a trout though. It honestly feels more like a pike. Could just be a fat trout. I'm not feeling wet sock fight though, so I don't know. We're about 25 foot out. I still can't see it. We're about 10 foot now. It's holding under. This can't be a rainbow, is it? All right, we're gonna get this guy over on the other side. Oh, come on, no. Oh, shit! We lost it right at the back of the boat, just like the last one. It was a big rainbow. That was probably a 21 to 23 inch rainbow. Good size. Biggest we've had on the line. We did not land it. Oh man, that's a shame. Again, as soon as that cowbell came out of the water, it started thrashing. That's when you lose them. Where are the browns and Kokanee? I don't know, Logan. They should be in here. We're marking all kinds of shit. We'll be jigging walleye in the Detroit River tomorrow. Us and a couple hundred friends. Season opens tomorrow, huh? Nate, don't know how to fish. I've never caught a fish before in my life, Nate. Can you ask your mom to teach me? Dang, that sucks we lost that one. That one felt nice. That's, I think, the nicest fish we've had on the line so far this year. Rod, that's how many he went on the river. Hooked 5 and brought them all to shore only to shake them all off. Yeah, the two biggest ones we felt on the line were basically that same scenario. We got them right to the back of the boat and they pissed off. I'm trolling with these lake trolls, and as soon as they pop out of the water, the fish always, you lose like all the leverage on them. That one would have been nice to land. That was definitely a 20 plus incher. I want to get hooked up on our water wolf camera here. Sweet catching bows all day. Heck yeah, Seb. We haven't got into the kokanee or walleye. We've been marking what looks like them. I just can't get them to bite. All the other boats are, as we've seen at the other places we've fished this year, they're all up in the super shallows, you know, bank fishing from the boat. Out there, many fishermen who haven't lost fish plus rainbows. Oh yeah, rainbows. When you're fishing for rainbow or kokanee, it don't matter how careful you are, you're gonna lose. In a lot of cases, a majority of them. You might have good days where you don't lose quite so many, but on average, I lose more rainbow than I catch. What are you targeting in Colorado? That could make a difference. I never lost a fish yet, been fishing for 15 years. So you never caught a fish is what you're saying. Walleye are just stacked in 20 feet of water? Okay. Yeah, we haven't seen anything in 15, 20 foot of water. Nothing really interesting. This pile of fish we've been on for the last 4 or 5 hours, are all suspended over a 70-foot bottom. Peaches, no, we're just catching and releasing today. If we get any that don't survive the hook, or the release rather, or don't look like they're gonna survive the release, we'll throw them on the stringer, bring them home, and put them on the smoker. But no, for the most part, today is just catch and release. Lose more fish than you catch? Yeah, I do. Most trips out. Some days your landing ratio is better, but again, that's an affect of trolling as well as trolling with braid. And that particular lure actually is using the one that we've lost 2 on now in a short period of time. There's that fish that was floating. What is he? I see him again. All right, we're coming back to you, buddy. Now he's gone again. God damn it. I swear, it looks like a burbot. It's like a fat burbot that's coming to the surface. There he is. There's the fin. All right, I'm trying to keep him on point there so I can... We're gonna catch a damn fish. Trying to keep him in sight here so I can net it to see what the hell it is. There he is. Unless it's doing some weird mating bullshit, I'm pretty sure it's got a messed up float valve, float bladder. I keep seeing one fin come up and then go down. Where is he? There he is. All right, we're getting kind of closer. I only fish for big fish. Do you hop in the water and tell them the only big fish can bite this? Or they just know? Where does that fin keep going? Coming right up on it here somewhere. You sneaky little bastard, where'd you go? Hard turn. What are you? Oh, that's a big rainbow. Wow, that's a big one. He's struggling. Oh, I missed it. Oh shit, we just dropped our camera on the ground. That's a 30+ inch rainbow. Where'd he go? Shit. That must be a spawner. He looked like he had a big old hook jaw. Big old male. Shit, where'd he go? Oh. We hitting bottom? Oh shit, we are. We're over 35-foot bottom here. What the hell? No, 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 no. No losey the camera. Hold on, I gotta get turned back around. I wasn't paying attention to our depth. I was chasing the fat floaty fish around. All right, we're good. I bet, Jensen, they just hop in the boat. You don't even have to put a line out, right? Pretty sure that's how it works. All right, we're gonna slowly let this guy back out. All right, we're back over our deeper water now. I missed that fat fish though, dang it. Yes, we are trolling. Jensen got 5 minutes in the corner with a pacifier. Thank you, SoCal. Yeah, we're at 15 so far, Prairie. And the fattest fish of the day we just saw floating through the water. It was at least 30-inch rainbow. Fat, long, big old hook jaw on it. I tried dipping the net to grab it, but I spooked it, and it looked like it must have been just enough to kick it off the top. Gave it the little extra motivation it needed to swim back down. She definitely looked like, or he looked like he was struggling. No walleye yet, Prairie. What a life, right, Finesse? Could be doing worse, for sure. Right now is spawning season for the trout, and usually when the adult males and the females, when they get of a ripe old age, their last spawn season, they spawn and they basically use up all of the energy that they have left mating and fighting. So after they have mated for the final time, they float up and they end up dying off, and they're food for everything else that's in here. And that one, it was definitely an older one. When they get into that like final year or two of breeding, they start developing really pronounced like hooked bottom jaw, big old teeth on them, and there is just boils everywhere around me. The fish are coming all to the surface right now. We might want to get up off the bottom here. I don't know, we'll give it one pass through here. I really want to catch something on the water wolf here. I have very little underwater footage of trout or salmon so far, and none of walleye. Oh, there we go, fish on! Water wolf is hooked up! Yeah, baby! Water wolf. Oh, stay on there. Slow and steady. This one wasn't out very far because the water wolf does weigh about 2 ounces. So it gives it a good 15 foot of drop just with the water wolf. And then for every color of line we let out, it's another 5 or so. So we were running probably somewhere around 25 foot depth with this guy. Water wolf, what do we got? Oh, that's how it's gonna be. We caught our other line, god damn it. What the hell? Is there a fish on the end of there? Did I catch a fish on the other line? Hold on. No water wolf footage, that's a shame. I think we got a fish on the other line. Oh, hold on. Yeah, we caught one on the other line, I think. Shoot. Maybe? Our water wolf isn't on. What the heck? Did the battery die? Man, what did I do with the damn poker? Hold on a second, y'all. We just had a little snafu. That was definitely a fish on one of them. We might have a fish on this other line. I'm not 100% sure. I'm trying to get this water wolf turned back on. Yeah, we're either hitting bottom. We might be hitting bottom there. There we go. Now we're... Okay, so we weren't even recording. What the hell? Damn it. Struggle bus over here. Dang, I was excited. I thought we had water wolf camera there. I'm pulling in this other line to check. I think we might have a fish on here. It's acting funny. Not like the funny ha-ha kind of way. Yeah, maybe we just get junk on here. We'll see. That's a fish. Foul hooked. Let's get this guy back in there. That's number 16. All right, well, that was not the fish I was hoping for. Yeah, that was another little rainbow. We've been dragging that one for a bit, I think. What's your record for one-day fishing? At this water body, I want to say it was like 17. We might beat that today. I didn't think we were gonna. Definitely. Clouds are looking a little gray. I don't know. We might actually get rain done here. What's up, CK Little? All right, both poles are reset. And I gotta take a quick intermission here, guys. We gotta check the lake levels. Give me just a moment. Alrighty, we're back. Lake levels were a little low. All better. What do y'all think? You think we're gonna get anything on the water wolf? Why did that just pop up like that? What the hell just happened? Timeout applicants. I was watching this earlier. I just realized because I'm already liked and subbed. Oh, hey, what's up, Peyton? Welcome back. Yeah, we've landed 16 so far. We've lost a handful as well. We probably lost another 5 or 10. No, I don't know if we're up to 10 yet lost. Probably 5, maybe 7. We lost 2 really nice ones. Fish on, not yet. Is it only 4? I feel like it's more than that. Okay, we have just under half a tank of gas, so we are doing great on gas. Just trying to get stuff situated here. Oh, I'm feeling a little bit of snow. So maybe we're not actually going to get rain. The rain might actually be snow. Looks like it's going to snow on us again. Montana Slayer, what's the biggest so far? Biggest landed was 19. We just lost one probably half an hour or so ago, right at the back of the boat. That was looked like it was probably 21 to 23 inches. Real nice one. And just like 15 minutes ago, there was the biggest one that we've seen all day. It was a big old buck, spawning buck that was kind of bobbing at the top of the water. He didn't look so hot, but that one was a beast. Had the big old hook jaw, was probably closer to 30 inches. We didn't catch it though. I tried dipping the net at it to see if we could grab it and take a look at it, but I managed to spook it enough that it wasn't bobbing around on the surface anymore. Not getting much done around here today because of you. Oh, well, are you having fun at least, Mitch? We all need to take a day off and fish sometimes. And if you can't do it yourself, why not live vicariously? You guys are always welcome to come hang out and fish with us. We try and make it an immersive experience for y'all, let you guys pick some baits and how we're running and where we're fishing sometimes. But I hope you guys enjoy hanging out. I definitely appreciate the company. On the target list today was Kokanee salmon, rainbow trout, and walleye. There's lots of other species that are in here that we might also accidentally catch. But we've been marking what look like walleye and kokanee, and that's what we've been kind of after, and we haven't been able to fight through the horde of rainbows yet. Every pass we make through here over these bigger fish, the rainbows snag up. We did just throw down the water wolf camera for the hell of it to see if we can maybe get some follow cam footage or maybe a bite and a catch cam. We'll see. Normally I like to run the camera like 16 to 18 inches back from the lure. The leader on this particular rig was only about 8 to 10 inches, so the camera is going to be really close to the lure, which isn't the greatest. We'll see though. Maybe we can get some cool footage. Going trout fishing in the morning. Trout are plentiful here in West Virginia. Oh heck yeah. Trout are fun to fish for. They're not, most trout aren't going to give you the fight of your lifetime, but they're often plentiful enough and more than eager to come out and play. A lot more so than other species. So it's fun to get out and smack up on the trout from time to time. I was really hoping we'd pull a decent walleye or a kokanee out today though. Kokanee are a little easier to target once the lake stratifies, and you have more bands of defined temperature, and you can find that 52, 53 degrees that they typically look for. Yeah, pike is one of my favorite species to fish for. There are pike in here. There aren't a whole lot of them, but there are some nice pike in here. I usually only catch, 1 or 2 out of here a year. Oh, here's a fat fish following us at 40 foot. He's dancing. What did he find? No, he's dropping down. Just cut the engine there for a second, put it back on, trying to create Oh, he's still there. He's following something at 40 foot. I don't think we're down 40 foot with any of our rigs. What the hell is he following? He's following us. Thermocline. He's been following us. That's the same fish. I think he's following one of our rigs there. That is 100% a fish following us. Swimming right under the boat. Can't see him on the... Now, I'm not seeing shit on our side scan. The only fish out of Montana. Mostly, I've done some fishing out of Florida. Next year, holy freaking bait ball. Good Lord. Hoping this year to travel to maybe western Montana and eastern Montana to do a little bit of exploring. Next year, maybe we'll do some out-of-state fishing. I don't have any real plans for this year for out-of-state fishing, though. Come on, fish. If we can get one hookup on the water wolf, I will be very pleased today. Yeah, I'm sure it does spook some fish off. That's all right. We're trying to get some footage. Even if we get spooked fish cam, I'd like to get some trout footage. And we do have almost the same exact rig running on the other side that doesn't have a camera on it, so we're all right. Where's their bait fish? We just went over a massive bait ball about 20 yards back. This whole area that we've been running patterns over for the last 5-6 hours is been the only place today where we've seen good-sized bait balls. I don't know what the hell they are, if they're shad or what. I don't know what the main forage is in here. A bait ball, you'll see it on the fish finder. It just looks like kind of a cloud of shit. It's usually a cluster of really small fish, bait fish. They travel in kind of a homogeneous, you know, like when you see birds flying in a flock, like the sparrows and stuff, and they do like the weird, like it's 1,000 birds all moving as one. A bait ball in the water is a bunch of little fish swimming like, you know, the birds are in the sky. So it's a cloud of small fish, feeder fish, that the bigger fish usually are chasing and trying to eat. There we go. Another something at 40 foot coming up to look. I wonder if they're following the camera. I wouldn't be surprised. I think in Holter, some bait balls are juvenile perch. It could be perch. I mean, depending on what time of the year, a lot of it's going to be whatever is, you know, just spawned, whether it be trout or salmon or carp or sucker. But I don't know what all the, you know, the oddball, the little species are that are in here. I'm sure there's probably some kind of shad. There's probably lake chub. There might be, you know, golden shiner or, you know, a couple of different kinds of shiners like that. But it could also just be a bunch of tiny ass perch. You're right. These fat fish that are just sitting at 60-foot bottom or, you know, 10 foot off the bottom, those have got to be walleye. Or some really big kokanee. No smelt? There might be. I would have to look it up. I don't know a whole lot about the biology of a lot of these water bodies. I'm trying to learn. Want to see my chub? No, I'm good. I'm good. That's the list of main forage for Holter. What the hell is a chironomids? Calabatus, leeches, yellow perch, fathead minnows, sculpin, yoi fish, long nose and white nose suckers, burbot, and carp. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what like half of those are. I think we're at 16 rainbow trout, 16 or 17. Glad it stopped snowing. You catch any fish yet? Young, yeah, we're up to 16 fish now. It took us a good part of the day to find a pile of fish that was willing to play, but once we got one to bite, we've just been running patterns back and forth across this same area for hours now and getting bit up pretty well. Though it has been probably 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes since our last bite. Thought we had something on the catch camera. I reeled that in and it was actually snagged into the other line. So I let this one back out and reeled in the other line, and the fish was on the other line. Yeah, we're trolling. We're doing about 1.4 miles an hour. Trolling a couple of different, couple of very similar worm harness rigs behind mini cowbell lake troll. Yeah, we had a really slow, can you use a cast net there? Yeah, it's allowed in, I think, most water bodies. I don't know how to throw a cast net though. I've never been able to figure it out. Probably walleye close to the bottom. You ever drop a swim bait or a Rapala ice jig down to the bottom and jig it around when you're drifting? Caught them that way in Montana that way. Yeah, when we get really calm water here and I'm not drifting, you know, super fast, if I can find a pile of fish and I don't already have a bunch of lines out, yeah, I love to drift and jig. Most of the time though, the wind is just too much. I don't have an electric trolling motor on here to really guide me. So as soon as I cut off, I'm at the will of the wind and it just spins me around. I hate it. All right, well, we have some of our big pile of fish appear to be missing. I don't know where they went. Surface temperature 52.3. Again, for those of you guys who were in here this morning, and I was telling you where we launched the boat, it was 48.2 degrees. Oop. That was something. Something did a drive-by. Something either smacked the camera or... Oof. Come on. We're nowhere near bottom. We're over 70-foot bottom now, so there's no way we're only got 70 foot of line out, so there's no way we're on. Oh, there was a tap. Get it. Well, shit. We might have some interesting footage on there. We'll have to see. Twitch it. Good job, Rod. Thanks, LA. Yeah, it took us damn near 6 hours to find the pot of fish this morning, but once we found them, they've been pretty constant ever since. Oh, I want to get something on the catch cam. I love the catch cam. Going home and digging through the underwater footage is often just as fun, if not more fun, than the fishing trip. You catch so much crazy stuff going on down there with the camera. Every one of those little twitches and weird shit that's happening. You would not believe the number of fish that come and look at your stuff, that brush up against it, that, you know, you accidentally, they're not paying attention and you drag shit right up over the top of them. Trolling too fast. Catch cam is awesome, can't wait to see it. Yeah, hopefully we pull something interesting off of it. It's only been down for 30 minutes now. But there has been some bobbles at it, so we might catch something on there. 1.4 is too fast. It's for those of you guys who are new to the channel, it's kind of an ongoing gag on the channel here. You're trolling too fast. Hop over to my page and watch the short that's right at the top of the page. Everyone and their goddamn brother comes into the stream and is like, you're trolling too fast. And so often, the moment somebody says that in chat, one of the rods winds up and starts screaming. But one of those times, I just happened to read somebody's comment in chat saying you're trolling too fast, and within a split second, one of the rods just explodes. So we got on camera somebody telling me I'm trolling too fast moments before we had a big blow up on the rod, and it was just perfect. So it's been kind of a running gag on the channel. Everybody always thinks we're trolling too fast. I don't know how fast people think fish can swim, but it's a hell of a lot faster than you think. Gonna get a speeding ticket? Tassie Caravan AJ, what's up? Hey AJ, welcome. We've been smacking the crap out of some itty bitty trout all day. We just put out our water wolf camera. We're trying to get some footage of one blowing up on the rod here before it gets too dark. Still using your outboard. No, we're still on the outboard. I haven't yet figured out the trolling motor yet. I need to figure out what batteries I'm gonna get, how many, where I'm gonna put them. But every time I sit down to try and figure it out, I come to the conclusion that I need to tear my helm out, get rid of this janky ass helm and build a custom one. So it's one of those things that in order to do it, I gotta do like 10 things before it, which is basically the story of my life, so. Good to see you, bro. My trout season is about to close. Oh man, trout season closing. There's no such thing here in Montana. It's always trout season. Should have gotten trout and salmon over 2.5. Oh yeah, it typically happens when they'll come in, they'll blast in on one of my trout or pike trolling sessions, and I troll for pike fast as hell. 2.4, 2.7, sometimes 3, sometimes a little over 3 miles an hour. So you're moving. And people just come in convinced that you ain't gonna catch nothing trolling that fast. Fish on! Oh! Oh, and this is a fish. Oh, on the water. Oh, out of the water. Salmon. There's a kokanee. Look at him jumping out of the water back there. That's a kokanee. Beautiful. Our first catch on the water wolf is our first kokanee of the day. Oh, stay on there. That is one of the quickest ways to tell if you got a kokanee on your line. They are almost every one you catch. Itty bitty or big, they start blasting out of the water like this. Oh, hell yeah, on the catch cam. I hope it's running. Oh, he's not ready to come in yet. Beautiful fish. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. No. Landed. Not a monster, but there we go. We have officially reached multi-species status, y'all. Our stream is officially a success. We have caught 2 of our 3 target species. And man, she is a beauty. Oh, you guys, you gotta look at this. This is a pretty kokanee. All right. Absolutely beautiful kokanee. And again, on our worm harness rig, the catch-all, our double worm harness. We're gonna get fish brain ready here. For those of you guys who know what fish brain is, if you're on it, you can find me on there at Vox, V-O-X. We don't post all of our catches there, but when we do catch more interesting stuff, oftentimes first fish of the day, more interesting, bigger catches we throw on there. Oh my Lord, this is a fat kokanee, y'all. Oh, stay up. No. No, oh, come on. Nope, screw me all up here. We're trying to get one nice picture. Just cooperate. Oh, she is a beauty, you guys. Oh, look at that. Ooh. What do you guys think the size is on that one? We're not gonna weigh it, but we are gonna get a quick measurement on it. Absolutely gorgeous fish. Let's get this guy back in the water. There she goes. Oh, I honestly should have kept that one for an eater. I have steak in the fridge at home though. Oh, hell yeah. First kokanee of the year, y'all. What were the guesses? Finally a good day, right, Gia? 30, 24, 20, 22, 18, 19. Bill Thompson is the first. It was right at just a touch over 19 inches. It was a fat one though. That one was easily 3 pounds. On the water wolf. That one had the night crawler on it, guys. Maybe today's day of the night crawler. We'll throw another one back on there and see if that's what they want again. Yes, and we are still recording. We got it. So what we're fishing with, what we've been catching all our fish here today, it's a hand-tied rig. I just call it a double wedding ring. It's a worm harness, has a couple of wedding rings in it, some like salmon pink glow-in-the-dark beads, and a little simple silver hammered Colorado blade. And we're actually running it behind our fat-ass water wolf camera, which is trailed behind our lake troll, hammered brass mini cowbell, behind our snubber. And this is what we have caught all of our fish on today, minus the water wolf. That's our first catch on the water wolf. Nice kokanee, yeah, man. Heck yeah. From the fork to the tip of the tail. So in Montana, the guidance in Fish, Wildlife, and Parks in the regulations, in order to measure a fish in Montana, you are supposed to measure from the tip of the nose to the tips of the tails, and you pinch the forks of the tails together. So where it meets when you pinch the tails, the fork together is your length. I know some people say, no, you spread, you want to measure from Montana's guidance, specifically in the regulations, dictate that you push the fork together. Save that as a short. As soon as you said trolling too fast, it hit before you were done talking, right? Makes all the days you got skunk worth it? Oh, absolutely. Days like this are what I fish for, man. Background scenery is beautiful. SoCal, you jealous? Looks killer. What's a snubber? No walleye yet. We did just get our second species there. Do you have any underwater footage of fish biting on your channel? Yeah, so if you go to my channel, look at the shorts. Most of it is northern pike. That's the species that I target the most and run the camera. But yeah, if you go to my shorts, there's probably at least a dozen underwater camera videos. If you look at them, most of the thumbnails, they're kind of a murky green color. Most of those are from Kokanee Reservoir, and that's just kind of the odd color of the water body. Give me a sec, I'm just posting that to FishBrain. What do a pack of smokes cost? These are, the American Spirits are $14 a pack now, I think. Yeah, we're in central Montana. This is Holter Reservoir. It's just outside of Craig, Montana, or Wolf Creek, Montana. I knew there'd be kokanee up in here. That's what those fat fucking fish are that we've been running patterns over all day. We finally got one to bite. They wanted to be on camera, I guess. I'm gonna laugh if we catch another kokanee and it's off the damn catch camera. The camera and fishing like I do is why I always have to chuckle a little bit at everybody that tells me that fish are so, lying shy, and like, I get it, sometimes they are, but they also will bite on the most obnoxious, stupid things that I can't buy into that too much. I wasn't out nearly far enough with the catch camera here. I was only at 40 foot. I'm gonna run this back out to 75 foot, which is where we had it last time. I forgot that I shut this off when we got a bite on the other line. There we go. And we are running through a whole pile of fish right now. Spending so much to kill ourselves, yeah, right? That's some level 10 fuckery right there. Pay a fortune to kill yourself with one of the most miserable diseases imaginable. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Zeb. I use, it depends on how fast I'm going, how much the wind's blowing, but on average about 0.8 gallons an hour. So I have a 12-gallon gas tank that usually will last me 15, 16 hours of trolling. Again, it does depend on how fast I'm going. If I'm pike trolling, it lasts a little bit less. When I'm trolling for trout like this, I'm trolling as slow as I possibly can with the boat. So I don't burn as much fuel. We had the Charlie Brown blizzard and all. Yeah, it was following us this morning. It was weird, that cloud just settled on top of us out of nowhere, followed us for like an hour, and then disappeared. Shit, I've been rolling around all day with my lights on. Dang, bro. My poor battery. How long ago did you catch the salmon? I want to go back so I can see it. 10 minutes? It was not long ago. I don't know how well you guys could see. Probably didn't get a great view of it. I don't know how much of the aerials you guys saw. That fish was jumping out of the water every few seconds. No, there's a bunch of different stuff in here, but it doesn't have Atlantics. NATO, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Oh, I'm stoked we got that on the catch camera. That was a nice ass fish. We didn't put her on the scale, but just a touch over 19 inches, easily 3 pounds. Nice little football. Would have been a great eater. I don't have my, I just have my small cooler with me today. It doesn't fit very many fish. And by very many fish, it doesn't fit any fish, unless I fillet them. So for this cooler, typically what I would do is I'd throw it on the string or run it with us until I get back to the dock. At the dock, you can clean it, gut it, and then you don't fully fillet it, but you take the fillet off and leave the skin. As long as they don't have a slot size, you know, it has to be a minimum or a maximum size. They do allow you to transport it filleted, but you have to keep the outer skin on to identify what the species is. But that's typically how I would transport a fish home. I don't like taking the whole fish home if I can help it. It's much easier to dispose of a carcass in the lake here, and then it goes back into the ecosystem rather than throwing it in a trash can at home. I tell you what, man, dump day is not very much fun when you got fish carcasses in your trash can. Fish has got to be one of the most foul things imaginable when it starts going bad, when it starts spoiling. Man, it's rough smelling. Composting, I don't do composting. Someday maybe I'll do some gardening. My mom, she has the house next door to mine, and she does do a little bit of gardening, and I did last year bring her some carcasses. Can we get to 500 likes? I don't know about 500. What are we at? Holy shit, 425 likes already? Y'all are awesome. I hope you guys are liking the stream here today. It's been a minute since we've had an action-packed stream here, so this is definitely, this is just what we needed, and that is a fat-ass eagle. That's not a bald eagle. I don't know what the hell that is. He's like brown and golden. Maybe it's a golden eagle. He's hunting. He's flying right along the surface of the water waiting to pick something out. All right, we're flipping a Yui here and headed back towards the money pit over here. Came from Cali, Travis, a letter here. Bass, we're after, on the species list for today. Oh shit, now there's 2 of them. Those are big birds. They're pretty. Species, or target list for today is Kokanee salmon, rainbow trout, and walleye. And we did just put our first Kokanee salmon in the boat. It's our first kokanee of the year. One of the biggest kokanee I've caught in a while. And then we've caught 16 or 17, we've caught a shitload of rainbows. So 1 more species and we'll have the trifecta of what we were after here today. We just need to land 1 walleye. There's lots of other things we could run into though. There's northern pike, there's whitefish, there's a couple of different kinds of suckers, perch. Montana Slater landlocked Atlantic salmon are different than kokanee and sockeye. Yeah, so a kokanee is the landlocked version of a sockeye. Atlantic salmon, I don't believe, are the same species of fish. And while that was a very nice kokanee, that was still a quite small kokanee. The state record is a little over 7 pounds, so about twice, a little over twice the size of what we just pulled in. But anything much bigger than what we just pulled in is really no good to eat. In general, you want to kind of try and stick under, the 2 to 3 pound range if you can. Bigger fish of most species, and a lot of people aren't aware of this, bigger fish of species, especially predatory species that eat other fish, tend to have buildups of heavy metals in them. So you don't want to eat the bigger, older ones. People always like to keep the big ones because, hey, it's the big one, but they aren't. You will find that the little ones taste much better and they're not nearly as bad for you. Walleye don't bite well during the day, good luck. Yeah, from time to time I do catch a walleye on a day trip. Usually it's jigging though. We're not doing any jigging right now. Trolling's working too well. Especially if the kokanee are starting to bite. PCBs in them as well, yeah. The biggest, the heavy metals that people are worried about in most cases is the mercury. And again, the bigger predatory fish, they eat all the little fish that collect all of, the little micro bullshits that it just all goes up in the food chain. And as that fish gets older and bigger, it starts to store more and more PCBs and heavy metals and other toxins. So a lot of them are still safe to eat as long as you're not eating them all the time. Like they have different recommendations for, pregnant women, women who may become pregnant, children. But in general, you want to try to stick to under 2-3 pounds for most species. And oftentimes that'll be small enough that they're not old enough to have huge buildups. I like this lake, very pretty. It is. This is the first time I've fished this part of it. Normally I grind and grind and grind down in the basin. Today's one of the first days that I've actually come up I've come up the river mouth here a couple of times, well, more than a couple of times. Normally I stop though at like Split Rock. I'll do, yeah. I've caught a ton of fish in that area. But I've always wanted to venture further up the river here. And I think if we were to keep going, the fishing would probably keep getting better. But like I said today, we decided that we're going to follow the don't leave fish to find fish motto, and we've done real well. Took us 6 hours to find the fish. Once we found them and they're biting, we haven't left them, and the bite has slowed down, but it hasn't stopped. Traces of cocaine in them. Oh, just what we needed, meth fish. All right, Mountain Dew, apple juice, or orange juice, or water. I'm putting water at the bottom of the list. I'm kind of thinking apple juice. Are you the only one on the water? There was just one boat that passed maybe 20 minutes ago or so. I think I see one other boat. That was the boat that we ran into earlier. They're in the super, super shallows. They're over there jigging. They're probably catching some little walleye, maybe some rainbows. Another Mountain Dew, orange. Get some weird stuff trolling. One time I got 6-pound largemouth and 80 foot of water. Oh yeah? Yeah, that's definitely an unexpected catch. Travis, no, I don't have a trolling motor. This motor has been solid, knock on wood. I do, though, have a set of small oars that if I really get screwed, I can at least make it to shore somewhere. I probably wouldn't be paddling my happy ass back to the boat launch, though. That's miles away from here. Apple's good for the soul. Mountain Dew would be my choice. Dew. I'd like to become your official sponsor. That'd be awesome. We don't have any channel sponsors. We do have a lot of y'all will, the Rod Squad, it's 99 cents a month. All proceeds from the super chats, the memberships, the gems, all that stuff, it goes straight back into the channel. In order to operate this channel and stream for you guys, it requires Starlink Mini. Everywhere we stream from has 0 to, like 1 bar of signal on cell phone. So the only way we're able to stream is with Starlink Mini. And on a month like this month where we've had 3 solid marathon streams, it bumped us automatically into the $165 a month plan. So if you guys want to chip in for that, feel free, but please do not send money if you don't have it. We're not hurting over here. I'm not trying to make money off of YouTube. I stream for the fun of it. What would make me much happier is hit that sub button, go comment on one of the videos, help get the channel some exposure so we can get more people in here hanging out and fishing. But if you do truly want to be a sponsor of the channel, hit up my email, wannaseemyrod@gmail.com, and we can chat. Water would be my choice, but I'm not a big sugar person. Trevor Johnson, Kitts Tackle would probably feel threatened if you traveled too far north from Holter Basin. JC, you may be right. I've never met him. I've watched a handful of their videos, and in fact, I was just thinking earlier today, I have a handful of, Kit makes some of the most gorgeous glass jig heads. And they're, bucktails. They're nice jigs. And I have half a dozen of them or so that I've never really fished a whole lot. And I bet you that's what his walleye came off of out of here. Android sent the gold coin. I appreciate your support, Android. It's an Evinrude, you're good. Yeah, it's an old tank. It's a 1984 Johnson Evinrude 75 horsepower 2-stroke with a jet foot conversion. So it's old, it's simple, and it has been stout for me so far. JV Joe, I don't. Normally after the live gets processed, I'll go back through and I try to add timestamps to all past videos when there's interesting catches, stuff like that. So if you visit the video in 1 to 4 hours after, well, probably tomorrow. If you visit it sometime tomorrow and check out the stream, there will probably be timestamps in there for maybe not all of the catches, but a lot of them. Android Gamer sent 1 gift membership. I appreciate the support, Android. Who got it? The real LA Kelly. Congrats, Kelly. Never had diet dew. I can't stand diet anything. The fake sugars, like, I'll buy stuff accidentally, not realizing there's saccharin or, you know, the whatever bullshit fake sugars there are. And within 15 minutes of me drinking or eating it, my stomach just turns into a knot. I have like a really not great reaction to to the saccharin and other fake sugars like that. Man, yeah, our bite really seemed to die down. What do you do for a living? You seem highly intelligent. Kevin, I've been in the tech industry for a better part of 20 years. My current role is IT security manager, which is kind of a bullshit title. I work and have for the last 15 years at a small development firm out of Southern California. I started in full stack development. I worked more towards the security aspect of it. So a lot of what I do these days is security audits, compliance reports, pen testing. I also manage a fairly large infrastructure deployments at Rackspace and AWS, and I manage infrastructure for roughly about 500 to 600 websites. A lot of them e-commerce, banking, healthcare. With being a smaller firm that I work at, I kind of wear many hats. But I do a bit of development, mostly though security and compliance and consulting these days. I'm nearing retirement though. Such a cool fish, the first one I ever got to see close. Oh, they're really pretty. Like I said, a lot of people, they call them a silver trout around here. And they look really, really similar to a rainbow trout. You just have that very distinct on them when they're not spawning. When they are spawning, they turn that like ruby, red, orange. And the males get the big old hook jaws. They're gorgeous. They're real pretty. Machinist? No. I have in a former life worked oh, another catch cam. Water wolf. Let's go. Water wolf hooked up. This one feels more trouty. I'm not seeing anything poking out of the water yet. But about time. We've had a bit of a streak there with no bites. We're about 30 foot out still. Again, just slow and steady. You still on there? The hell are you? What are you? Oh, I saw the catch cam. I'm like, what the fuck is the black thing? Like, did I catch a log? All right, no, we're not even gonna net this guy. This is just another little shaker. There's number 2 on the catch cam. Itty bitty rainbow. One hook in the eye. One hook in the eye, one in the back of the head. Not a legal hook set. That is rainbow number 17 or 18 of the day. But that is our second catch on the water wolf there. That's awesome. Falcon with the 10 gifted memberships. I appreciate your support there, Falcon. You're always kicking the memberships my way. I appreciate you, Falcon. Lake Erie Lee, Willafish Vincent, Big Swiley, Joel, Shadow Frostbite, Joe Smokey, Seachester, Lex R, Karina, and RJ Tortuga. Congratulations on the 1 month of free Rod Squad membership. It gets you absolutely nothing but a green name. But again, I appreciate the support. Oh, I do membership only driving streams sometimes to and from the water bodies. But there's not a whole lot of bonus to the memberships currently, other than you just knowing that you're supporting the channel and you're helping pay for this goddamn Starlink Mini that we have to stream here. All right, and again, what we've been catching that on is the same thing all day. This is our hand-tied, I call it a double wedding ring worm harness. It's just a very simple worm harness rig that I tie up. It's just tipped with a tiny little chunk of a night crawler, a very sad-looking night crawler at that. We're running it on about, usually I tie my leaders a little longer than this. This is about 8 inches, 10 inches. The catch cam, and then our lake troll. Let's get that guy back out in the water. Heck yeah, we got some trout footage, y'all. Oh, yeah, back in the day, that's what I was gonna say, is I went to school for computer science, college. After I got out of college, living in Montana, there was shit in the industry for that job, so I ended up working with a buddy of mine as a flooring installer, a contractor. We did contracts with the military base here, doing flooring and all of the on-base housing. But I was not built for manual labor. Not really what I enjoy. Trying to get caught up on chat here. Man, I've watched this on and off all day. Good to see you put. Oh, thanks, Montana Slayer. Yeah, we finally got into the fish. The bite has definitely slowed down, but we got our first fat kokanee. We're definitely pulling some interesting stuff out. But I'm a huge DIYer. I do construction. I did all the plumbing in my house, the electrical work. I've always been kind of self-service. I don't like paying for people to do shit when I can do it myself or figure out how to. I'm scrolling through. I'm skipping some of y'all's comments. I apologize. Kit's jigs are nice, but they're sure proud of them. I think he's using their Perch glass jigs with salted sucker meat strips. Salted sucker meat strips. Okay. That's good to know, JC. Say good or bad for your job. Saw someone use this program that makes a full website in less than 5 minutes. It's got its pros and cons. It is getting more and more powerful every day for coding stuff. Surprisingly, it's expensive as shit to use though at any scale. You can do really simple stuff for fairly low cost, but when you start trying to use it to build more advanced programs, the token usage on it is incredible. But it is getting more and more powerful. By and large though, it's still stupid as shit though. It makes such bad mistakes. Nearing retirement, you don't look over 50. Oh, another one on the catch cam, water wolf. Yeah. Feels like another little trout. No, I'm in my low 40s. I am not retirement age. But again, I have worked like a slave my whole life, and I learned at an early age that saving money and compounding. Ooh, you're a little spunky there towards the end. Compound interest is the way to build wealth. And over the last 25 years, I have scrimped and saved anything and everything I could, and I've made a handful of very good investments over the years. So I am at a position to where I could retire today if I want to, but the longer I can... Oh! Is that a salmon? No, it's another rainbow. I'm at a point in life to where I'm almost confident in my financial state that I don't think I'll have to work for the rest of my life. I'm trying to work for probably another couple or few years maybe. The goal is 25 or 45. All right, another little baby. This is number 17 or 18. Can somebody check the catch count? We're gonna just get her off the hook. Not what we're looking for. Please tell me the catch cam's still working. All right, we're on red light, so we are still recording. We probably have another, I don't know how long, a little bit before our battery dies on this. You don't get a whole lot of recording time on them, but I do have a second one that I could clip on here as soon as this one dies. Now, a large reason of why I'm trying to retire in the next few years is because I'm a nerd in the tech industry, and I stumbled across a little thing called Bitcoin in around 2011. Did some toying around with it, mined some Bitcoin. It sat on a thumb drive for a couple of years, and then I read a news article saying Bitcoin was worth $1,000. I was like, holy shit, I have some of those. And I went and sold the Bitcoin that I had mined and reinvested that money to build some dedicated mining rigs. And I spent the next 3-4 years mining at larger and larger scales over the course of almost 4 years of mining. I was able to mine, between my house and the mining rigs that I set up at our development firm office, I mined just over 100 Bitcoin. I was able to get an investment from a couple of the people that I work with, the CEO and the CTO, after showing them the rigging, the stuff that I was mining in my garage and telling them about it. They invested $50,000 and I bought a whole rack of ASICs, which is a dedicated circuit built specifically for the purpose of mining Bitcoin, and ran those for a couple of years, and I was able to mine about 100 Bitcoin, a little over 100 Bitcoin. I mean, as they were the investors that bought the equipment, at the end when we shut them off finally, I split it 3 ways with them. They each got, you know, roughly 30 Bitcoin, or a little over 30 Bitcoin. And I begged and pleaded for both of them not to sell it, to hold on to it, because I told them that $1,000, you know, or I think they ended up selling out when it was worth about $3,500 a Bitcoin. They cashed out. They got, you know, their money back. They basically doubled what their investment was. And I hung on to it. I sold a tiny little bit. I sold a little bit the first time it hit 25,000. I sold a little bit the first time it hit 100,000. I sold a little bit the first time it hit $111,111.11. I sold a little bit more when it hit 125,000. But I still have most of it. I've just been selling tiny little increments at every time it hits a new ridiculous number, I dump a little bit of it. I bought myself a tractor, a house. I'm way behind in chat, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm scrolling down to the bottom here. I'm gabbing over here and not reading anything. Jess, so funny how they talk about finicky trout, but they eat bait 10 inches behind a big camera. Right, that's what I'm saying, Jess, is so many people, how people think that fish are so line shy and terrified of everything. Man, you could be running a goddamn chainsaw on the end of your line, and I guarantee you're gonna get fish biting at it. Like, they're not. In fact, the bite has picked up since we added the obnoxious camera 10 inches before the lure. Crazy how the other rod is same color, different, not hitting at all. Yep, I'm telling you, that's how it works, Travis. I could load 2 rods with the same exact setup, run them at the same depth, the same speed, and it seems like there's always one rod that just fires all day long. The other one might get one from time to time. But the one rod, there's always one rod on the boat that outproduces everything else, and I've never understood that. Let me fix the audio, you guys. One moment. All right. So I'm down to the bottom of chat. I scrolled past a whole bunch of messages. I'm sorry, you guys. I was so far behind I would never get caught back up. If you said something important or I missed a gift or something, go ahead, pop it in the chat again. Let me know. There are times when I just get to babbling too much, and if I don't skip past some of the comments, I will never get caught up. Need to rub some fish slime from a trout under the other lure and string. That maybe not a bad idea. I don't know, we've caught a few off the other pole, just not nearly as many. All right, we're back, I think. Random spaz out there. I don't know if it's because of the cliff wall that we're against. Somebody give me a thumbs up if you can hear me and see me. Appears to be back. Awesome, thank you, Real Midwest. Did somebody add that last catch? I think that was Trout 18 or 19. There we go, that's another bite. Oh, never mind, oh shit. I'm still letting line out, we're way too far out. Damn it. We're bouncing off the bottom here. Not bad. Not paying attention. We gotta get this back to like 75 foot or so. There we go. All right, thank you all for coming back. Hope you guys are having a good, enjoying the stream, having a good day. We just landed, I think it was Trout 18 or 19. I don't know if somebody added it or not. $18, okay. Good pole is not contaminated pole. Yeah, I don't know what the hell the difference is. We're literally, it's the same pole, same reel, same line, same lake troll. It's the same basic lure on the end. The only difference is one of them has the blue blade versus the silver blade. That may be it. It's hard to say. I believe I added the last one. Okay, yeah, at this point in the day when we've caught this many, it's really hard to keep track. Gary, we're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. Trout are very sensitive to scent. That's why you're always moved upstream fishing the river, never downstream. That makes sense. That is actually one difference. The one pole that we have been catching on earlier today, I did scent it with our garlic. I threw a blob of garlic on one of the fins. So it could be that we've masked the scent of my nicotine and the fuel from this morning and God knows what else I've touched in the last 8 hours, 10 hours. Next time we pull that line in, I might try throwing a little glob of garlic on there. There we go. Smacking at it. Oh, fish on. Is it still there? I don't know if it's still there. Let's pull her in and check. I don't feel it anymore. I don't know, it was kind of a weenie. It didn't pull out any drag or anything. It was definitely bouncing and I felt it there though. No, we lost it. We lost a worm too. Let's see. We're still flashing. Get one more worm on there and see. Maybe we'll get one more smack at it. Oh, what a fun day out here. Oh, and I almost didn't come out here today. The weather forecast was so all over the place. All right, we're just gonna let it pull out some drag gradually so I don't forget about it completely. Resent it. The other one, this is the one that keeps pulling, keeps catching. We're fishing for rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike. It's a multi-species fishing day. Oh, get out there. All right, locked and loaded. How much more longer are you streaming? The plan was until we do dawn to dusk is kind of our minimum usually for streaming unless the weather gets crazy. We have sunset, it's almost 5 o'clock. Sunset's like 8:30, so we still have 3.5, maybe 4 hours until it starts getting real chilly out here. And I think it's time for a celebratory fish whistle here, y'all. It's been hours since we've blown the fish whistle. Because it's in my jacket. Oh man, those hand warmers are still in there too. Oh, those feel nice. Absolutely beautiful there, isn't it, Jesse? We always left a little worm dangling off the hook when trolling. Yeah, it depends on what kind of trolling rig I'm using. A lot of these worm harnesses that have spinners up top, especially the like the Colorado blade ones, your lure itself isn't doing much spinning, and leaving a longer worm on there oftentimes can actually trigger it to do, you know, a spiral, a death roll. And I don't want it spinning. So this type of worm harness, when I tie them up, usually when I put worms on there, I put just a big enough segment to go from hook number 1 to hook number 2. If I was using, you know, like a slow death rig or something like that, I would be using a longer worm, you know, and it causes it to do the spin, and that's your lure's action. It's meant to do that. All right, it's time to put the jacket back on. It has dropped like 5 degrees plus in the last few minutes, and I am chilly. Bear with me a moment, guys. What kind of boat do you have? Dawn Police. It's just a little 16-foot flat bottom aluminum welded john boat, 16 foot, 52-inch wide, and it's got a oldest sin Johnson Evinrude 75 horsepower 2-stroke on it, which is what we're trolling with, just our gas upboard. Alright, gonna throw my gloves back on here. Coast cider, you type catches or caught. Dot catches or dot caught is what lists out the catch count. Dump the lake troll, use sling blade with crip lure. I know what a sling blade is. What the hell is a crip lure, Steve? I got these off Amazon. If you type .amazon and go to my Amazon store, it links the hats that I wear, the fishing shirts I wear, the gloves, the pants. Most of the gear that I use is listed on there. And I'm not selling any of it. It's just gear that I use, gear that I like. And if you guys click and buy through those links through the store, it gives me like a 2% commission. So they flick me a few pennies every time somebody clicks on the link and buys something from it. We're running all Okuma gear for our trolling rigs. We're running the Okuma Classic Pro GLT planer board rods. It's a one-piece telescoping rod, 8'6", fully extended, 7'6", collapsed. We run the Okuma Cold Water Pro reels on there. These ones are the older series. It's like the 303D LA series. On the other poles, my braid lines, these are lead core lines. I run the same reel, but it's the new iteration that they just came out with last year. They call it like the A series or the A model. But it has a vastly improved drag system on it. They're both great reels, but I like the A series better. They feel so much smoother. Do you bass fish? A little bit, Asher. I've never gotten a lot into bass fishing. We don't have a whole lot of largemouth bass here in Montana, other than in private ponds, stocked ponds. We do have smallmouth bass in quite a few places, though. And smallies, I've not caught a whole lot of them, but the few that I have caught, they're a fun as hell fish to catch. Damn, y'all think we could get up to 20 rainbow today? That'd be pretty sweet. Glide baits. What would I be in this water body? What would I be targeting with a glide bait? I mean, I guess the pike might bite them. Glide bait is not something that you typically would see trolled for a walleye, though I would imagine walleye might bite. And I'm convinced at this point that a rainbow will bite damn near anything like a pike, so maybe a rainbow would bite a glide bait. Not really the typical presentation that I'd use for any of those, though. Did you break PB for quantity here today, or is this like... yeah, this is the most I've ever caught in a single day off of 2 poles here. 17, I think, was my previous record, and we're now at least 18, possibly 19 rainbow, and 1 kokanee. So we have just jumped over the edge. We're a little bit better. It'd be awesome if we could get 20 rainbow today. Dad had a tournament today. Nice. What's up, Faja? Welcome to the stream. Asher, Burlington, and muskie. We don't have true muskie here in Montana. We do have, they stock tiger muskie, which is a sterile hybrid, which is a cross between a northern pike and a muskellunge. And they're sterile, so they can't reproduce, but they do stock them in a handful of water bodies around here, and they get about the same size as a muskie, but they grow way faster than a regular muskie. Where we fished last week, Ackley Lake State Park, has some of the biggest tiger muskie being caught in the world right now are being pulled out of that little lake. Up by Flathead. No, we're closer to Helena. This is Holter Lake, just outside of Craig, Montana, or Wolf Creek, Montana. Flathead is still probably another 2 to 3 hour drive from here.
Best live, quantity PB, catch some cans, 2 out of 3 species, and Charlie Brown Bliss. Yeah, it's been a good stream, Travis. Not to mention the number of people that have been in here today. This is, I think, the only stream I've ever had where there's been consistently over 100 people in here. Almost the entirety of the stream. I have no idea what the final view count is going to be. I'm kind of curious to see. This is going to be, I think, by far our top performing live stream we've ever done, which is pretty cool. We've been consistently growing the channel over the last, you guys, this channel is only 9 months old, if you can believe it or not. We're up to almost closing in on 4,000 subscribers in less than 9 months. Which I know some people grow their channels way faster than that, but to me that just, it baffles me. I cannot believe so many of you guys actually enjoy hanging out and bullshitting and watching me catch a few fish, snag shit up, you know. Oh. I think we just had another drive-by on the catch cam there. That's gotta be dying pretty soon. I need a drink. I'm getting a dry, raw throat here. Come out to the Colony and fish Flat Creek. Where's that at, Whip? Whip, I'm familiar with that name. When you say the Colony, I'm assuming you're meaning one of the Hooterite colonies. Which colony? I forget which colony Whips are related to. I'm always down. In fact, that's something I've been thinking about doing, like a Craigslist post or, you know, something like that. Asking people, you know, if they have private ponds or private access to rivers or lakes that, you know, maybe aren't fished that often. It'd be fun to get with them and do some live streams from places like that. Milford County. Okay. What's in, Derek, welcome to the stream. Hey, brother, retired saltwater fisherman. Been a while. Right on. What's in Flat Creek, Whip? If you spit on your line, you'll get a bite, maybe. So happy for you and your channel. It's still early. Got plenty of time to grow. Yeah, I'm having a blast with it. I mean, I was out here fishing just as much. I'm out here, you know, talking to myself and staring into the abyss. So it's a lot more enjoyable for me when I got, you know, people to talk to, people to give me tips, people to run ideas off of, people to share my catches with. You know, I'm out here catching and releasing it. It's like, okay, I got to see it, but nobody else got to experience the joy of it with me. So it's been a fun experience. Canada, no, Black One. We're near Canada. We're in north central Montana. West of Bowman's Corner. Whip, I will try and remember that. I just made it down to the river. About to take my first cast. Good luck, Lake Erie Lee. Catch a fatty. Catch the missing species for us. We haven't got a walleye. Maybe you can finish the trifecta for us. We got folks here, but nobody rocking the boat. Oh shit! Thank you for the mic was. I always forget. I take it off and stick it somewhere, and then forget that I'm not talking to the mic anymore. I'll be happy if I catch anything. Derek Peterson, do you remember how to tell female fish from male fish? The female fish swallow the hook. Is that what it is? Oh, that catch camera battery's got to be toast. I'm trying to think if we should call her good on the catch camera after the next time we bring it in, or if we should throw a fresh one back out there. It's gonna start getting dark. Once the light starts dying down, unless I'm fishing super shallow, oftentimes the picture isn't great. I've never run the catch camera here in Holter, so I don't know how cloudy the water is going to be. I tried running to that Canyon Ferry last year, and
Good God, man. I pull it up. I had like 10 hours of recording. I was all day long recording, charging, recording, swapping out the camera, and I got it home. And you can see like the first 2-3 feet, and then you get like 4 or 5 feet down and it starts turning yellow. 6-7 feet down, darker yellow. 8-9-10 foot, you're in orange. 12 foot, 15 foot, it looks like what your toilet would look like after you ate everything off of the entire Taco Bell menu. So I had like 12 hours of recording of diarrhea. There was one catch in all of it. Something followed my cam down through all the bullshit. I think it was a little walleye. Jose, we've caught 18 rainbow trout and 1 fat kokanee. Whip will be the resident show where is good place to fish. Second the Taco Bell, bummer that was a really good hit. Oh yeah. Bet you get 2 more smacks at it. We might. I have a feeling the camera's dead. One thing that I think does attract fish to bite at it is you have that power status indicator that's on the body of the camera. And once you put it into record mode, it starts flashing. And it starts as a green flashing light, like every 2 seconds or so it flashes. And then when the battery starts wearing down, it switches to a yellow or an orange, and then finally to a red. And I think that flashing light might be a good attractor for some species. Oh! There we go! Fish on, fish on! On the catch cam, maybe it'll be our final water wolf. Dang, he's got some pep. Oh, I think it just came off. God damn it. I felt it let loose. I think it just ripped its lip off. Hopefully the camera's blinking when it comes in and we get to see what it was. I suspect our camera's probably toast though. No, we still got the red flashing light on it. I don't know if you guys can see that on there. It's just inside, it's not a super bright light, but I think that attracts fish. Just a simple, slow flash. And it seems like when it turns red, especially with pike, the pike bite the camera more than they do the damn lures. All right, one more time. So that's what we're fishing with. That's a hand-tied, call it a double wedding ring worm harness or wedding ring rig. Super simple to tie up, but that's what we've been catching everything with today. Wedding ring worm harnesses are typically fished for rainbow trout, but this particular variation that I've tied up, and I do it in a handful of different colors, has been productive for almost every species that's in the water bodies. Again, that's what we caught our kokanee off of. We've caught walleye off of them, trout, all sorts of stuff. And that other line is just dead over there. You can try to create a lure with a red flashing light. I've thought about it. So one of my subscribers on here sent me a little spoon. It's a water activated spoon that has a red and green and white light on it. And as soon as it hits the water, it flashes, but it's a much faster paced flash, and I can't get anything to bite on it. So I don't know if it has to do with, the cadence of the flash, the speed, the slowness of it between each interval, or if it's the fact that it's, red, green, yellow versus red, yellow, white. I don't know. Pike will eat anything but very sketchy. Oh yeah, pike will bite on freaking anything, literally anything. Go research, all right. But yeah, I have so much catch cam footage from last year that I didn't end up cutting up and posting videos of. It is so time consuming trying to edit videos, especially when I'm kind of OCD and a little anal about things. And I get caught up on minor details. It takes me so long to edit videos. So I have, you know, hours and hours and hours of catch cam footage. A lot of stuff is, you know, swipes and misses, bites at the cameras. They weren't the most interesting reels. Yeah, you would not believe it, how many damn fish bite at the flashing light of the camera. Completely ignore your lure. Rainbow trout's your favorite fish? Oh yeah, gyros? They're fun to catch. They're definitely not my favorite though. When I was a little kid, I was about 7, I went to the Indian reservation. They were fishing in the water. They lit a big bonfire, were spearing them when they came ashore. Oh yeah? What's the knots you're traveling at? We have a little bit of a wind at our back. We're at about 1.5, 1.6 miles an hour right now. I mean, we've been kind of between 1.4, 1.6 the better part of the day, and they've been biting at that. But we were going a little bit faster than that. We weren't getting any bites. I was able to slow the boat down just enough that we started getting some. All right, fish whistle time. I keep getting distracted here. .4 miles, yeah, 1.4, 1.6, 1.7. It depends on which direction the wind is blowing, and the wind keeps shifting around. When you have the wind in our face, we slow down a little bit. At our back, we speed up. But again, we troll with the outboard jet, and with a jet boat, you have neutral. You don't have forward and reverse, really. There aren't gears per se. All you're doing is moving a flapper at the back, and it's really out of whack. Some of the components on it are really worn, and I've never been able to dial it in. I should be able to get it to run in neutral at, you know, 1.2 or maybe 1. But I need to order a kit for it. You're in Michigan, so you're a steelhead fisherman. Nice. Yeah, we don't have steelhead here. We have rainbow trout, which is the freshwater landlocked version of a steelhead. When you say the money goes back into the channel, what do you mean? So to operate the channel, in order for me to, anytime you see me live, that typically always means that I'm running Starlink Mini. All these water bodies that we stream from, there's no cell signal. There's no way to stream from here without a satellite internet connection. So everything goes, I have a monthly bill of about $165 for the Starlink Mini. And most months I don't get donations that are that much or exceed that. So it all basically goes back to paying for this Starlink Mini, which just allows us to do the stream. But we've had a few months where the donations were greater than, you know, the $165, but most months, you know, we're sitting between the $30 to $50 range. We don't get a whole lot of donations for the channel. So that $50, it goes towards paying the Starlink, and I take, you know, the other 115 or whatever out of pocket to pay for it. That's no biggie. What's in your fish whistle? Blackberry flavored fish attractant. Yeah, that other pole ain't getting touched. I really should pull it in and throw a chunk of worm on it. It seems like since we switched to the worm, we've been getting more consistent bites. We blew the fish whistle a little too hard. Hold on. Excuse me. Oh, we got a fat fish following us again. Down at 40 foot or so. Favorite colors are pink and blue. He's got some shoulders on him. Sorry, he pulled the hook. Shit happens. Go back and get him. Yeah, Derek, it happens. We've lost a handful today. Again, it's fairly common. The type of trolls that we're using, the lake trolls, they're a mini cowbell. They create a whole bunch of drag in the water, and as soon as those come out of the water, the fish feels instantly less fight against them, and they start thrashing and jumping. So oftentimes that's when we lose them, right at the back of the boat. Why don't you just drift? It's not really a drift without a trolling motor or drift sock, some way to keep the boat oriented in one direction. When I drift and there's a breeze like this, I'm gonna flat bottom john and it ends up spinning me around. So if I have more than one rod in the water, it means they instantly get tangled. You're also oftentimes end up dropping on bottom. It doesn't work. Unless I have really flat, calm waters, drifting in the john is not usually very feasible. It's easier in a river than it is in a lake because you have steady current going one direction. Lure needs more speed. Android Gamer, welcome to the Rod Squad. I appreciate your support there, Android. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I do love basic bluegill. They taste great. I've never eaten one. Android Gamer, 5 gifted memberships. Thank you again for the support. We got Xavier Eats Sand. Some of the names, y'all. Xavier Eats Sand. Z Banana YT, Richie Rich 232, Noel, and Jeff Rubin. Congratulations. 1 month free membership in the Rod Squad. You get fancy green names. I appreciate your support, Android. Thank you again. Perch also, Amazon has LED fishing strobe lights. Yeah, I haven't went down the rabbit hole too much on it. What's the depth? We're over about 70-foot bottom. We're fishing at about 20, 25-foot depth in the water column, but we've been marking all day long ever since we found this spot. Fish suspended from 20 foot all the way down to sitting on the bottom. Good to see you catching fish, dude. Thanks, Dave James. Yeah, we're having a hell of a time out here today. I've been dying for a good stream. We've had such a slow start to the year. We got skunked the first 2 trips out. We caught 2 fish the 3rd trip out, and then we got skunked the 4th trip out. And then last week, we caught 2 small rainbow. So we were definitely due for a good day of smacking some fish around. Mano with the gifted membership to Burner 710. Thank you, Mana. And congratulations, Burner. Again, I appreciate y'all's support of the channel. But please, don't be sending money or gifts if you can't afford it. If you got some spare change kicking around, and feel free, flick it my way. But don't be spending money that you should be using on groceries, and rent, and life. But I do appreciate it. Where is this place? Matthew, we're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. So there's a dam above, a down below. It's the Missouri River, but that forces it into higher water levels and makes it a reservoir. Jairaz, welcome to the Rod Squad. Where do you call home? Whip. I'm out of Vaughan area, just outside of Great Falls. I grew up in Great Falls area. I've lived kind of all over the U.S. I just moved back to Montana about 4 years ago. I bought a house and moved back here. What's up, Jighead Jones? How you doing, buddy? Welcome, welcome. My fish whistle some local greens and a used can of Bud Red with holes poked in the can. Oh man, that's how we smoked in high school, man. Out of the pop can, beer can, or an apple. I guess we smoked out of all kinds of weird shit, but the pop can was quite often. What kind of species in there? Android, there's a whole bunch in here. Rainbow trout, brown trout, brook trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike, yellow perch, white sucker, long-nosed sucker. There's others that I'm forgetting about. When I live in that city, used to live in Rapid City, South Dakota. Okay. Yeah, I've been through South Dakota a few times. Never really stopped for much other than gas and to take a piss and maybe hit up a McDonald's. I'm gonna go back that way, but Montana or Colorado this time. Both excellent areas to visit. A lot of similar country. All right, we're over a bunch of fish right now. Really nice marks at 20 foot, 30 foot. I'm trying to bump our speed down just a touch. Feel like I went fishing today and caught a fish. Heck yeah, I hope y'all do. We have absolutely killed it here today. We haven't caught anything big, but I mean the kokanee was a fat kokanee. But a good fishing trip for early season. Just need to get out here and get some fish in the boat. Feel a nice tug on the drag there. I want to go back that way. I like to fish in Minnesota. Minnesota has some good fishing for sure. I used a potato to smoke. I've never smoked out of a potato. Called it a baked potato. Well, at high school, a buddy of mine had a plastic rooster. And he used to turn everything into bongs, but that became his cock bong. And it was just a big rooster. The bowl came out of its head. You hit through the tail sticking out of its butt. Brian, we're at 18 rainbow and 1 kokanee salmon. What's up from Arkansas? Hey, Kevin. 409 in PA. Gas, we're at, oh God. I use premium unleaded in my boat and my truck. Higher octane, less ethanol. $4.79 a gallon, I think is what I paid this morning. I think our regular's like $3.89. I'm trying to catch up on chat here. Bump that you speed down a knot, maybe you can get a little deeper. Yeah, Derek, again, the trolling motor makes it the trolling with the outboard jet makes it difficult to go much slower than we're going. That's the problem, is you don't have gears. Neutral isn't actually neutral. We're in neutral and it still propels you forward. If you look at how an outboard jet works, you're shooting a blast of water out the back, right? And your throttle up and down, all it's doing is moving a cast iron or aluminum gate up and down. When you blast forward, all you're doing is moving the gate out of the way and forcing more water out. When you put it in neutral, it's bringing that gate up into the flow of the water, somewhere like halfway between. So the water that it's pushing out, some goes out the back and some gets pushed against the grate, and basically it's evening out your propulsion. But it's really hard to get that gate set right, especially, I mean, this is a 40, almost a 50-year-old motor and jet kit that's on here, and everything's worn, the bushings are loose. I think I'm probably missing some washers. Like, I need to buy a rebuild kit for the reverse gate. They sell bushings, new screws, new bolts, new washers, like a whole kit. And I think once I get the kit on there, I should be able to fine-tune the reverse gate, I think, which is what it's called, better, so neutral gets me more neutral rather than 2 miles an hour forward. Like right now, I'm not even in neutral. I have it kicked slightly in reverse, trying to force more of that water to even it out. It's just, there's no precision in it. It's click it back a little bit, bump it, bump it, bump it. It's a pain in the butt. You love feeling a nice tug? I bet you do, Real. I bet you do. All right, I'm skipping some chat here. Did you eat the potato after your pole? There's nothing on the pole. Is that Deer Creek? No, it's Missouri River, Holter Lake. Subbed and liked. I appreciate that, Matthew Carlin. Glad you're enjoying the stream. I'm trying to catch up on chat. Do you have a command to show the fish you caught? Yeah, dot catches or dot caught. I gotta run premium too, used to like 20 cents more, now it's $1 more, right? What happened to it being like a nickel, a dime, 20 cents more than regular? That's like you go to the gas station and premium's $1.25 over regular. I didn't feel so, on the trip here, driving here this morning, diesel like $5.09 a gallon. Oh, it's atrocious. So is there a real neutral that doesn't? No, there isn't, Travis. There's no such thing as actual neutral in a jet boat. You're always pushing the water through. In a prop boat, you're still pushing the water through. The water is keeping everything cool in the motor. It has to go through. You just don't spin the prop. The prop doesn't spin. On a jet boat, you're always pushing the water through and it's guided through and funneled into the jet. So even in neutral, unless that reverse gate is balanced just right in the flow of it, you're always going to move forward or potentially backwards, depending if which way out of a adjustment you have it. Newer jets that I've seen on a handful of boats aren't nearly as bad as mine. Mine has a lot of slop to it. And again, it's never really, since I've owned it, it's never been adjusted properly. I've tried, and again, because it is so worn, I've had a hard time getting it to do what it's supposed to. Feel bad for the average gas buyer. 2 liter water grade, can't beat it. When's the last time you replaced the impeller in that old motor? Might be a good idea. Kevin, I've owned this boat for 4 years now, and I have replaced the impeller twice in it. It's been, I ran all last season on this impeller. I know a lot of people change them out every year. It's kind of a pain in the butt. It's not that bad, but I haven't noticed any real wonkiness from the impeller. It gets around. But probably sometime this season or at the end of this season, I'll probably swap it out. You fly fish? Don, no, I never have fly fished. It's unnecessary to do every year. Yeah, it really depends on how you run. I mean, if you're in an area, if you're doing super shallow shit, if you're river running and running through, you know, inches of water and you're constantly sucking debris and bullshit up, you will get it in that impeller. You will damage it. It will have to be replaced way more often. I don't really do super shallow river runs. The other thing that'll fuck it up is if you overheat your motor, you can warp and mess it up. And that is one thing that I do need to do with this motor. I've never swapped the thermostat out on it. Looking at the motor, it doesn't look like that's been opened up in potentially ever. So I'm sure the thermostat shot in here, because I've had a couple of instances. That's why I don't often run this boat in fast running rivers. I've had it overheat twice running it in the Missouri River, and I'm fairly certain it's because the thermostat is stuck open or closed. I think open. But when you start doing shallow river, you start sucking shit up. The moment you get your grate blocked and stop sucking water in, everything heats up real quick, and that you'll absolutely destroy the impeller. I'll be back as soon as I can. It was good to see you, bro. See you on Rip, catch up. All right, Derek, thanks for coming and hanging out. Good to see you. We'll be on for probably, I don't know, 3 more hours or so, and then maybe the drive home. We're coming up on almost 12 hours here of the stream, so anything that gets caught after 11 hours and 54 minutes and, you know, some random number of seconds doesn't make it, it doesn't ever get rendered into the live stream. that there's a max file size or length that YouTube has on the live stream. So we're within the hour, we'll be hitting that mark. But we'll still probably be here till, I want to say probably till sundown. Here fairly shortly, we are going to have to start heading back towards the other end of the lake. It's a few miles and we're only trolling, you know, a mile and 1.4 miles an hour. So to troll all the way back over there is going to take us a couple hours at least. So we might make one more pass up this way. The bite definitely seems to have slowed down. And it seems like it since the sun went down, oddly. All right, this battery is almost certainly dead. I'm gonna take the catch cam off of here and we're gonna head around and I think we're gonna start trolling down towards the other end. But we have absolutely marked the crap out of this spot. I have found a new honey hole holter. And I've described where it's at for any of y'all that are local or watching this video after the fact. I've given a fairly good description of where exactly we're at. So if you're looking for a good spot, this spot is definitely worth checking out. Damn, we're still blinking red. We got more juice in her. I thought it was 30 minutes, but I think we're gonna take her off anyway. We should have some cool footage on here to explore later. That's awesome. I'm glad I put it down. I wasn't sure how the trout were gonna react to it, but we not only got a trout, we got our kokanee catch on the damn water wolf, didn't we? Am I remembering that correctly? We did. Kokanee cam was water wolf. Heck yeah. And for those of you guys who don't know what I'm talking about, I've been running, I'll show you here in a sec. In fact, let's do that. We're just talking about juicing our rigs up here. Let's put a fresh dab of garlic on each of these. And all I'm doing is just putting it on the rudder here. Not a whole lot. Man, it's getting chilly out here. I forgot to put my life jacket back on. And then after this one gets out, I'm gonna reel the second one in and check on it. It hasn't been touched in, God, it's gotta be 2 hours since we've had anything on that one. All right. Watch, we've been hauling around a baby this whole time. A frickin' 7-inch walleye. That is a very real possibility. I joke, I jest here, but that happens more often than I'd like to admit. Like, why is it, that pole hasn't done anything in hours and you pull it in and there's some poor little bastard you've been dragging around that just was not big enough to let you know he was there. Fish on! All right, we just put that down. 100 foot out. See if he stays on there. We lost the last one on this rig. I don't feel him right now. 50 foot. 30 foot. No, we lost him. God damn it. Why can't we hit 20? All right, throwing another worm on here. Yeah, this rig on this side is actually, this one's using Gamakatsu circle hooks, which work great. They're a good hook. I've been using them for a couple of years for these rigs. But I've actually found that I like drop shot hooks. I've had better landing ratio with the drop shot hooks. So a lot of the ones that I've tied up recently are using drop shot hooks instead of the circle hooks or octopus hooks. And I'm gonna let that drag some line out. Whoa! I somehow managed to wrap these up. Good Lord. Well, that would explain it. We're fouled up. We're not running right. Whoa! That's a fish we got hit letting the line out. Oh, this one feels nice, too. We got a bit of a fighter here, boys. Stay on there. I guess the bite's back on. Or it literally was the garlic. Feels small as shit. Decent fight though. Got some zesty little rainbows here today. I ain't fucking around. What is this? As soon as I say, okay, we're turning around and we're leaving, they're like, you're leaving, I hear. Oh, it's down there. Come on, come on. Oh, he's pissed. Landed. All right. I think we might be over our 19 from earlier. I gotta look here. Give me a sec here, guys. Oh. All right. All right, buddy. There we go. All right, this one's pretty. This one is probably the most, like when somebody thinks of a rainbow trout, this is what they think. It's like the most distinct pattern rainbow. Look at the coloring on that guy. Perfect splotches. You got the pink band, the greenish blue. Real nice size. Football. Absolutely gorgeous trout. We'll get a quick measurement of this guy and then let him go. What are your guesses? It will surprise you. Nice. 21, 21. Measure it bigger, not 30, 22. It's not what it looked like. That's not what it felt like. No, you all are way too big. It was 17. That one felt way bigger than the 19 from earlier, and that was only a 17-incher. Been fishing all day. Yeah, that was rainbow number 19. All right, let's get these suckers back out there. And yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Maybe it is the garlic that we just put on there. Stole our worm, so I'm gonna throw another worm on here. Oops. And again, just a small segment of a night crawler, just enough to fit between the two hooks. You don't need a big gob on there for the rainbow, at least. Walleye, I think you probably have better luck with bigger segments. I'm almost out of worms though, so we're just throwing it's about a half a crawler on there, maybe a little less. Yeah, we didn't even get that line out. So again, what I did, I'm letting it out, spooling to about 25, 30 feet. That's enough line out that then when I turn on the clicker, leaving the bail open, it will slowly drag itself further out. I'll stop it at about 90 foot or so. But that last fish that we just got caught, it got smacked somewhere before we even hit 90 foot. Yeah, I don't know how this one got so tangled up. Wow, I have no idea how this got so twisted. All right, so let's add a little bit of the old garlic scent here. Again, we're just adding a little dab, not a whole bunch, just a squeezy on our little fin here. And that's it, nothing on the, oh. Let's also throw a little piece of crawler on here. All right. Yeah, so I spool the line out like this oftentimes when I'm trying to multitask. It slows it down. It gives you some variance as you're dropping it, and you'd be surprised at how often it'll get bit before it even hits the depth that you're targeting. Because again, it just spools out a little bit, it pauses, it spools, You just got to keep an eye on it. But it allows you to let it out rather than having to focus all your attention on it. There's so many different things happening when you're trolling on a boat by yourself. All right, so we let it out about 90 foot, 3 colors. All right, now just setting the drag to where you can just, you know, thumb out. It's maybe, you know, 2-3 pounds, if that, of drag on it. It's just enough to keep it from continuing to click and spool out. And again, that usually gives the fish enough that when they swim by and they smack on it, they're not feeling an instant tug, they kind of go with it. And then when you pick the pull up, you instantly reel your drag closed a little bit and do that first reel on it, which yanks them and sets the hook. All right. Even thought about it like I want to eat it, but a steak. The question, I think you may catch more. You always keep the first one if hungry. No, anytime I'm out, I learned that the hard way. Anytime I'm out fishing, if I'm ever going to harvest something, it's never the first fish of the day. It's always towards the end of the day. Because again, you will, if you harvest on purpose and then you want to continue to fish and then you have a bad string of releases, and you can put yourself in a, you know, an over limit situation or shut down your fishing early in the day. Not to mention, I like to, as soon as I catch it, I run it for a few minutes on the line, then I bleed it for, you know, 10 minutes, and then I like to immediately gut it and get it in the cooler. So the shorter amount of time that it's in the cooler before I get it home and process it, the better. We have the same boat seat, that thing rocks. They're nice. It's really awkward in my boat due to the helm height. I need to tear the helm out. They're nice though. I have a pretty bony ass though, and I will tell you that after sitting in this seat for 10, 12 plus hours, trolling around, it's not as comfy as it is the first time you sit down in it. Oftentimes we'll bring or grab, you know, my throwable or, you know, an extra vest or even a hoodie and throw it down on the seat before I sit on it. Need a new boat? Ah, one of these days, David. I can't believe how many damn trout we've caught over here. This is a honey hole over here. I've fished this water body fairly often for the last, 3+ years. And I've never found a spot where I could roll patterns back and forth over a football field. Oh no, look up. The bitty guy, he's still there. It's the garlic. Doubled up. Doubled. Is he still there? I think we might have lost that one. That was a double up though. Did we lose both of them? Shit. Yep. Our first double up of the day and we lost both of them. Awesome. Come on, one more fish for 20. We need to get our 20 count here. How are you gonna get double up and lose both of them within 30 seconds? More garlic, another worm. We'll throw them back out there, dig in. Oh yeah, it only takes a minute to get back out there. We all right? All right, we're gonna let this one spool out a little slowly. I don't know what the hell I did with my smokes. Who stole my smokes? God damn it. Oh. There we go. Hooked up while letting it out again. And lost it again. What the shit? These fish are taunting us right now. What is this? That's 3 strikes in the last like 60 seconds, and they've both been, all of them been lost within a few reels. Gotta season that other rod like a cast iron pan, something like that, Travis. That one felt decent too. That's 2 out of the 3 we've got letting it spool itself out. And I still can't find my damn cigarettes. Every time I say I'm looking for my cigarettes, a fish bites. The hooks are getting quite worn. But a lot of it has to do with these small trout are kind of stupid. I think we'll probably see on the catch cam that they miss a lot like the pike do. But trout and salmon in general have fairly soft lips. And a lot of these fish today have been quite feisty. And when you're fishing with braid line, you don't have a whole lot of stretch to it. That's why we add the snubber in line. But once they start doing head shakes, oftentimes they rip a hole in their lip and they swim away. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. We try and reel, slow and gentle. We don't set the hooks on them. Some of them are just too goddamn rowdy. There we go. Wishing you luck out there. Thanks, Rational. Hey, Key2. Really like it. Yeah, I do have a hook sharpener here. They do get dulled over time. And that could very well be part of what the problem is. But those last few that have let go, it more feels like they're fighting. They're, active head shakes. I think they're just pulling them right out. But again, that is why I do like the drop shot hooks in trolling. They tend to hold better. The circle or octopus hooks, when you're sitting stationary, work real well for them self-setting. But it seems like, especially with the trout and the kokanee, they let loose a lot more often. And that's part of, I think, what our problem is these are older rigs that I tied. I couldn't find my damn drop shot hooks, and I had a whole bunch of the octopus hooks left. So I tied them up. Tactical, just 2. Each person in a lake or a reservoir here in central Montana is allowed 2 poles and 2 hooks per pole. So we've been running two rods all day. What we've been running for like the last 6+ hours are our lead core rods. It's leaded line, so it's braided line that has a very thin, like how in the pencil you have lead in the center of a pencil. this line has soft lead throughout it. And it basically acts as your sinker. The more leaded line you let out, the lower in the water column presentation goes. Man, those were some back-to-back-to-back bites there. That's fun. It's funner when you land them, but that's still fun. That little bit of chaos there. You don't fish if you think vibration and motor scares fish. I mean, it does to some extent. I'm sure it does. Some species are more spooky than others. But the crazy thing, so like today, we fished with planer boards for 4 hours, fished with, you know, some deeper divers for hours, shit to get it away from the boat. Our first kokanee, and where it started lighting up again tonight when the bite turned back on, was the pole running closest to the boat that added our catch camera, the water wolf camera on there, and was running the shortest leader, you know, out of all of our spreads. Basically running the damn thing in the prop wash, and the trout are all over it. So it's, I mean, definitely nicer not having the vibrations. I know my buddy's jet boat, or his dad's boat, that I was on last year before. When he turns his jet on, it just purrs. It's like, is that shit on? You like, is that an electric car? Like, what's going on here? It's just a little just purrs. But it's also like an $8,000 motor. So, I mean, been out there all day. Breezy, yeah, we got here, this is a from dusk till dawn live stream. We do marathon streams here on Wanna See My Rod. Took us a solid 6 hours to find the fish and to get on the bite, but we have been hammering them all day since. We're up to almost 20 rainbow landed, and we've caught one really nice Kokanee salmon. All catch and release. They were all put back in the water. But if we were fishing for limits, we've limited out 4 times already today. Well, one more fish. Well, actually, we have limited out because the Kokanee count towards your rainbow or your trout quota here. Trying to get me a cow this season, been trying to get a piece of the striper run up the Hudson here in Newberry. Oh, heck yeah. Go get that shit. How is it we got lit up 3 times in like 60 seconds and now they're like, oh yeah, about that. We're just kidding. We don't want none. It's that goddamn spot. We left the spot and there's no more fish. Alright, we'll still probably catch something between here and the boat dock. But that's basically the plan from here. We're, I'd have to look at a map and calculate it, but I'd say my bullshit math puts it at somewhere between 3 and 4 miles away from the boat ramp. So trolling at 1.7 miles per hour, we should get there in 3 hours, less than 3 hours. But I'm stoked. This is one of the only, I've always caught fish here, and usually have pretty decent days, but it's like sporadic. I've never found, you know, like a spot like this. At Pishkin, I have a spot like this for pike. Now I have a spot at Holter where they're just, I'm curious to see if it pans out later in the season, if I can always come back here and get a solid bite. And I need to take it home and look at review the depth recording, the down scan and the side scan that I've been recording since I'm here. See if I could tell what the hell is over there. There's something about that chunk over there that I'm just not seeing on the graph right now. Oh, fish on, fish on. Oh, is he on there still? Don't let loose. We need fish 20. He either turned into a wet sock or he's off. I definitely will need to sharpen these hooks up. It might still be there. Nope. Another one let go. God damn it. That's all twisted up too. That's the 4th fish in a row that we've lost. The hooks don't look bad at all. I'm not sure what the deal is. Huh. Kicking our damn butt though. Let's try again. Yeah, I don't know what's up with these fish. We didn't have that bad of a landing ratio earlier. The dump, that's Montana. Bears, big game everywhere. Oh yeah. Probably grabbing the bead, the blade or beads. It's possible, Jighead. That is one drawback of having, you know, more equipment out there, is that it can give them opportunities to leverage off of shit. And like I said, there are some differences between these rigs. Some of them I do have different teaser beads on them, and you never really know how that's gonna impact, you know, the troll. All right, we're gonna let this feed out. I let it out to about 60 foot, and we're gonna let it slowly feed away. See if we can maybe get 1 out of 5. That's 4 in a row we've lost. Put a stinger hook on. We're running 2 hooks on it already. We're running the legally allowed 2 hooks per pole. It does. There's 2 hooks. You got one hook and then another one offset from it, you know, anywhere from 1/2 inch to 1 inch. Some of them I tie a little bit longer, a couple inches between the hooks. These ones are tied fairly close, which could also be part of it. Is a 7-pound fish good? Oh yeah, Breezy. 7 pounds is good for pretty much any fish. The biggest we've caught today, for comparison, is about a 3-pound kokanee. So a 7-pound fish is twice as big as the biggest fish we've caught here today. Fishing barbless. Steven, no, they're barbed. Catch another salmon and take it home, eat it tomorrow. Maybe, Omar. All right, we're out about 90 foot on this guy. About 100 foot on that one. And we are headed back yonder. First we'll hit Split Rock and then Log Gulch, and then we'll be headed back towards the campground boat launch. You only reel and never set the hook. Yeah, man, especially with the trout and the salmon. Typically, you don't need to set the hook. Like your average bass fisherman that's launching that shit to the moon, you do that when you're trolling, and 9 times out of 10, you're gonna yank that shit right out of their mouth. Just the friction, the drag as they bite it, oftentimes is enough to set the hook. And again, with the fish that we're fishing for, rainbow trout, kokanee salmon, they have fairly soft lips. And it's just, they'll tear right through the soft flesh. It heals back up, the fish is fine, but they get off. You got to be real gentle. Especially Kokanee, right, Scott? We go! Oh! Fuck! Well, there's our first pull in the water of 2026. I grabbed it, I set the hook, and I tripped. And it was either the pole goes in the water or I went in the water, and we made our choice. Shoot! I almost did, SoCal. I went ass over end and I had to grab the gunnel, and to grab the gunnel I had to let go of the pole. I took a second leap to try and grab the pole as it was falling, but we are going to mark that as one dead homie at the bottom of the ocean here. If we ever find somebody who scuba dives, one dead homie down. Man. That's the second rig we've lost. We lost one the last time we were here too. Good Lord. Well, that does give me an excuse to buy a new cold water A series. That's over, that was 60-foot bottom there. She's without a scuba diver, you know, a tank diver.